The power of radiance and absolute might not be comparable to the power of nirvana, but they were extremely useful when it came to regenerating the body. Huang Xiaolong recovered almost instantly. Of course, ordinary Dao physiques wouldn't be able to accept the regenerative power so quickly. One could only mirror what Huang Xiaolong did if they had the Dao body of heaven and earth at perfection level. Huang Xiaolong's Dao body of heaven and earth could devour any power in the world. When the 9 beast kings snapped back to reality, one of them screamed in haste, "Kill him now! We cannot allow him to regenerate." 18 palms surrounded Huang Xiaolong in an instant. They poured everything they had into the hit, and it was several times stronger than whatever they threw at Huang Xiaolong previously. A horrifying power shattered the space around him. However, Huang Xiaolong released a heaven-shaking dragon roar as he sent 2 punches out towards the 9 beast kings. The energy from 3 small words and 8 elements of absolute power swept out like a tide. Boom! Huang Xiaolong's fists crashed into the 18 palms flying towards him. As the sea of stars started to tremble, sacred land after another shattered into pieces. Countless experts, along with the members of the Death Beast army, were vaporized into nothingness. The battle between the 10 of them was too chaotic. If they were to compare the battle between Xianxia and Huang Xiaolong to the battle happening now, that would be nothing more than a small skirmish. Bang! Huang Xiaolong smashed through yet another sacred land. Even though Huang Xiaolong was strong, he was a little lacking when it came to fighting all 9 beast kings at once. One had to know that 4 of the 9 had reached perfection level in 4 elements. The others had mastered 3 different types at the very least. With all 9 of them working together, Huang Xiaolong was hard-pressed to stop them. After all, he had only reached perfection level in 4 different types of elements. The 9 of them reappeared above Huang Xiaolong, and one of them screamed, "Huang Xiaolong, you have to die today." Since they had already sown the seeds of hatred, they could only kill Huang Xiaolong off. Otherwise, he would turn into a nightmare to deal with as soon as he matured. Death Beast Era. The 9 of them screamed, and the sound wave caused the world to shake. Everyone stopped whatever they were doing, and they stared at the battle. As 18 rivers of light filled the skies, death beasts swarmed out from them. It was like an endless tide that couldn't stop. The 18 rivers of light summoned death beast one after another, and the age of death beast arrived. Is this an illusion? A patriarch muttered. One had to know that one would only be able to create a world when one reached the God of Creation realm. Only a God of Creation could create a new world. No, it isn't, Xianxia sighed. That isn't an illusion. Many experts started to tremble. Can this really be happening? As the 18 rivers started to gather, the light started to grow brighter and brighter. The rays of light eventually shone onto Huang Xiaolong. The power of 4 elements at perfection level failed to shatter the light produced by the Death Beast era, and Huang Xiaolong started to swell up like a balloon. Everyone was shocked by the fact that the light itself could affect Huang Xiaolong's body. The 9 Beast Kings might not be able to do a thing to him, but the Death Beast era would cause Huang Xiaolong to explode in the blink of an eye. How can it be so terrifying? Xianxia gasped. The Death Beast era contained the power of an entire era. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to resist the power of an entire era coming at them. Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to either. Xianxia yelled. Even with 3 small words and 8 elements energies, he wouldn't be able to resist the power of the Death Beast era. Unless what? Xianxia asked. Unless he has the power to control all 13 elements. Xianxia whispered. If one manages to control all 13 elements, they would receive an unimaginable power. However, it was virtually impossible for Huang Xiaolong to control all 13 elements. Xianxia shook his head slowly. He knew that, in the entire Origin Holy World, no one could control all 13 elements. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong's body had already reached the size of a small mountain, everyone felt their hearts leaping into their throats. They couldn't help but feel amazed at the strength of Huang Xiaolong's fleshy body. How strong would he need to be in order to prevent himself from exploding? The 9 Beast Kings chuckled sinisterly. They knew that Huang Xiaolong was at the brink of destruction. In 10 breaths of time, his existence would be wiped off the face of the world. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong's body was about to be blown apart, a majestic dragon roar rang through the air. Gold light descended from the heavens, and boundless pressure fell on the lands. The power of the Huanglong world arrived, and it wasn't just the power of the origin holy world. Under the shocking power of the Huanglong world, every single person felt their souls trembling, and breathing became difficult. Even Xianxia felt the space around him constricting as the weight of the world pressing down on his heart. When everyone opened their eyes again, a massive golden dragon appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head, and the dragon was indescribably large. No one could describe the aura or prestige it held. God of creation, Huang Long! The 9 beast kings screamed in horror. God of creation, Huang Long! Everyone felt their hearts trembling. Is he the son of creation? Xiao Yunqing muttered under his breath. Son of creation. Huang Xiaolong was the son of creation. We greet your highness, the son of creation. Xiao Tianqi, the world master of the origin holy world, fell to his knees after a short moment of hesitation. Xiao Yunqing, Shen Kong, and the others were shocked. However, they fell to their knees the next instant. After all, the world master was who they served, and the son of creation was who the world master served. After some time, the only ones left standing were those from the Death Beast army. The 9 beast kings stared at Huang Xiaolong, and complicated emotions filled their faces. They were shocked and terrified, and greed flashed through their eyes. Reluctance filled their hearts, and they couldn't decide what to do. As it turns out, Lord Huang Xiaolong is the son of creation. One of the beast kings growled. Since you're the son of creation, we'll let you off on behalf of your father. If you hand the ring over, we'll leave immediately. When Huang Xiaolong heard that they would retreat because of his identity, he couldn't help but sneer. What if I refuse? A frown formed on the faces of the beast kings. Your highness' power might shock the world, but all 9 of us can still suppress you. Is it really worth it to make an enemy of our death beast's peril land because of a mere ring? Huang Xiaolong roared with laughter. I'm the one making an enemy of your death beast's peril land? Your highness, please hand over the ring. Otherwise, you cannot blame us for being unreasonable. A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Make your move. Looking at each other in silence, they decided to go all out again. Once again, they unleashed the Death Beast era. This time, the light was even more powerful than before. The entire Origin Creed started to tremble under its power. It was as though a terrifying Death Beast was about to crush the entire Origin Creed, and the Death Beasts that emerged from the River of Light swarmed towards Huang Xiaolong. The power of the Death Beast era was like a sun blazing in the skies as it threatened to incinerate everything in the Origin Creed. A snort left Huang Xiaolong's lips, and he fully activated his Huanglong bloodline. As a golden light covered his body, he transformed into a giant golden dragon. Raising his head to release a heaven-shaking roar, rays of golden light shattered the light produced by the Death Beast era. Huang Xiaolong's tail that spanned God knows how many miles swept outwards, and he shattered the River of Light. As the River of Light exploded into 1,000,000 pieces, the 9 beast kings coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Huang Xiaolong's tail didn't stop there as it swept towards the 9 of them. Before the tail could arrive, a horrifying wave of energy caused a massive explosion to ring through the air. The 9 beast kings were shocked, and they roared in unison. They pushed themselves to the limit as they unleashed whatever they could to stop Huang Xiaolong's tail. Devouring Death Beast. A giant death beast appeared behind them, and it was even larger than the River of Light created by the Death Beast era. By opening its mouth, it seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and earth. A terrifying suction force struck Huang Xiaolong. Despite its power, it was useless. The giant golden tail shattered everything in its path. The beast was smashed beyond belief, and the tail appeared before the 9 beast kings in the next second. The 9 of them screamed in shock, and they wanted to dodge. However, it was too late. As they were struck, they turned into 9 streams of light that were sent flying into the distance. crashing through countless sacred lands. The 9 of them vomited mouthfuls of golden blood. In the distance, Xianxia and the black and white Tao Venerable gasped in shock. The 9 beast kings could be said to be unbeatable existences. However, from the looks of things, they were defeated by Huang Xiaolong with a single attack. Anyone present could feel the terrifying power contained in the tail strike. Even if the 9 beast kings weren't dead, they were getting pretty close. When they finally stabilized themselves, someone grabbed his chest in pain and yelled, "Retreat! Now!" 2 words were all it took. As the 9 of them soared through the skies, they disappeared from the sights of everyone present. It was clear that the power of the god of creation had exceeded their expectation. They probably wanted to retreat before thinking of another way to retrieve their treasure. However, a layer of darkness stopped them from leaving the origin creed. The myriad formation devil had long since laid down the formation. "If you wish to leave, you will have to defeat him," Huang Xiaolong sneered. The reason he didn't take them all out the instant they attacked was because he wanted to drag on the battle. Once they were confident that they could retrieve their treasure, they wouldn't care if the myriad formation devil tried anything else. The darkness formation might not be able to stop them for long, but it was long enough to stall them for a minute or two. That was more than enough time for Huang Xiaolong. "He Zhen, you're asking for death," one of the beast kings roared. First, the old devil had stolen their treasure. Now, he messed up their plans once again. "Die!" As their figures flashed, they charged towards the old devil. They might have been fast, but Huang Xiaolong was even faster. With a shake of his body, he appeared before He Zhen. His tail swept out once again, but this time his claws shot out towards the 9 beast kings. They were sent flying in an instant. Fear filled their hearts as they shot through the skies. Huang Xiaolong's strength had long since surpassed whatever they thought was possible. When Huang Xiaolong made his move, they felt as though the entire Huanglong world was turning against them. They couldn't defend themselves in the slightest, and no matter how strong they were, they knew that they weren't stronger than the entire Huanglong world. The only way they could stop Huang Xiaolong's attack was if they had reached the god of creation realm. "Huang Xiaolong, what do you want?" An injured beast king roared in anger. A sneer left Huang Xiaolong's lips as he appeared before the beast king who spoke. With his claws slamming downwards, he sent the beast king crashing deep into one of the sacred lands. He could see that the beast king he had just struck was the strongest among the 9. As long as he took down the beast king, the rest were sure to follow. Several hours later, the 9 beast kings, along with the black and white Tao Venerable, kneeled before Huang Xiaolong. He was able to learn of the black and white Tao Venerable's identity after he branded the souls of the 9 beast kings. When Xianxia and the others saw how the 10 of them submitted to Huang Xiaolong, fear filled their hearts. With his legs trembling, Xianxia brought Huang Xiaolong back to the World Master's manor. There, he gestured for Huang Xiaolong to take the main seat in the hall. Huang Xiaolong didn't refuse either as he sat on the throne in the World Master's manor. Soon after, Xiao Yunqing and the other experts of the World Master's manor kneeled before Huang Xiaolong and pledged their alliance. As for the Death Beast army, they received the order from the 9 beast kings and they left the origin creed. Originally, Xianxia wanted to hold a banquet for Huang Xiaolong, but he was rejected. That night, as silvery moonlight descended on the lands, Huang Xiaolong played around with the ring in his hands. He didn't expect that even the 9 beast kings would have no idea what the ring was used for. From their memories, Huang Xiaolong learned that only the leader of the 10 beast kings of the Death Beast's Peril Land had any idea what the ring could do. As for the leader of the beast kings, he headed to the origin lands and hadn't been back in a long time. The name of the leader was Di Shuang, and he wielded 6 elements of absolute power. 4 of them were at perfection level, and his power of darkness was at the peak of major completion stage. It was as close to perfection level as he could get, and the reason he went to origin lands was to break through the bottleneck and reach perfection level in 5 different elements. Retrieving the mysterious ring in his hand, Huang Xiaolong no longer dwelled on the matter. For the next few days, Huang Xiaolong remained in the World Master's manor, and he spoke to Xianxia about the matters of the origin holy world. There were secrets the Wind Cloud Dao Venerable, Hezhen, Sansong, and the others might not know, but Xianxia was the world master of the origin holy world. He knew a lot of information hidden from the rest. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask about the Tree of Origin. I can guess that the Tree of Origin is hidden in the depths of the Origin Sea, Xianxia muttered. Origin Sea? Huang Xiaolong was shocked. From what Xianxia said, the Tree of Origin might really be present in the Origin Sea. That's right. The origin chi obtained by the mystical pavilion mostly came from the Origin Sea. Even the upper echelon of the mystical pavilion, like Sansong and Wangusu, had no idea that was the case. The reason Xianxia could learn of the secret was because he had used a ton of resources and effort to dig up everything he could about the mystical pavilion. Origin Sea. Huang Xiaolong muttered under his breath. The Origin Sea was located at the very edge of the Origin lands, and there were some who said that the Origin Sea was the edge of the Huanglong world. No one could ever prove the fact as no one had the ability to cross the Origin Sea. Is it possible that one would need to control all 13 elements before crossing the Origin Sea? Huang Xiaolong asked. Xianxia shook his head. I have no idea. I am only able to enter the outer perimeter of the Origin Sea. With your Highness bloodline, you might be able to cross the entire sea if you master 10 elements and activate your Huanglong bloodline. However, that's just my speculation. 10 different elements. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension appearing in his heart. Soon after, he asked about the matters regarding the mystical pavilion and the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion. Despite his identity as the world master, Xianxia had no idea where the headquarters of the mystical pavilion was. As for the main pavilion master, Xianxia's expression turned serious when he spoke about the individual. In the past, I fought with someone from the headquarters of the mystical pavilion. His strength was unfathomable, but other than the power of nirvana, radiance, darkness, and poison, he didn't reveal anything else. Moreover, all 4 powers were at perfection level. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. The power of nirvana, radiance, darkness, and poison at perfection level. Other than the power of space and time, those were the 4 strongest elements. Who would have thought that the other party would reach perfection level in all 4 of them? Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that Xianxia couldn't ascertain the other party's identity. From the power Xianxia's opponent exposed, he was sure to possess other types of elements at his disposal. Are you unable to confirm the identity of the other person? Huang Xiaolong asked again. Nodding his head slowly, Xianxia sighed. That's right. I have never seen the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion, and the only person who might know the face of the main pavilion master would be the son of Mystic. When I fought with the other party previously, darkness shielded their facial features. A light flashed through Xianxia's eyes as he continued. If he's not the main pavilion master, the mystical pavilion is more terrifying than we thought. If that was the case, the mystical pavilion would possess more than a single monster among their roster. Huang Xiaolong changed his direction of questioning and asked about Huang Shui. Shaking his head apologetically, Xianxia hadn't even heard of the name. With a mysterious light flashing through his eyes, Huang Xiaolong thought about how secretive the mystical pavilion was acting. It seemed as though they were pretty serious about hiding Huang Shui. After all, even Xianxia couldn't obtain any news of the man. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong left Origin Heavenly Cave, and he headed straight for the Heaven's Burial Lands. Since his father was injured in the past at the exact same place, he had to figure out what was going on. However, he failed to discover anything even after several years of searching. By the time he returned, he asked Xianxia to continue the search for Huang Shui before entering seclusion. Since Xianxia said that the Tree of Origin might be located in the depths of the Origin Sea, he would have to be strong enough to venture into the area. After all, the Tree of Origin was extremely important to him. With the tree, he would be able to successfully comprehend all 13 elements. He would increase his cultivation speed to a whole new level. As such, he planned to comprehend 10 different elements before emerging from seclusion. When that happened, he would then enter the Origin lands. Even though he had the Huanglong bloodline, comprehending 10 out of 13 elements was easier said than done. Once he did, the Huanglong armor and Huanglong twin blades would come in really handy when he planned to explore the Origin Sea in the future, as the power they could unleash was proportional with Huang Xiaolong's own strength. When he entered seclusion, he managed to bring the power of absolute blaze to the edge of the major completion stage. With the Phoenix fire crystals he hoped that he could push it up to perfection level in one go. When he achieved perfection level in 5 different elements, his strength would take a huge leap forward. In the Sun-Moon Furnace, Huang Xiaolong sat on a bed of pure soil, and he refined one peak-grade Phoenix fire crystal after another. Scarlet light surrounded his body, and they formed a sea of red around him. In the past, he had obtained the treasure of the mystical pavilion's branch in the Origin Heavenly Cave. There were several dozen Phoenix fire crystals there, and after the heaven-shaking battle with the 9 Beast Kings, Huang Xiaolong used Xianxia's authority to obtain even more of them. Right now, he had a little more than 100 of them, and it was more than enough for him to refine for a period of time. Other than the Phoenix fire crystal, Huang Xiaolong had a lot of dazzling gold stone, profound concentrated earth, and liquid of life. It was especially so for the dazzling gold stone and the liquid of life. He had a ton of them. As such, Huang Xiaolong was pretty confident he could comprehend 2 more elements during his seclusion. Others might find comprehending 2 different types of elements daunting, but Huang Xiaolong had the Huanglong bloodline, and he felt that it wasn't going to be too difficult. In the blink of an eye, 400 years passed. Since the news of the 9 Beast Kings and the Black and White Dao Venerable submitting to Huang Xiaolong spread through the Origin Holy World, there had been countless factions entering the World Master's Manor to pledge their allegiance. However, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation wasn't to be interrupted, and the World Master stopped all of them from meeting the Son of Creation. Even though they were unable to meet Huang Xiaolong, the patriarchs of the various factions remained in the Origin Heavenly Cave. They wanted to wait for Huang Xiaolong to leave seclusion. 200 more years passed, and a pillar of light finally emerged from the depths of the World Master's Manor. A dragon's roar shook the skies, and a terrifying pressure descended on the lands. Xianxia and the various region masters who were present gasped in shock. When they were still reeling from shock, a figure appeared in the void above the World Master's Manor. The figure wasn't extremely tall, but everyone who looked at him felt as though the figure's presence was as large as the Huanglong world itself. "We greet your highness, the Son of Creation." Xianxia was the first to react as he bowed. The various region masters hadn't seen Huang Xiaolong in their lives, but when they saw Xianxia's actions, they hastily got to their knees. "We greet your highness." Their voices boomed through the entire Origin Heavenly Cave. Huang Xiaolong stood in the air as he looked at those present. After 600 years of cultivation, the aura he exuded was completely different from before. "Rise!" Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air. Xianxia and the others expressed their thanks before getting to their gate. As Huang Xiaolong clasped his hands behind his back, he looked towards the Origin lands. In the past 600 years, he managed to push the power of absolute blaze to perfection level, and he also managed to comprehend the power of absolute wind and earth. Now, he had control over 10 different types of elements, which were the power of nirvana, radiance, darkness, poison, lightning, blaze, frost, wood, wind, and earth. Out of the 10, the power of nirvana, poison, lightning, blaze, and frost were at perfection level. As for the other elements he wielded, they experienced all sorts of improvement during his time in seclusion. For example, the power of wood reached the minor completion stage, and the power of radiance reached the peak of the minor completion stage, and it would enter the major completion stage at any moment. However, the power of darkness was still a little bit off from the minor completion stage. Only the power of time, space, and metal is left. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. He still had a lot of dazzling gold stone in his hands, and it wouldn't be hard for him to comprehend the power of metal. The only problems were the power of time and space. Even after so many years, he failed to grasp either. With a single step, Huang Xiaolong appeared before the grand hall of the World Master's Manor. He stepped into the hall and took his seat. He asked Xianxia about the events that happened in the past 600 years. While he was stuck in seclusion, there wasn't anything important that happened in the Origin Holy World. With his identity as the Son of Creation, along with his battle accomplishments, no one dared to cause any trouble in the Origin Holy World. As for the mystical pavilion, they didn't cause too much trouble. The only thing they did was to merge the various branches in the Origin Holy World. More than several dozen thousand branches merged into a mere 1,000, and after they gathered, the power they possessed caused several region masters headaches. And there still wasn't any news on Huang Shui. The only thing Huang Xiaolong managed to gain was that several experts saw the leader of the Death Beast's Peril land in the Origin Lands. Di Shuang was last seen in the Black Frost Abyss, a forbidden ground in the Origin Lands. The other person whose whereabouts was unknown was the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion. Even with his power, Xianxia failed to locate the mysterious powerhouse. Several hours later, Xianxia and the various region masters left the hall, and Huang Xiaolong contacted the Hylon envoy of the mystical pavilion, the Devil Essence Holy Dragon Ancestor, the Purple Giant, and Three Blades Young. Their replies shocked him. Oh? The Son of Mystic went over to the Origin Lands. Huang Xiaolong looked at the reports and his heart shook. That was indeed good news. The Devil Essence Holy Dragon Ancestor might not know where Huang Shui was, but the Son of Mystic might. As long as Huang Xiaolong took the prince down, he would be able to learn the true appearance of the pavilion master. However, the only problem was that no one knew the true appearance of the person. One had to know that even if he stood before Huang Xiaolong, he wouldn't recognize the man. Moreover, it was nearly impossible to locate a single person in the boundless Origin Lands. Light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes, and he decided to make a trip down to the Origin Lands the very next day. In the past, he made Xianxia and the others look for the Black Shadow Devil, and they managed to do it. They had credible sources telling them that the Black Shadow Devil was in the Purple Sun Heavenly Cave. When Huang Xiaolong went to the Origin Lands, he could conveniently stop by the Purple Sun Heavenly Cave to look for the Black Shadow Devil. As soon as dawn broke the next day, Huang Xiaolong left the Origin Heavenly Cave. When he left, Huang Xiaolong didn't bring too many people with him. He only brought Lei Yu, He Zhen, and the 9 Beast Kings. Including Huang Xiaolong, there were 12 people heading towards the Origin Lands. As for Xianxia, Sansong, and the others, they remained in the Origin Heavenly Cave in case anything happened. The purple lightning peak disappeared into the horizon, and Huang Xiaolong didn't tell them that he was headed to the Origin Lands. After all, he didn't want the information to leak. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong exchanged pointers with all 11 of them while trying to comprehend the power of metal from the dazzling gold stones. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong used the myriad formation devil's memories to increase his knowledge on the art of formations. As someone who fought the myriad formation devil in the past, Huang Xiaolong knew exactly how strong the art of formations was. If he could reach the same level as He Zhen, or even better, reach a higher level than He Zhen in the art of formations, he would be able to wield a terrifying amount of power. With He Zhen's actual strength, he managed to enter the top 10 ranks on the extermination list. However, he managed to reach the 4th rank with the assistance of his formations. One could see how useful the art of formations was. Using He Zhen's memories and Huang Xiaolong's talent, his knowledge in the art of formations took a huge leap forward. Your Highness, we have arrived in the Purple Sun Heavenly Cave. A month later, Lei Yu reported to Huang Xiaolong. He finally stopped whatever he was doing, and he spoke to He Zhen. Lay down the formation. He wasn't going to let the Black Shadow Devil escape this time. With his figure disappearing from sight, He Zhen started to lay down a formation that covered the entire region. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong released all 3 Dao souls as he searched for the familiar aura. After 1 whole hour, he finally found who he was searching for. The aura might be extremely mysterious, and it managed to fuse with the space around him, but Huang Xiaolong managed to sniff him out. Even if Xianxia arrived, he might not be able to detect the presence of the Black Shadow Devil. But the Black Shadow Devil was unlucky. Huang Xiaolong came over personally this time. With the power of 3 Dao souls, nothing could hide from him. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, the number of people who could hide from him could probably be counted on one hand. After locking on to the Black Shadow Devil, Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless as he retrieved the purple lightning peak. He made everyone else hide their auras before heading straight for the Black Shadow Devil. The 12 of them were extremely quick, but they didn't cause so much as a ripple in the space around them as they charged towards the Black Shadow Devil. As they flew closer and closer, the formation laid down by the myriad formation's devil started to shrink. It went without saying that the smaller it became, the stronger the formation was. However, Huang Xiaolong and the others eventually alerted the Black Shadow Devil, and he started to make his escape. He drilled into the space around him as he tried to leave the area. By the time the Black Shadow Devil discovered the abnormality and tried to escape, he was blocked off by a shocking wave of power. This Genesis-level formation. It was a Genesis-level formation that could separate the space they were in. The Black Shadow Devil's expression sank. Anyone who could lay down such a formation would be an expert in the art of formations. There weren't that many people in the Origin Holy World that reached such a high level in the art of formations. Black Shadow Devil, we meet again. A voice rang in his ears. Turning around abruptly, the Black Shadow Devil's face changed. Huang Xiaolong, it's you. Looking at the 12 people rushing towards him, his expression turned a little unsightly. What do you want? Do you really think you can trap me with this piece of shit formation? In the past hundreds of years, he had been hiding in the region to enter secluded cultivation. He didn't roam about at all, and he had no idea what went down in the outside world. He didn't even know about the battle where Huang Xiaolong suppressed the 9 Beast Kings and defeated Xianxia. If he knew, he wouldn't dare to speak to Huang Xiaolong this way. You'll see if this formation can trap you here. The Black Shadow Devil's body started to flicker, and he turned into spots of light. The light spots shot towards the void as he tried to make a break for it. Boom! The space exploded instantly, and the shockwaves caused the entire space around them to shake. Despite that, the space around them remained completely solid and the light specks started to gather once again. When they disappeared, the Black Shadow Devil reappeared and he looked at the formation surrounding him in shock. This is the space-suppressing Grand Formation, one of the 10 strongest formations in the Origin Holy World. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Space-suppressing Grand Formation. The Black Shadow Devil felt his heart sinking. There was no way he hadn't heard of such a famous formation. However, he knew that only one person in the entire Origin Holy World could lay down such a terrifying formation. He looked at Lei Yu, Hezhen, and the 9 Beast Kings before turning to look at Hezhen once more. You, Myriad Formation Devil? That's right. I am the Myriad Formation Devil. The Black Shadow Devil felt as though someone smashed him in the chest with a sledgehammer and he retreated repeatedly. There's no point trying to escape, Huang Xiaolong muttered. Submit to me and this will be over. Before he could say any more, the Black Shadow Devil reached forward and twisted the space before him. Space Shatterer. A ray of light twisted the space around them, and a spatial tear ripped apart the space they were standing in. The speed at which the spatial tear started to spread was extremely quick, and it soon arrived before Huang Xiaolong. Reaching his hand out, the power of absolute frost poured out from his hands and froze the entire space they were in. A world of ice and frost was born, but no matter how hard he tried to stop the spatial tear, he failed to do so. The Black Shadow Devil roared with laughter. Huang Xiaolong, this is the power of space I comprehended. Even if you reached perfection level in the power of absolute frost, you can't stop the space from tearing. Go to hell. As soon as the words left his lips, the Nirvana flame appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand. He reached out and slapped the spatial tear approaching him, and it burned the space before him into nothingness. A massive black hole appeared, and the Black Shadow Devil's strike was stopped. The Black Shadow Devil was shocked, and he looked at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. Power of Nirvana at perfection level. In the Blue Lotus Pond, Huang Xiaolong hadn't comprehended the power of Nirvana. However, it had only been several hundred years and he reached perfection level in the power of Nirvana. Staring at the Black Shadow Devil, Huang Xiaolong snorted. Your space shatterer might be powerful, but your ability to control space hasn't reached perfection level yet. I can burn space with my nirvana flame. You can't shatter space if there's nothing left for you to shatter. Huang Xiaolong could see that the Black Shadow Devil had barely reached the major completion stage in the power of space. However, that was shocking enough. Even experts ranked in the top 20 ranks on the extermination list would find it hard to stop the Black Shadow Devil. They could only dodge his attack with everything they could. Uncertain light flashed through the Black Shadow Devil's eyes, and an idea formed on his head. Huang Xiaolong, I know you're here for Huang Shui. If you let me leave, I'll tell you his true identity. Oh! Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock. Why would the Black Shadow Devil know about Huang Shui's true identity? That's right. What do you say to that? The Black Shadow Devil asked. At that instant, the Black Shadow Devil stared at Huang Xiaolong with his beady black eyes. Dark light surrounded his figure, and no one could see his true features. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. I might be interested, but after I take you down, I'll learn about his identity all the same. The Black Shadow Devil's expression changed and he growled. Huang Xiaolong, you might have reached perfection level in the power of nirvana, and you might command the myriad formation devil. However, I can travel anywhere within the sacred land. If you push me too far, I'll just bring you along with me to hell. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother correcting the man, and he addressed He Zhen and the 9 beast kings behind him. Do it. As the 10 figures moved, they appeared beside the Black Shadow Devil in an instant. They were so quick that the Black Shadow Devil couldn't even see them coming. Without any time to react, he started to fuse with the space around him. It was too bad they punched out at the exact same time, shattering the space all around them. You? The Black Shadow Devil looked at the 9 beast kings and fear filled his eyes. He could feel that every single one of them was stronger than the myriad formation devil, and that in itself was an unbelievable fact. When he was still stuck in a state of shock, the 9 beast kings moved again. With He Zhen beside them, they attacked from 10 directions. They sealed off the space around them, and the Black Shadow Devil was unable to leave. In the blink of an eye, the Black Shadow Devil was sent flying. The Black Shadow Devil shattered the sacred land below him, and he spat out copious amounts of blood. Who the hell are you? The Black Shadow Devil wiped the blood from his lips, and he stared at the 9 of them in shock. He didn't expect that 9 monsters would appear in the Origin Holy World. All of them were stronger than the Myriad Formation Devil, but he hadn't heard of them before. Wasn't the Myriad Formation Devil ranked 4th on the extermination list? How could there be 9 people stronger than him? A thought flashed through his mind, and he felt the world turning dark around him. You're the Death Beast Kings. The extermination list in the Origin Holy World didn't include experts in 2 big regions. One of them was the Death Beast's Peril Lands, and the other was the Origin Lands. From the legends, the 10 Beast Kings of the Death Beast's Peril Lands and the 10 Overlords of the Origin Lands were existences who could rival the top 3 experts on the extermination list. Since the experts of the 2 regions weren't controlled by the World Master's manor, they wouldn't be ranked in the extermination list. The 9 Beast Kings remained silent, and they punched out once again. The world trembled and the space around them shattered. Several minutes later, the 9 Beast Kings and the Myriad Formation Devil brought the Black Shadow Devil before Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised to see the Black Shadow Devil in such a sorry state. The Black Shadow Devil's strength might place him in the top 20 on the extermination list, but the Myriad Formation Devil and the 9 Beast Kings were too damn strong. If they went all out, the Black Shadow Devil would have died instantly. Huang Xiaolong summoned the giant golden dragon and branded the Black Shadow Devil's Dao Soul when he was on the brink of death. After controlling the Black Shadow Devil, Huang Xiaolong handed him several drops of blue lotus nectar. He also used his power of nirvana to heal him up. He was right as rain in no time. After all, the Black Shadow Devil wasn't too seriously injured. Of course, the Myriad Formation Devil and the others held back a lot. Otherwise, the Black Shadow Devil wouldn't be able to recover so quickly even with his help. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong refined all of the Black Shadow Devil's memories. From them, he learned everything about Huang Shui. He's not from the Huanglong world? Huang Xiaolong was shocked at his discovery. From what the Black Shadow Devil knew, Huang Shui wasn't from the Huanglong world. Moreover, his relationship with the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion was something special. Of course, that was something the Black Shadow Devil couldn't find out with his abilities. He didn't know much about Huang Shui other than some basic facts. A frown formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. He thought that the Black Shadow Devil would know more than that, but it seemed as though that wasn't the case. All Huang Xiaolong knew was that the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion was the key to uncovering Huang Shui's identity. Soon after, they continued on their journey with the Black Shadow Devil following behind Huang Xiaolong. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong trained himself by sparring with the Myriad Formation Devil and the 9 Beast Kings. He tried to comprehend the power of gold, and he digested the art of formations from He Zhen's memories. It also went without saying that Huang Xiaolong tried to comprehend the power of space from the Black Shadow Devil's memories. The power of space was basically impossible for him to comprehend without any special treasures with the spatial attribute, and Huang Xiaolong decided to give up on it. Even with the Huanglong bloodline, some things took skills. Nothing happened along the way, and they traveled for several months without any obstructions. The purple lightning peak eventually stopped above a frozen waterfall. The frozen waterfall stood tall in space, and it was God knew how many miles tall. Huang Xiaolong couldn't see the source of the waterfall, and neither could he see the end. As ice fell from above, a thunderous roar resounded through the air of countless regions. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but gasp in shock when he looked at the frozen waterfall before his eyes. If he wasn't looking at it personally, he wouldn't believe that something like a frozen waterfall would exist. The frozen waterfall was the top-ranked marvel of the Origin Holy World. Ordinarily, ice wouldn't be able to flow like water. However, the river defied all logic. The ice flowed as smoothly as water, and no one knew where the source of the waterfall was. Similarly, there was no one who managed to measure the depths of the river. It was because of the frozen river that the army of the Origin lands failed to attack the Origin Holy World. That was because they would have to cross the frozen waterfall if they wanted to proceed with their invasion. The icy qi produced by the river was something 9th esteemed Dao Venerables wouldn't be able to endure. Luckily, for the inhabitants of the Origin Holy World, the frozen waterfall was there to protect them. After all, the army of the Origin lands was much stronger than the Death Beast army. Let's go. After stopping to admire the sights for a moment, Huang Xiaolong ordered. He entered the waterfall with Lei Yu and the others by his side. As soon as they entered, a horrifying amount of icy qi slammed into them. They felt as though the weight of several mountains were pressing down on their physical bodies, and if they were ordinary 9th esteemed Dao Venerables, their Dao souls would have long frozen through. However, the 13 of them seemed to be completely unaffected as they continued onwards. Even if the pressure increased by 100 times, they wouldn't falter in the slightest. The further they went, the stronger the icy qi became. A cloud of frosty mist emerged from their bodies. Without slowing down, they charged straight through. After half an hour of traveling, they crossed the waterfall. With their speed, they managed to complete such a feat in a mere half an hour. If any random expert on the extermination list tried, they would need several days to do so. As for peak late 9th esteemed Dao Venerables, they would need several months if they wished to enter the Origin lands from the Origin Holy World. After crossing the waterfall, Huang Xiaolong and the others were greeted by a primitive forest that spanned on forever. There was also a mountain range located inside the forest, and Huang Xiaolong could feel a mysterious energy emanating from the space around him. It was something that was created by the fusion of Origin Qi and several ancient types of spiritual energies. The amount of Origin Qi in the air was little to none. Your Highness, this should be the Red Rock Mountain Range. After crossing it, we would enter the territory of the Origin races, He Zhen mentioned. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong looked at the region before him. There was a slight tinge of red covering the lands, and the rocks strewn all about glowed a little red. All of them were Genesis-level treasures, but they were completely useless as they were just rocks. Flying above the forest, Huang Xiaolong and the others noticed a ton of disciples of the Origin lands killing ferocious beasts. as precious spiritual herbs and medicine would grow around the forest. Terrifying beasts lurked everywhere. The disciples of the origin races would train themselves while gathering treasures by making an expedition through the forest. These disciples all possess peak-level bloodlines. Huang Xiaolong sighed in astonishment. The beasts in the forest would normally be stronger than humans in all aspects. However, the disciples of the origin races could fight toe-to-toe with them. Lei Yu explained, "The origin races are the first inhabitants of the world. Their bloodline isn't something humans can compare to. They have tons of geniuses that can rival the strongest cultivators in the origin holy world." He Zhen continued, "There are 2 absolute geniuses among them, and their talents are comparable to the 10 overlords of the origin races. One of them is called Lei Xianxia, and she's the princess of the lightning phoenix race. The other is the young patriarch of the 9-eyed black tiger race, Hao Zhen. The only person in the origin world who can be compared to them is the son of Mystic. Even the Destiny race prince would be lacking when compared to them." The 9 beast kings looked at each other and sighed. The 2 of them are indeed terrifying. If they are given enough time to mature, the 2 of them will definitely reach the level of the 10 chiefs. In fact, they have the ability to rank in the top 3. It's especially so for Lei Qianqian. According to the rumors, she has already comprehended 5 out of the 13 elements. Moreover, her beauty surpasses even Wangu Qing'er and Feng Yuxuan of the origin holy world. The only people in the origin lands with more authority than her would be the 10 overlords. Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he heard their description. Appearances were merely superficial aspects when it came to how he judged ladies. Shi Xiaofei and Li Lu were the prettiest beauties in his eyes. Xiaofei. Huang Xiaolong's mind started to wander. A sudden yearning towards Shi Xiaofei and the other members of the Huang family appeared in Huang Xiaolong's mind all of a sudden. As he thought of them, he decided to ask He Zhen and the others if it was possible to return to the lower worlds. Lower world? Lei Yu and the others stared at each other in shock. Since the start of time, no one has ever heard of anyone descending to the lower worlds. Di Fan, one of the beast kings, shook his head. However, if one reaches perfection level in all 13 elements, there might be a chance. According to the legends, anyone who possesses the power of 13 elements at perfection level would possess unimaginable power. They would be invincible under the god of creation realm. However, it won't be easy to reach such a level. Another beast king piped up. In the Huanglong world, no one had ever managed to comprehend all 13 elements, much less reach perfection level in all of them. Other people might not be able to do it, but His Highness will definitely be able to. He Zhen growled. Huang Xiaolong felt a headache coming. He barely managed to reach perfection level in 5 different elements, and he didn't know how long it would take for him to reach perfection level in all 13 of them. One had to know that the power of space was nearly impossible to comprehend, and he hadn't even started on the power of time. Wouldn't it take several 100,000 years if he kept up the current pace? Several days later, Huang Xiaolong and the others crossed the Red Rock mountain range and arrived at one of the cities populated by members of the origin lands. "This is Red Rock City," He Zhen explained. "It's one of the largest and most important cities in the origin lands. It's also one of the cities belonging to the Red Lion Patriarch." Huang Xiaolong nodded slightly. The Red Lion race, Lightning Phoenix race, 9-eyed Black Tiger race, and several others made up the 10 strongest races in the origin lands. The Red Lion Patriarch was one of the 10 overlords who ruled supreme in the origin lands. Like the origin holy world, there were countless races that populated the origin lands. All of them were known as the origin races. "Let's rest for a little bit in the city. We shall search for some information before continuing on our way," Huang Xiaolong muttered. Lei Yu and the others nodded in acknowledgement, and it didn't take long for them to enter the city. As the Red Rock City was one of the most important cities in the origin lands, it was exceptionally busy. Huang Xiaolong discovered that there were quite a lot of experts from the origin holy world walking along the streets. All of them were descendants of experts who managed to cross the frozen waterfall. After all, the experts who came over had the same goal as Huang Xiaolong, and it was to look for treasures. The origin races were never prejudiced against the humans, and they were able to coexist in peace. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong and the others managed to rent a courtyard. Huang Xiaolong hastily sent all of them out to search for information on Di Shuang and the Son of Mystic. It didn't take long for them to return to report their findings. Di Fan started first. Your Highness, the leader should be in the Black Frost Abyss. The 9 of them called Di Shuang their leader, and even though it was hard to find news on him, there were still several organizations in the origin lands capable enough to do so. Of course, everything required a corresponding price. The money the 9 Beast Kings spent was an astronomical amount when compared with the wealth owned by several creeds. The report stated that Di Shuang was still in the Black Frost Abyss, but none of them could be 100% sure. Of course, no one could determine where Di Shuang was in the Black Frost Abyss. As the Black Frost Abyss was boundless, it was hard to pinpoint the location of a single person. Whatever the case, Huang Xiaolong was confident he could find the man as long as they knew his general location. As for the Son of Mystic, no one managed to secure any news on him. After all, no one knew what he looked like. Your Highness, we also heard that the Heaven Piercer would be headed straight for the Boundless City. He Zhen reported. The Boundless City was one of the cities located at the edge of the Origin Lands. It was also the city closest to the Origin Sea. If Huang Xiaolong and the others wanted to travel to the Origin Sea, they would have to pass through countless regions. They would definitely run into a lot of trouble, and if they managed to get on the flying ship of one of the strongest chambers of commerce in the Origin Lands, they would be able to save themselves a ton of time. After all, the Heaven Piercer belonged to an organization that had ties in many regions. No one would obstruct them for fun. Heaven Transportation Organization, Huang Xiaolong asked. Yes, the Heaven Piercer belongs to the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce. It's one of their best flying ships, and it's extremely quick. Even though it cannot compare to a quasi-creation artifact, it's definitely faster than peak-grade cosmos artifacts. He Zhen explained. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head. The Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce was one of the largest chambers of commerce in the Origin Lands, and it was said that they had some relationship with the Lightning Phoenix race and the 9-eyed Black Tiger race. Of course, everything revolved around benefits. They were able to provide the 2 super races with enough benefits, ensuring their prosperity. Will the Heaven Piercer be traveling through the Black Frost Abyss? The reason Huang Xiaolong went all the way to the Origin Lands wasn't just for the Tree of Origin. Di Shuang and the Son of Mystic were also part of the reason. Yes, the Heaven Piercer will be stopping in the Black Frost Abyss for 3 days. He Zhen continued. Even though they will only be stopping for a short period of time, we can always use Dao coins to make them remain there for several more days. Huang Xiaolong smiled. 3 days is more than enough. As long as Di Shuang was in the Black Frost Abyss, Huang Xiaolong was more than confident of locating him and forcing him to submit in 3 mere days. Huang Xiaolong asked about the other regions where the Heaven Piercer would be stopping. Ancient Era City? Huang Xiaolong's heart shook a little when he heard that they would be stopping for 3 days in the Ancient Era City. The branch of the mystical pavilion in the Origin Lands was located in the Ancient Era City. Perhaps, the Son of Mystic would head there the moment he came to the Origin Lands. Plans started to pop up in Huang Xiaolong's head. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong sent He Zhen out to purchase tickets on board the Heaven Piercer. Before they could celebrate, He Zhen returned to inform Huang Xiaolong that all the first-class tickets on board were booked. There were only tickets in the second-class cabins, and Huang Xiaolong was shocked. The first-class cabins were extremely expensive, and a single ticket would cost more than several 100,000 Dao coins. Who in the world had the ability to buy them out? Second class it is. Huang Xiaolong sighed. Even though the first-class cabins were comfortable and full of spiritual energy, Huang Xiaolong didn't care about that. He Zhen went out to get 13 second-class tickets, and all of them headed straight for the Heaven Piercer. One day before the Heaven Piercer left the port, the Red Rock City received a heaven-shaking piece of news. Princess Lei Xianxia is coming for a visit. Princess Lei is planning to go on a journey to the Boundless City, and she's here to get on board the Heaven Piercer. Princess Lei Xianxia isn't the only one coming. His Highness, Hao Zhen, will be coming too. What's new? His Highness, Hao Zhen, will definitely appear beside Princess Lei. Hasn't he already been rejected more than 10 times? I wonder what type of man Princess Lei will choose as her husband. Whoever it is, it won't be us. With His Highness Haozhen around, who will dare to approach the princess? The Red Rock City exploded when they heard the news. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback by the sudden change. Your Highness, should we change a ship? Haozhen asked. However, a mischievous smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Why would we do that? Don't tell me it's because of Lei Qianxian. We're getting on board the Heaven Peerer no matter what. Huang Xiaolong knew of Haozhen's concerns, but he didn't think they were a problem. After all, the number of ships headed to the Boundless City from the Red Rock City could probably be counted on one hand. If they decided no to get on the Heaven Piercer, God knew when they would be able to find another ship. Ignoring the commotion going on outside, Huang Xiaolong continued to comprehend the power of metal in his courtyard. With his efforts, he had already reached the entrance of the gates, stopping him from comprehending the power of metal. He was confident that he would comprehend the power of metal in a year. Of course, it was because Huang Xiaolong absorbed the memories of the Golden Fox Region Lord in the past. He used that, along with his dazzling gold stone, in order to hasten his understanding of the power of metal. A night passed in the blink of an eye, and the first rays of dawn shone on the lands. Riding on Lei Yu, Huang Xiaolong and the others headed straight for the Heaven Piercer. As the ship was humongous, it stopped in one of the northernmost plazas. Of course, the plaza belonged to the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce. By the time Huang Xiaolong arrived, he saw a sea of people waiting around the ship. The Heaven Piercer spanned several dozen thousand miles long, and there were 1,000,000 cabins on it. Ordinarily, it would be good if they sold more than 300,000 tickets to the Boundless City. However, every single ticket was sold out because of Lei Qianxian's appearance. As disciples of the origin races piled onto the Heaven Piercer, disciples of the human race followed. Huang Xiaolong even saw several experts from the Death Beast's Peril lands. Even with the 10 Beast Kings' authority, they only ruled over 90% of the Death Beast lands. There were some parts not under their control, and the number of experts who populated the place couldn't be counted. Let's board the ship. Huang Xiaolong ignored everyone as he brought out 13 jade tablets. However, he was stopped by someone as soon as he boarded. Our young master would like to buy all the tickets you have, someone asked. Huang Xiaolong looked at the silver horn on the other party's head and he sneered. Where am I supposed to go if you buy my tickets? As the first-class tickets were bought by Lei Qianxian and the others, the superpowers could only set their sights on the second-class cabins. They wanted to get as close as they could to Lei Qianxian, and that was the only way for them to do so. The person asking Huang Xiaolong for the tickets were from the Silver Horn Barbarian Locust race, and they were only weaker than the top 10 races in the origin lands. The expert from the Silver Horn race sneered. We have tickets for the 4th-class cabins. Go sit there instead. We'll pay you full price for your second-class tickets. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I don't intend to trade it with you. You can get out of my sight now. The silver-horned expert was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect a mere human to reject his suggestion. After all, everyone would bow down to him the moment they realized he was from the Silver-Horned Barbarian Locust race. The 4th-class cabins might be a lot worse than the 2nd-class cabins, but no one would offend the Silver-Horned Barbarian Locust race for several tickets. They even planned to pay Huang Xiaolong in full for the tickets. A snort left the lips of the expert from the Silver-Horned Barbarian Locust race. Are you sure? Huang Xiaolong ignored the man completely as they made their way towards the 2nd-class cabins. With his expression sinking, the expert from the Silver-Horned Barbarian Locust race moved to block Huang Xiaolong's way. Just before he could speak, Lei Yu sent him packing with a single kick. Everyone in the surroundings fell silent as they watched the scene playing out before them. Huang Xiaolong ignored the man as he continued to make his way forward. When he finally reached the location of the 2nd-class cabins, he used the jade tablets to enter. As soon as he stepped into the area, he was stunned. Every single cabin there had a tiny palace, and they were fully stocked with pill furnaces, spiritual tea, and endless libraries of books. It was a completely different scene in the 4th-class cabin area. Those there would only obtain a simple room, and the furnishing was several tiers worse. Of course, the first-class cabins were leagues ahead of whatever Huang Xiaolong was experiencing. When Huang Xiaolong entered his cabin, a group of experts from the Lightning Phoenix race and the Nine-Eyed Black Tiger race sat in one of the halls in the first-class cabins. A young man and a young lady sat on the thrones in the main hall, and they emitted a horrifying aura. The lady was extremely elegant, and her facial features were beyond perfect. If anyone laid eyes on her, they would lose themselves in her beauty. The two of them were naturally Lei Xianxia and Hao Jin. "What's going on out there?" Lei Xianxia asked. When Lei Yu sent the expert from the silver-horned barbarian locust race flying, it caused quite the commotion. The experts of the Lightning Phoenix race quickly reported back to the two of them. When they heard what happened, Lei Xianxian and Hao Jun were slightly taken aback. However, a cold snort left Hao Jun's lips. The humans are acting too arrogantly. How dare they make a move on an eminent elder of the silver-horned barbarian locust race? A light flashed in Lei Xianxian's eyes. If they dare to ignore the silver-horned barbarian locust race, they should be someone of some importance among the human race. Moreover, his mount doesn't seem weak. Hao Jun's gaze landed on one of the experts from the Nine-Eyed Black Tiger race. Look into the human's background. Get someone from the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce to warn the kid. If he dares to cause any trouble, kick him off the ship. Even though the Nine-Eyed Black Tiger race didn't control the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce, they had to pay some attention to the words of the young patriarch of the Nine-Eyed Black Tiger race. It didn't take long for the experts of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce to come knocking on Huang Xiaolong's palace. The gates of his cabin soon opened up. Countless experts from the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce streamed into the main hall. When they saw Huang Xiaolong and 13 other experts sitting in the hall, they were stunned. They couldn't understand what those 14 people in front of them were talking about. From what it seemed, the 14 of them were comparing notes and looking into something. "What do you want?" Huang Xiaolong asked. One of the experts from the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce sneered and tilted his head upwards when he spoke to Huang Xiaolong. "Your actions disturbed His Highness, Hao Jun, of the Nine-Eyed Black Tiger race. His Highness ordered us to inform you that if you try anything like it again, we'll kick all of you off the ship." The person who spoke was one of the custodians of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce. "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong asked. When everyone saw that Huang Xiaolong was completely fearless, they couldn't help but feel a tinge of rage rising in their hearts. However, Lei Yu released his aura all of a sudden, and a horrifying pressure descended on the experts of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce. Under the suppression, all of them fell back and they retreated to the entrance of the cabin. They found it hard to breathe and they felt as though their lives were no longer under their control. A trace of fear appeared in the eyes of those from the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce. They stared at Lei Yu. They immediately realized that he was someone who was ranked on the extermination list of the Origin Holy World. Moreover, he was definitely ranked in the top 30. The custodians of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce met their vice director in the past, and they knew that he was strong enough to rank in the top 50s of the extermination list. However, the aura they felt was even stronger than that of their vice director. They didn't expect that the person they were threatening would be someone who ranked that high up on the extermination list. "Repeat whatever you said, but slowly." Lei Yu glared at them and growled. All of them felt the words getting stuck in their throats, and none of them dared to make a peep. Raising his hand, Huang Xiaolong stopped Lei Yu from going any further. Only then did he retrieve his aura. "Leave," Huang Xiaolong sighed. "Don't speak of the matter." After speaking, a ray of light shot out from his fingertips and drilled into their bodies. "This is a restriction that will ensure that you will never speak of what just happened. As long as you remain silent, no harm will befall you." Of course, that was an ordinary restriction laid down by Huang Xiaolong. It couldn't come close to the mark Huang Xiaolong left on the Tao souls of others, but it was enough. Only existences at the level of the World Master of the Origin Holy World would be able to undo a restriction laid down by Huang Xiaolong, and if the experts of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce would need one of the chiefs of the Origin lands to make a move if they wanted it removed. None of them dared to continue with the threats, and they quickly made their escape. After they left, they didn't speak of the matter, and they merely reported that they spoke to Huang Xiaolong and the others. Let's continue. Huang Xiaolong ignored them, and he continued to exchange pointers with He Zhan and the others. In the past, the 9 Beast Kings worked together to unleash the Death Beast era, and Huang Xiaolong was greatly inspired by the power of their ultimate move. When the 9 Beast Kings joined hands, their collective strength would rise by a considerable amount. An idea popped into Huang Xiaolong's mind, and he felt that if all 13 of them displayed their powers and fused them all together, he might be able to gain even more understanding of the powers he lacked. The principle behind it was similar to the dual cultivation practiced by couples. Of course, that was merely an example. When Huang Xiaolong fused his power with theirs, he felt the difference between their understanding over the different elements. When Huang Xiaolong was learning from the others, the experts from the 9-eyed black tiger race reported back to Hao Zhan. The Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce completed their warning. However, we are unable to obtain any information on their background. Even though the 9-eyed black tiger race was one of the 10 strongest races in the Origin lands, they weren't knowledgeable on the matters in the Origin Holy World. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong and the others even transformed their appearances a little when they entered the Origin lands. The reason they did it was because Huang Xiaolong didn't want to scare Son of Mystic away. There's no need to pay attention to their identities. Lei Qianxian snorted all of a sudden. It's not like they dare to foil our plans. The reason they were heading towards the Boundless City was because of the Origin Sea. Both races received news that the Flower of Time and the Void Reincarnation Thistle would appear in the Origin Sea soon. 1 hour later, the Heaven Piercer finally departed, and it turned into a streak of light that tore through the void. Huang Xiaolong ignored the departure of the Heaven Piercer, and he continued to deepen his understanding in the various elements. The Heaven Piercer might be fast, but they had to pass through practically the entire Origin lands if they wanted to reach the Boundless City. They would need at least half a year in order to arrive. If they were on an ordinary cosmos artifact, the journey would take them several dozen years. Very quickly, a month passed. The Heaven Piercer finally slowed down, and an announcement played out across the cabins. Everyone, we have arrived in the Ancient Era City. We shall remain here for 3 days, and there are plenty of organizations here with lots of treasures for sale. Feel free to disembark, and we shall continue our journey in 3 days. Oh, we're here. Huang Xiaolong was brought back to reality by the sudden announcement. Getting to his feet, Huang Xiaolong left his cabin. As soon as he did, he saw countless experts emerging from their cabins. Lei Qianxian and Hao Zhan also walked out with various experts surrounding them. When everyone saw the two of them, they bowed respectfully. There were even some who got to their knees. As they passed by Huang Xiaolong's party, they noticed that none of them bowed. A frown formed on Lei Qianxian's face, but she didn't say anything. Instead, Hao Zhan glared at Huang Xiaolong and the others, and from his gaze, it felt as though he was looking down on ants from the mortal world. That wasn't intentional, as he was used to looking at others with the exact same gaze in his eyes. When the two of them disembarked, Huang Xiaolong and the others left the ship and entered the Ancient Era City. The Ancient Era City is even more prosperous than the Red Rock City. Lei Yu looked at the bustling street and exclaimed, even in the Origin Holy World, there wouldn't be many cities more happening than the Ancient Era City. In the past, Lei Yu entered the Origin Holy World to establish his Lei Yu Creed. However, this was the first time he entered the Origin lands to visit the Ancient Era City. The Myriad Formation Devil muttered, with the mystical pavilion setting up a branch in the Ancient Era City. Many chambers of commerce followed suit. It's no wonder the city is bustling with so many activities. As Huang Xiaolong and the others strolled through the streets, they were stopped by a group of people. They were from the Silver-Horned Barbarian Locust race, and there were nearly 100 of them. The person in the lead was a young man, and the eminent elder who was sent flying by Lei Yu previously reported to him respectfully, "Young master, that's them." He pointed at Huang Xiaolong. "You have to be careful of his mount." A look of fear flashed through his eyes when he looked at Lei Yu. The young man had red eyes, and he was the young patriarch of the Silver-Horned Barbarian Locust race, Man Long. Man Long glared at Huang Xiaolong and sneered. How dare you lowly human harm an eminent elder of my silver-horned barbarian locust race? As the origin lands was populated by the origin races, they outnumbered the humans by a huge amount. Moreover, the silver-horned barbarian locust race was one of the strongest races and they looked down on the humans. With a human injuring their eminent elder, anger filled their hearts. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across those present and a trace of amusement formed in his heart. What do you want? A sinister smile formed on Man Long's face. What do I want? I wish to kill your mount, and you shall kneel before me to lick my toes 100 times. Apologize and hand over your spot in the second-class cabin. When that's done, I'll let you off. What if I refuse? Huang Xiaolong chuckled. If you refuse, you and all your slaves will die along with your mount. You'll die a horrible death, Man Long sneered. When you die, you will regret ever crossing me, Man Long. Huang Xiaolong was unable to control his laughter any longer, and neither could the rest. The 9 beast kings glared at Man Long and the members of the silver-horned barbarian locust race with a cold gaze. I was planning to ignore the fact that you tried to force me to hand over my cabin. Huang Xiaolong continued. Too bad you don't know when to quit. A frosty light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes. You're tired of living. The experts from the silver-horned barbarian locust race were stunned for a second. But Man Long burst into laughter all of a sudden. Are you crazy? Ha ha ha. Do you really wish to harp on the matter that happened in the Red Rock City? Young master, there's no need to waste your breath with them. Just exterminate them once and for all. An eminent elder of the silver-horned barbarian locust race approached Man Long and sighed. The eminent elder was the strongest expert they brought with them, and he was at the peak of the late 9th esteem Dao Venerable Realm. He reached the minor completion stage in the power of absolute blaze and he was extremely confident in his abilities. Nodding, Man Long growled, Attack! There's no need. I shall take care of all of them myself. The eminent elder sneered. After he spoke, his figure flashed and he sent a punch flying towards Huang Xiaolong and the others. As his fist shook, 13 phantom punches appeared in the air and the experts standing around hastily retreated in case they got caught up in the crossfire. The 13 fists were formed from the eminent elder's understanding of the power of absolute blaze, and the fire reached a terrifying degree. The fists might look small, but they were more than capable of punching a hole through a cosmos artifact. Before Lei Yu could make his move, the black shadow devil pointed at the eminent elder. The 13 fists started to compress, and they flew back at the members of the silver-horned barbarian locust race. Miserable cries rang through the air instantly. Almost all the experts from the silver-horned barbarian locust race were sent flying, and several weaker ones were incinerated and they turned into ash instantly. As for the eminent elder who sent out the attack, a hole appeared in his chest. The power of absolute blaze started to consume his body, and his cries filled the air. Man Long stared at Huang Xiaolong's group before him, and he was at a loss of what to do. When the members of the silver-horned barbarian locust race were still stuck in a daze, the black shadow devil slapped at the space before him. A giant palm covered the experts of the silver-horned barbarian locust race, and they started to shrink. When they shrunk to an unimaginably small size, their bodies popped and they turned into dust. Even Man Long wasn't exempt from the black shadow devil's attack. Everyone who watched the scene felt their limbs going cold. They ran away as quickly as they could. A single palm eliminated nearly 100 experts of the silver-horned barbarian locust race. There were several dozen eminent elders among them, but they were killed just the same. The eminent elders of various origin races stared at the scene as their jaws dropped in shock. Ignoring those around him, he left with Lei Yu and the others. They made their way towards the mystical pavilion's branch. Who is that human? He dared to kill the experts of the silver-horned barbarian locust race, and he even killed the young patriarch of the race. His subordinate is too damn strong. He even managed to cause them to shrink. That's the power of space, someone cried out. When they heard that it was the power of space, the experts in the surroundings erupted. Is he from the Destiny race? Don't tell me that's the son of Destiny. He might actually be the son of destiny. Otherwise, why would he dare to kill the experts of the silver-horned barbarian locust race? Since he killed Man Long, the silver-horned barbarian locust race will definitely not allow the matter to rest. The news reached the ears of Lei Qianqian and Hao Jin. They were shocked when they heard the news. As Man Long was the young patriarch of the silver-horned barbarian locust race, he was someone important in the younger generation of the origin lands. Even though he wasn't comparable to the two of them, he wasn't that weak compared to the young patriarchs in the origin lands. The brat from the Heaven Piercer killed Man Long? Hao Jin looked at the person who made the report and growled. His expression was extremely ugly. He sent the members of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce to knock Huang Xiaolong down a peg previously. Who would have thought that the man would go ahead and exterminate the entire group from the silver-horned barbarian locust race as soon as they disembarked? Even though Huang Xiaolong didn't make his move on the Heaven Piercer, he was still insulting Hao Jun's authority. Yes, Your Highness, the black-robed man beside the kid made the move. From what we heard, the black-robed man controls the power of space. His palm caused the space around the members of the silver-horned barbarian locust race to shrink, and they eventually exploded. The expert continued his report. Someone said that the young man might be the son of destiny. Son of destiny? Hao Jun and Lei Qianqian were shocked. When they finally reacted, Hao Jun's expression turned serious. Could he really be the son of destiny? I've heard that many experts from the Destiny race entered our origin lands recently. Lei Qianqian shook her head. He shouldn't be the son of destiny. The experts of the Destiny race entered the Green Snow Mountain after they arrived. The Green Snow Mountain was one of the forbidden lands in the origin lands. Regardless, if he dares to offend me, I'll cripple him, Hao Jun snorted. Lei Qianqian glanced at Hao Jun and she sighed. If he really is the son of destiny, it won't be easy for you to cripple him. After she spoke, she turned to one of the members of the Lightning Phoenix race and she ordered, "Look into his background." Now, a sinister light flashed through Hao Jun's eyes. Even if the son of destiny managed to comprehend the power of space and time, I'm more than capable of sending him to hell. Lei Qianqian frowned. A trace of disgust flashed through her eyes, but it returned to normal a second later. Hao Jun might be strong, but he was too arrogant. Moreover, he was extremely impulsive when he did things. That was also the reason she rejected his advances over and over. Whatever the case, she remained silent. With the members of the Lightning Phoenix race around her, she made her way towards the Mystical Pavilion's branch. They were planning to look for the Flower of Time and the Void Reincarnation Thistle in the Origin Sea, and they needed several treasures to aid them in their search. They would require formation runes, heavenly silk, and the mysterious Eye of Ice. With the treasures, their search would be much easier than before. It didn't take long for them to arrive. As soon as the branch master, Yan Fei, learned that Lei Qianqian and Hao Jun had arrived, he appeared personally to greet them. Yan Fei's authority in the Mystical Pavilion was extremely high, and his strength allowed him to rank in the top 15 ranks of the extermination list. Even if the patriarchs of several great races arrived, Yan Fei wouldn't appear to greet them. Things were different when Lei Qianqian and Hao Jun were the ones, and one could easily see how important they were in the origin lands. Lei Qianqian's reputation that was only beneath the 10 overlords could be seen clearly from this. When Yan Fei learned that they wanted to purchase formation runes, heavenly silk, and the mysterious Eye of Ice, he got the various eminent elders to prepare those of the highest grade. 1 hour later, Lei Qianqian and Hao Jun left after getting all their items. As soon as they left, an eminent elder entered the inner hall to report to Yan Fei. "Branch Pavilion Master, there's a young man outside with the surname Huang, here to see you." Yan Fei was stunned as he thought about all the powerful clans and races in the origin lands. No one had the same surname as the man trying to meet him. "I'm not meeting him," Yan Fei snapped. Soon after, he added another sentence. "There's no need to report anyone requesting an audience with me. Reject them all." The eminent elder paused for a second and continued. "That's the young man who killed the members of the silver-horned barbarian locust race." Yan Fei stared at the doyen in shock. "Is he the master of the black-robed subordinate?" Yes. The eminent elder nodded slowly. All right, bring him to the inner hall. I'll meet him in an hour. Yan Fei paused for a second and ordered. Acknowledging the order, the eminent elder quickly took his leave. However, he hadn't left the inner hall when a voice rang through the air. There's no need to wait for an hour. Who? Yan Fei exclaimed in shock. When they turned to look at the entrance, the space started to twist and several figures emerged from the void. With his expression turning serious, Yan Fei knew that things were going south. The mystical pavilion's branch was filled with restrictions, but it seemed as though the group who appeared could pass through them easily. Pavilion Branch Master. He's the one who wants to meet you. The eminent elder retreated behind Yan Fei and exclaimed. A cold glare landed on Huang Xiaolong as Yan Fei felt his heart skipping a beat. So you're the ones who kill the members of the Silver Horn Barbarian Locust race. You're pretty courageous, but who gave you the confidence to barge into my branch? Huang Xiaolong walked towards Yan Fei and he laughed. I know that the son of Mystic came to the Origin Lands. Did he contact you after getting here? Yan Fei and the eminent elder stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. They didn't expect him to open the conversation with the topic of their young patriarch. Who the hell are you? Yan Fei's expression sank as he started to circulate his energy. Stretching out his palm, Huang Xiaolong grabbed at Yan Fei. Watching the youngster before him making a move, a snort left Yan Fei's lips. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Go to hell. The cosmos energy in his body gushed out and he returned Huang Xiaolong's attack with a palm of his own. In the next instant, Yan Fei crashed through countless buildings located inside the branch of the mystical pavilion. The eminent elder wanted to assist Yan Fei, but he stood there in stunned silence like a block of wood when he saw what happened to Yan Fei. Spitting out mouthfuls of blood, Yan Fei snapped at Huang Xiaolong. Who the fuck are you? He didn't know when such a powerful individual appeared in the Origin Lands. Moreover, he could feel that the youngster before him possessed the power of 3 elements at perfection level. You might have heard of me. I'm Huang Xiaolong. Taking a step forward, Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of Yan Fei. It's you, the son of creation Huang Xiaolong. As a branch master of the mystical pavilion, he was more than familiar with the name. After all, Huang Xiaolong invaded the mystical pavilion's branch in the Origin Heavenly Cave, and he plundered their treasury after forcing Sansong and Wangu Su to serve under him. He even knew that the 9 beast kings of the Death Beast's Peril Lands had submitted to the kid. As if that wasn't enough, the hidden beast king, the black and white Dao Venerable, was also the man's underling. He looked at the 9 beast kings before turning to look at the myriad formation devil and Leiyu. The blood drained from his face. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want? Our main pavilion master will be returning to the Origin Holy World soon, and when he does, you won't be able to escape. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong remained impassive. There's no need for you to worry about me. After he spoke, he reached out to lock Yan Fei in place. It didn't take long for him to brand the souls of Yan Fei and the eminent elder who saw him. The son of Mystic contacted Yan Fei. Huang Xiaolong exclaimed in pleasant surprise when he read Yan Fei's memories. From what he learned, the son of Mystic entered the Origin Lands half a month before he did. He contacted Yan Fei and asked about details regarding the Origin Sea. Origin Sea. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the son of Mystic would also set his sights on the Origin Sea. Could it be because of the Tree of Origin? Perhaps there was another type of treasure waiting to be found. It was too bad Yan Fei didn't meet with the son of Mystic and he had no idea what the other party looked like. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong took a trip down to the treasury and he swept everything clean. As long as he could use it to increase his strength, he took all of it away. For example, treasures like the profound concentrated earth, liquid of life, and phoenix fire crystals were wiped out from the mystical pavilion branch's inventory. Huang Xiaolong didn't expect that he would be able to obtain quite a lot of blackstone in the treasury. That was a treasure that could assist him in understanding the power of darkness. After he was done, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother shopping around in the city. He returned to the Heaven Piercer and continued to cultivate. 3 days later, the heaven-piercer turned into a streak of light and soared through the skies. Their next stop was the Black Frost Abyss, and they would need 2 months to arrive. After staying in the Black Frost Abyss for 3 more days, the heaven-piercer would rush towards the boundless city. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. During the journey, Huang Xiaolong's strength improved at a terrifying pace. By the time they arrived at the Black Frost Abyss, Huang Xiaolong's body was covered in a faint golden light. He comprehended the power of metal, and with that, the only elements he hadn't comprehended was the power of space and time. When Huang Xiaolong comprehended the power of metal, a majestic phenomenon could be felt on the heaven-piercer. The sound of metal clashing with one another rang through the entire ship. The experts on board saw the mirages before them, and the clanging rang loud and clear through their ears. Lei Qianxian and Hao Zhen were coincidentally in the area, and Hao Zhen gasped in shock. Power of metal! He was clear that someone managed to comprehend the power of metal on board the heaven-piercer. Lei Qianxian was also surprised. Ordinarily, one would choose a secret spot to cultivate, especially when they wanted to comprehend one of the 13 elements. That was the first time she had seen anyone comprehending one of the elements in such a public space. Whose palace did it come from? Lei Qianxian couldn't help but ask. She knew that it came from the second-class cabins, but she didn't know which palace exactly. It's the young man, one of the experts from the Lightning Phoenix race reported. As though he was afraid Lei Qianxian wouldn't know who he was referring to, he continued, "He's the person who killed the members of the Silver-Horned Barbarian Locust race." "It's him," Lei Qianxian gasped in shock. Hao Zhen frowned as he didn't expect the youngster to comprehend one of the peak powers on board the heaven-piercer. All of a sudden, the golden hue that enveloped the area disappeared. Under the gazes of everyone present, Huang Xiaolong left his cabin with Lei Yu and the others. Ignoring everyone, he planned to disembark the heaven-piercer. However, before he could leave, a lovely voice rang through the air. "Young master, please wait." The voice contained a magnetic effect, and everyone turned to look at the speaker. It was none other than Lei Qianxian, and Huang Xiaolong decided to see what she was up to. Ordering Lei Yu to stop, he turned around. "Young master has to be careful when entering the Black Frost Abyss. From what I know, the members of the Silver-Horned Barbarian Locust race brought over a huge army to ambush you," Lei Qianxian warned. "If young master doesn't mind, you can enter the city with us. I know the patriarch of the Silver-Horned Barbarian Locust race, and I can mediate the situation." Everyone felt a trace of jealousy rising in their hearts. They glared at Huang Xiaolong as they knew that Lei Qianxian was trying to foster a sense of friendship between the two parties. In the origin lands, there were only 1 or 2 people in the younger generation who could catch Lei Qianxian's eye. Now, Huang Xiaolong was one of them. Anyone could see that Lei Qianxian was interested in the man. Hao Zhen's expression sank. "There's no need," Huang Xiaolong chuckled under his breath. Everyone looked at him as though they were looking at a crazy person. He actually rejected Lei Qianxian's goodwill. Riding on Lei Yu, Huang Xiaolong soared through the skies. Lei Qianxian was taken aback as she stared at his leaving figure. That was the first time anyone said no to her. "Princess, do we—" One of the experts of the Lightning Phoenix race stepped forward and asked if they should stop Huang Xiaolong from leaving. All of them felt a trace of anger rising in their hearts when they saw how Huang Xiaolong rejected Lei Qianxian's suggestion. "It's fine." Shaking her head, Lei Qianxian regained her composure. "Let's enter the Black Frost City." The Black Frost City was the city located right outside the Black Frost Abyss, and it was one of the famous cities in the Origin Lands. There were tons of treasures only obtainable from the Black Frost Abyss, and they were sold in the Black Frost City. The reason they were there was to purchase a type of flower called the Black Frost Flower. It was something that could attract all sorts of treasures, and with it, they would be able to increase their chances of obtaining the Void Reincarnation Thistle. As for Huang Xiaolong, he didn't bother entering the city. He wasn't afraid of the Silver-Horned Barbarian Locust race, but he didn't have time to waste. He had to locate Di Shuang in 3 short days, and time was a little tight. The news of Huang Xiaolong avoiding the city soon traveled into the ears of Lei Qianxian and the others. Hao Zhen sneered at the news. "What a loser." He knows that he won't be able to fight off all of them, and he chose to escape. A look of suspicion formed in Lei Xianxian's eyes. Was that really the case? She felt that the young man wasn't afraid of the silver-horned barbarian locust race at all. Whatever the case, she felt a little disappointed in her heart. In the city, the patriarch of the silver-horned barbarian locust race, Mani Hui, received the news too. He snorted. Hiding in the black frost abyss? Heh! I'll bring everyone in there and kill him anyway. In an instant, the troops of the silver-horned barbarian locust race moved out and charged into the black frost abyss. They separated into 4 groups as they tried to trap Huang Xiaolong. After entering the black frost abyss, Huang Xiaolong didn't stop for a moment as he rushed straight towards the deepest part of the abyss. The black frost abyss was extremely dense in darkness energy, and one would only be able to comprehend the power of darkness if they went to the deepest part of the abyss. As such, there was only one place for Di Shuang to be if he wanted to comprehend the power of darkness. Activating 3 Dao souls, Huang Xiaolong searched through every nook and cranny of the place. Lei Yu and the others didn't remain idle. Their ability to search for things might not be as strong as Huang Xiaolong, but they released their Dao souls anyway. The only people who were of any help were the Myriad Formation Devil and the Dark Shadow Devil. One was skilled in the art of formation and the other was adept in the power of space. Nothing could escape their detection. However, the black frost abyss was boundless. There were tons of people looking for treasure in the area, and there were many black frost beasts lurking around. There were also several ice beasts, and the difficulty of locating Di Shuang in 3 days was sky-high. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, but a suspicious fluctuation coming from the depths of the abyss caught Huang Xiaolong's attention. With his knowledge, he quickly determined that it was the power of darkness. Raising his right hand, Huang Xiaolong signaled to the 13 of them. All of them retracted their auras in an instant as they lowered their speed. They quickly approached the separated space where he felt the fluctuations, and the Myriad Formation Devil looked at the restrictions in the area. Your Highness, that's the 9 heavens and 10 earth grand formation. We will need a lot of time if we wish to enter the space. A frown formed on He Zhen's face when he made the report. The formation was one of the 10 strongest formations in the Origin Holy World, and it was clear that Di Shuang laid it down in order to stop anyone from disturbing his cultivation. If we can't enter, we'll just make him leave the space. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. Summoning the blood dragon steel, he smashed it towards the formation. The moment he made his move, Mani Hui noticed Huang Xiaolong and the others. With a single order, every single expert from the silver-horned barbarian locust race charged towards their location. When Mani Hui and the others charged towards Huang Xiaolong's location, the black frost abyss trembled uncontrollably. A terrifying wave of energy swept through the lands and sent chills down the hearts of Mani Hui and the others. Someone used an artifact to strike a protective formation. Mani Hui cried out in shock. The power seems to originate from the direction of the young man. Don't tell me he managed to locate some sort of ancient cultivation cave. One of the eminent elders guessed. That is indeed possible, Mani Hui growled. He turned around and barked. Hurry up! We can't allow the bastard to snatch the treasure. The members of the silver-horned barbarian locust race roared in unison as they sped up. While they were messing about, Huang Xiaolong's blood dragon steel had already smashed into the barrier. The space Di Shuang was trembled unceasingly, and Di Shuang, who was deep in cultivation, snapped back to reality. He was at the most important moment of his cultivation, and he was just about to reach perfection level in the power of darkness. With Huang Xiaolong's casual smash, he was sent back to the peak of the major completion stage. Rage erupted in Di Shuang's heart, and killing intent filled his heart. The space around him started to shake when they felt his killing intent, and it even leaked out to the surrounding area. The beasts in the dark frost abyss felt his killing intent, and they kneeled on the ground quietly. None of them dared to move a single muscle. Di Shuang's killing intent was like trillions of formless blades that shot out in all directions, and it seemed to slice through the entire dark frost abyss. However, Huang Xiaolong ignored the other party's killing intent and he smashed the blood dragon steel at the barrier once again. Boom! Another heaven-shattering blast rang through the skies. The formation might be one of the 10 strongest formations in the Origin Holy World, but it started to tremble under the unending assault of the Blood Dragon steel. Huang Xiaolong didn't use any of the elements he comprehended. He only used 40% of his cosmos energy. Who? Di Shuang was finally unable to control his temper and he roared, "Get lost right now. Otherwise, I'll come out and exterminate your entire clan." Huang Xiaolong ignored the man and he slammed the Blood Dragon steel towards the barrier once again. Boom! The formation trembled under the shocking power of the Blood Dragon steel. No longer able to control himself, Di Shuang rushed out from the formation. As a pillar of light shot out from the 9 heaven and 10 earth grand formation, Di Shuang appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong's party. The instant he emerged, Manny Hui and the others arrived. When Manny Hui and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong and Di Shuang, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. They thought that Huang Xiaolong located some sort of secret immortal cave, but as it turned out, they were wrong. Looking at Di Shuang, a trace of doubt flashed through Man Yihui's eyes. The sturdy-looking middle-aged man standing in front of them looked a little familiar. He felt that he had seen the man somewhere before, but he couldn't recall the man's name. Patriarch, that's him. He killed Man Long and the others. One of the eminent elders pointed at Huang Xiaolong and snapped. Manny Hui turned away from Di Shuang and he glared at Huang Xiaolong, Lei Yu and the others. "Did you kill my son and the experts of my silver-horned barbarian locust race?" Manny Hui growled. As Huang Xiaolong and the others had their backs to Manny Hui and the others, they failed to look at Huang Xiaolong's expression. Ignoring the man, Huang Xiaolong spoke to Di Shuang. "Di Shuang, looks like you were unable to reach perfection level in the power of darkness. Did I interrupt your cultivation?" It was nearly impossible to reach the perfection level in a single type of element, much less something as powerful as the power of darkness. Di Shuang's anger filled his heart when Huang Xiaolong brought the subject up once again. Chilly killing intent flashed through his eyes. "You motherfucker!" As soon as he spoke, he looked at Lei Yu and the others before turning back to address Huang Xiaolong. "Since you know who I am, you have to be crazy if you wish to provoke me. I shall let you experience the worst way to die." Hearing how the two parties ignored him, Man Yihui felt a trace of irritation rising in his heart. He was just about to make a move on Huang Xiaolong when a horrifying pressure descended from the skies. Di Shuang released his aura, and the entire Black Frost Abyss trembled in terror. The Black Frost Abyss that was comparable in size to a super region was swallowed by Di Shuang's aura. Even the dark and frosty qi around the area stopped moving. Under the suppression of Di Shuang's energy, Manny Hui found it hard to breathe. He felt as though he was an ant standing in front of a giant several million miles tall. He couldn't believe that as an expert who was strong enough to rank in the top 20s of the extermination list, he would feel so helpless before someone. He only felt that way when he faced the 10 overlords of the Origin lands. No, in fact, he only felt that way when he met with the leader of the 10 overlords of the Origin lands in the past. How could that be? The person in front of him wasn't Overlord Song Soon. He knew what the man looked like. Hold up, Di Shuang. Di Shuang. A terrifying thought flashed through Man Yihui's head. He nearly broke down then and there when he recalled who the person standing in front of him was. If the patriarch of the silver-horned barbarian locust race felt helpless, there was no need to mention the other members of the silver-horned barbarian locust race. They felt as though their hearts were about to stop beating. Huang Xiaolong stared at the leader of the 10 Beast Kings with an impassive expression. "No wonder you're hailed as the strongest among the Beast Kings. You're a lot stronger than Xianxia." When the members of the silver-horned barbarian locust race who hadn't realized who they were looking at heard Huang Xiaolong's introduction, they felt a warm stream running down their pants. There were even some who fainted on the spot. Even Dao venerables would succumb to their fears. Staring at Huang Xiaolong in shock, Di Shuang roared, "Who the hell are you? Since you can compare my strength to Xianxia, you have to have fought with him in the past." Keeping silent, Huang Xiaolong released his aura. In an instant, the dark qi and frosty qi in the black abyss disappeared completely. In front of Huang Xiaolong's power, Man Yihui failed to keep his footing. He retreated time and time again, and the other experts of the silver-horn barbarian locust race vomited mouthfuls of fresh blood. Man Yihui and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong with terror plastered on their faces. They realized that the young man they were hunting was much stronger than Di Shuang himself. If Di Shuang was a pillar who could hold up the heavens, Huang Xiaolong's strength was like an endless sea that could swallow everything in its path. Di Shuang, who was hell-bent on killing Huang Xiaolong, jumped in fright. His face changed and he roared, "You shit! You're Huang Xiaolong!" When Man Yihui and the others heard Di Shuang's yell, they felt their hearts sinking to the ground. They fell to their knees, and no one knew if it was because they lost all strength in their legs or if it was because of Huang Xiaolong's name. Huang Xiaolong, Man Yihui, and the members of the silver-horn barbarian locust race might be from the origin lands, but they knew what the words Huang Xiaolong represented. Several hundred years ago, Huang Xiaolong's battle in the Origin Heavenly Cave shocked the entire Origin Holy World. He defeated Xianxia and took on all 9 beast kings of the Death Beast's Peril Lands alone. He fought against 9 beast kings, alone. After the battle, all 9 beast kings submitted to Huang Xiaolong. When Man Yihui and the others were reeling in shock, Di Shuang looked at the 9 beast kings behind Huang Xiaolong and roared, "You motherfucking traitors!" Di Fan looked at Di Shuang and he said indifferently, "His Highness is the Son of Creation. The inhabitants of the entire Huanglong world are his subjects. Di Shuang, since you already know His Highness' identity, why aren't you on your knees? Are you planning to revolt?" Di Fan's voice caused Di Shuang's expression to sink. However, he couldn't deny that what Di Fan said made sense. Huang Xiaolong was indeed the Son of Creation, and according to his logic, all the experts in the Huanglong world should kneel before him. A laugh full of mockery escaped Di Shuang's lips. "Are you crazy? What a joke. He might be the Son of Creation, and he might be strong, but Di Shuang, would never submit to anyone." He glared at Huang Xiaolong and sneered, "Huang Xiaolong, hand over the right now. The two of us have nothing against each other, and we can walk our separate paths after this. If you refuse to hand the ring over, don't blame me for trying to assassinate you in the future." Huang Xiaolong might be strong, but when he let down his guard, it was possible for someone to assassinate him. With a wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong ordered everyone to fall back. He walked towards Di Shuang and sighed, "The ring is right here. If you're capable, come get it." As soon as the words left his lips, Di Shuang made his move. The world fell into complete darkness, and the power of darkness was amplified in the black frost abyss. Experts of Man Yihui's level would be able to see quite a fair distance in the black frost abyss. But now, they couldn't even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. It was as though the black frost abyss was submerged in a pool of black water, and all of them felt suppressed by Di Shuang's power of darkness. Even though he was interrupted by Huang Xiaolong previously, he was at the peak of the major completion stage in the power of darkness. Even though he wasn't at the perfection level yet, he was close. The instant the surroundings went dark, a terrifying power gathered behind Huang Xiaolong before it shot out towards him. Huang Xiaolong might not have reacted in time, but he reached out behind him and used the power of all 3 small worlds along with the power of Nirvana, poison, lightning, blaze, and frost. One could only imagine how strong his strike was. The entire black frost abyss felt as though it would crumble as soon as Huang Xiaolong directed his energy towards it. Boom! The two of them clashed, and a deafening blast rang through the air. The members of the silver-horn barbarian locust race might have hidden themselves a fair distance away, but they were struck by the shockwaves mercilessly. Their bodies tumbled through the air no matter how hard they tried to protect themselves. They felt like an invisible hand had grabbed the black frost abyss, and it only required a mere thought to destroy everyone inside. When someone was strong enough to move an entire region by themselves, their strength reached a whole new level. There were countless pockets of spaces in the black frost abyss, and there were countless continents located on it. The number of inheritances left behind by experts who fell since the ancient times couldn't be counted. and the number of restrictions filling the place were helpless when met with Huang Xiaolong's overpowered strength. Man Yihui was so frightened his mind went blank. That was the first time he felt that someone could be so damn strong. Under Man Yihui's terrified gaze, Di Shuang shot out like a shooting star before slamming into a continent God knew how many miles away. The place he slammed into crumbled into fine dust, and Di Shuang's appearance was a mess. As the leader of the Death Beast Kings, Di Shuang comprehended 6 elements. He had attained perfection level in 4 of them, but that was nothing compared to Huang Xiaolong. Not to mention the fact that he only had the power of one small world assisting him. Even though they reached perfection level in several elements, the concept of using the cosmos energy of 3 worlds to unleash an attack was completely different from using the cosmos energy from a single world. When Di Shuang was sent flying, the darkness faded instantly. Black light shrouded his body as Di Shuang's figure disappeared from the spot he was in. Trying to escape? Huang Xiaolong snorted. With a single step, he stood in a calculated region and he unleashed the power of all 11 elements. His strike caused the space around him to crumble, and multicolored light lit up the otherwise dark black frost abyss. The light was so piercing that Man Yihui couldn't open his eyes. Di Shuang's figure fell towards the ground below as he vomited copious amounts of blood. He looked at Huang Xiaolong with a terrified gaze and he stuttered, 11. Huang Xiaolong actually managed to comprehend 11 of the 13 elements. There was probably no one left in the Huanglong world who could defeat Huang Xiaolong. You can't run. Huang Xiaolong looked at Di Shuang and sighed. You can't be faster than me, and you're not stronger than me either. Your defense can't be compared to mine, and I've already left behind a trace of power in your body. I'll be able to locate you no matter where you run to. The blood slowly started to drain from Di Shuang's face. Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred and he reappeared before Di Shuang in an instant. Reaching out with his right hand, Di Shuang felt as though the entire world was held in it. He knew that it was impossible for him to escape. One day later, in the main hall of his palace, Haojin ordered the experts of the 9-eyed black tiger race. Is that guy back yet? Your Highness, he hasn't returned. None of his subordinates are back either. A chuckle escaped his lips. Seems like they were killed off by Man Yihui and the others. There were some experts who said that Man Yihui led all the experts from the Silver-Horn Barbarian Locust race towards the Black Frost Abyss to hunt the kid down. From the looks of it, he should be deader than dead by now. Haojin roared with laughter. Nice! Turning to another expert, he laughed. Get the men of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce to start the ship. There's still another half an hour till we leave. Who cares? The brat isn't coming back anyway. Get them to leave right now. Lei Qianxian remained silent when she heard his request. She wasn't sorry for Huang Xiaolong at all. After all, it wasn't strange for a genius to fall in the origin lands. The expert of the 9-eyed black tiger race reached the control room and spoke to the members of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce. Start the ship? There's still half an hour till we depart. Moreover, there are several customers from the second-class cabin still not back yet. One of the custodians couldn't help but hesitate. The expert from the 9-eyed black tiger race sneered. They won't be coming back anymore. They have been killed by the members of the Silver-Horn Barbarian Locust race in the Black Frost City. Our young master Haojin personally requested for you guys to leave now. Are you planning to waste His Highness time? Nodding his head slowly, the custodian sighed. All right. Who dares? A voice boomed through the air as the Grand Custodian, the one Huang Xiaolong dealt with before, came charging into the room. The expert from the 9-eyed black tiger race didn't expect for the Grand Custodian to interfere, and his expression turned cold instantly. Grand Custodian Chun, don't forget your place. How dare you go against His Highness' order? The Grand Custodian from the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce sneered. An order from the 9-eyed black tiger race? Are you an eminent elder of our Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce? Or are you the vice director? When did your young master gain the authority to order the members of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce around? Slightly taken aback, the expert from the 9-eyed black tiger race hesitated for a moment. His expression sank, and he growled, "Fine, Grand Custodian Chun, since you have said so, I shall report everything you said to His Highness. I hope you can be responsible when His Highness asks for the person who made the decision. Don't come begging His Highness when the time comes." As soon as the words left his lips, he turned around to leave. As soon as he left the control room, he saw Huang Xiaolong and the others returning. When he saw them, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Didn't they say that Man Yihue dealt with the kid? How could they return to the Heaven Piercer? Did Man Yihue and the others recognize the wrong guy? Huang Xiaolong and the others ignored the man as they returned to their cabins. The nine-eyed black tiger race failed to realize that there was one more person behind Huang Xiaolong when he returned. By the time Huang Xiaolong entered his cabin, the expert from the nine-eyed black tiger race rushed back to make the report. Hao Jin nearly smashed the table before him when he heard the report. His expression turned dark in an instant. That brat is too fucking lucky. How can Man Yihue fail to find him? He even managed to run all the way back here with his filthy slaves. Your Highness, I followed your orders and asked the members of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce to start the ship, but Grand Custodian Chan stopped me. He refused to listen to your order. The expert from the nine-eyed black tiger race spoke all of a sudden. With rage already burning in his heart, Hao Jun couldn't help but lash out when he heard the news. With a chilly light running through his eyes, he growled, "How dare a mere custodian of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce ignore my order?" Lei Xianxia glanced at him from the corner of his eye. "Stop messing about. Grand Custodian Chun is backed by eminent Elder Chun Yi of the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce. Chun Yi was no ordinary eminent elder. He was extremely revered in the Treasure Lake Chamber of Commerce, and his connections stretched far and wide." Hao Jun chuckled softly. "Xianxia, you can relax. I spoke without thinking." Nothing happened along the way, and Huang Xiaolong continued his cultivation with the assistance of the various experts by his side. The only difference was that he controlled 11 of the 13 elements now, and there was another peak-level expert by his side. As the 14 of them released their power, streams of energy started to intertwine. Within Huang Xiaolong's palace, bright lights filled the space around Huang Xiaolong. No one could peer past the screen of light, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. When they arrived at the boundless city, Huang Xiaolong and the 14 of them disembarked the Heaven Piercer. As soon as they left, they ran into Hao Jun and Lei Qianqian's party. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, Hao Jun sneered, "You're pretty lucky to avoid Man Yihue." After he spoke, he left without looking back. Lei Qianqian's gaze lingered on Huang Xiaolong for a short while before she left. Man Yihue? Avoided him? Huang Xiaolong chuckled under his breath. He was too lazy to speak to Hao Jin. When he defeated Di Shuang, he took care of Man Yihue and the rest too. Man Yihue was already one of his subordinates, but he was hidden somewhere, as there was no point in making Man Yihue and the members of the Silver Horn Barbarian Locust race follow him around. "Your Highness, should I cripple that guy?" Di Shuang took a step forward and spoke to Huang Xiaolong. "There's no need." Huang Xiaolong waved his hand. "He's just a bug." Killing Hao Jun was something he could do with the snap of his fingers. There wasn't a need for him to waste his time on a bug like that, and he knew that he would attract the attention of the 10 overlords if he were to do so. If that happened, his identity would be revealed and the son of Mystic might be scared away. Huang Xiaolong didn't enter the city as he headed straight towards the Origin Sea. Several days later, they arrived at the edge of the Origin Sea. Looking at the towering waves that raged about the Origin Sea's surface, Huang Xiaolong and the others realized that the Origin Sea wasn't actually a sea made up of water. It was formed from dense heaven and earth spiritual energy, and the chi it contained held a mysterious power. The power it contained was extremely chaotic, such that no one could refine it. Several rays of light could be seen on the horizon, and several islands could be seen floating about. The scene was mesmerizing. However, Huang Xiaolong knew that it was all an illusion. The Origin Sea could be said to be the most dangerous place in the entire Huanglong world. Telling everyone to be careful, Huang Xiaolong urged Lei Yu forward. The Myriad Formation Devil, Black Shadow Devil, and the 10 Beast Kings followed behind him. Even though the restrictions around the Origin Sea were heavy and there were many Genesis-level beasts roaming about, all of them there were peak-level experts. None of them cared about the small dangers that they would run across. Not too long after they entered the Origin Sea, Huang Xiaolong's group ran into a bunch of Genesis-level beasts. There were over 50 of them, and they launched an assault on Huang Xiaolong's crew. Spitting out a ray of purple lightning, Lei Yi sent them all back to meet their maker. The reason Huang Xiaolong entered the Origin Sea wasn't solely for the Tree of Origin. He had to look for the Son of Mystic too, and he wasn't in a rush to head deeper into the Origin Sea. Instead, he flew about casually as he released his Dao souls to look for signs of the prince. Even though Huang Xiaolong hadn't seen him before, he had a strange feeling that he would be able to recognize the man as soon as he felt it. Just as Huang Xiaolong and the others charged into the Origin Sea, Hao Zhen, Lei Qianxian, and the experts of their races arrived. Not too long after they entered the Origin Sea, another group of experts arrived. The newcomers emitted a mysterious aura as weird runes flashed through their eyes. Other than the Son of Destiny Li Tianyao, there was a group of eminent elders from the Destiny race. More than 30 of them arrived. Every single one present was a peak late 9th esteemed Dao Venerable. I've heard that Lei Qianxian and Hao Zhen had entered the Origin Sea. Li Tianyao muttered with strange runes flashing in his eyes. The two of them are definitely here for the Flower of Time and the Void Reincarnation Thistle. We have to move faster than them. We cannot allow them to obtain the treasures. The leader of the eminent elders, Li Shuo, nodded his head. Young master, you can rest assured that the Void Reincarnation Thistle will definitely end up in our hands. Unless the 10 overlords show up personally, the treasure is ours. Li Tianyao nodded and he brought them into the Origin Sea. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Huang Xiaolong and his group killed off God knew how many groups of Genesis-level beasts, and they avoided countless Genesis-level restrictions. They basically traveled through all the islands on the periphery of the Origin Sea. It was late at night and Huang Xiaolong's group decided to take a break on one of the uninhabited islands. Your Highness, it looks like the Son of Mystic isn't on the outskirts of the Origin Sea. Lei Yu sighed. We shall head deeper into the Origin Sea tomorrow. Huang Xiaolong nodded. As long as the Son of Mystic was in the Origin Sea, there was no way he could get away. Soon after, they lit up a campfire and all 14 of them sat around it. When Huang Xiaolong looked at the flickering flames, his thoughts started to wander. In his past life, he was from Earth in the Panga world. In this life, he grew up in the Huanglong world. He even thought about locating his father, the god of creation, Huanglong. Huang Xiaolong gained some insights from the memories of Di Shuang and the others about his father's location. There's someone there. Let's take a look. A lady's voice entered the ears of those present. It didn't take long for a group of cultivators clad in dark robes to appear before Huang Xiaolong. The person in the lead was a woman, and she was extremely pretty. She might not be comparable to Lei Qianxian or Feng Yuxuan, but she was an absolute beauty. She emitted a pure and adorable vibe. However, the thing that caught Huang Xiaolong's attention was the insignia of the lightning dragon on their robes. The lightning dragon wasn't foreign to Huang Xiaolong. In fact, he was extremely familiar with it. That was the insignia of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor from the Divine Tua Holy World. Huang Xiaolong ran into the old ancestor a long time ago, and he learned about the power of darkness and lightning from the old dragon. A chuckle left his lips. He didn't expect that he would run into the members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed in the Origin Sea. The only thing he couldn't understand was why the old dragon went all the way into the Origin lands to set up his creed. Very quickly, the members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed arrived on the island. Fellow cultivators, we're here without any ill intentions. The pretty lady's gaze landed on Huang Xiaolong and she cupped her fists in greeting. I wonder if it's convenient for us to ask you some questions? She could see that Huang Xiaolong was the leader of the group, and she spoke to him directly. You guys should be from the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed. I know your old ancestor. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The woman and the other experts of the Dao Convergence stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Someone like him knew their founder? It was clear that they didn't believe him. After all, the old ancestor had left the origin holy world several billion years ago. Moreover, they couldn't believe that a random person they ran into would know their old ancestor. As the members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed looked at Huang Xiaolong's group, they wondered if the 14 cultivators before them had any ill intentions in mind. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother explaining himself when he saw their expression of doubt. An awkward laugh left the lips of the pretty girl. "Fellow cultivator is really funny. Ask what you wish to know," Huang Xiaolong continued. He didn't harp on the topic of the old dragon ancestor. "We wish to inquire about the silver leaf and golden branch. We've heard that the treasures appeared in the Origin Sea previously. If you manage to provide us with any news of it, we are willing to hand over a huge sum of money. We will be eternally grateful to you." "Oh? Silver leaf and golden branch." Huang Xiaolong lowered his voice. "Is someone poisoned by some sort of incurable poison?" The herb was a Genesis-level spiritual herb that had the ability to cure all sorts of poisons in the world. One could only imagine how precious a herb of that level was. Even the largest auction houses of the Origin Holy World might not be able to bring out anything like it for sale. After a short hesitation, the lady replied, "Truth be told, our patriarch has been inflicted by a special type of poison. We require the herb to cure him." "So that's what it is?" Huang Xiaolong nodded. "Wait a moment. I'll check." In the past, Huang Xiaolong seemed to have seen something like it in the treasury of the mystical pavilion in the ancient Era city. However, it was useless to him and he only bothered to take the most precious of treasures. Contacting Yan Fei, Huang Xiaolong received a reply. There wasn't just a single stalk of the herb in the treasury of the Mystery Pavilion's branch. There were two. Huang Xiaolong turned to the group and asked, "I have a subordinate with several stalks of it. He'll personally bring it over to your creed now. There's no need for you to look for it in the Origin Sea any longer. After all, herbs at that level were rarely seen. Even if they searched for an eternity, they might not be able to find any if they weren't fated to." A frown formed on the lady's face when she heard his answer. "Many thanks to fellow cultivator. We shall take our leave now." After she spoke, the members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed left. Huang Xiaolong shook his head and laughed slightly. It was clear that they didn't believe that he would give them a stalk of the herb willingly. Not to mention the fact that he would send someone to their creed with a treasure of that level. They were probably going to try their luck elsewhere. However, Huang Xiaolong understood the way they thought. Even top-tier creeds might not have treasures at that level in stock. Why would they believe a random youngster who said that his subordinate would send the herb over to their creed? Moreover, that was their first meeting with each other. The other party might not believe him, but Huang Xiaolong got Yan Fei to personally send the herb over anyway. After all, he owed the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon ancestor for guiding his cultivation in the past. "That little lady has pretty respectable talent," Lei Yu muttered. "Even though she isn't comparable to Xianxia, she's not too far behind." Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. He could see that the other party hadn't cultivated for a million years and her strength was only slightly weaker than Xianxia and the others of his level. With her talent and power, she could definitely rank in the top 50s of the mystical list. That was a pretty good ranking if Huang Xiaolong had to say so himself. There were countless geniuses in the Origin Holy World, and even the top-tier genius of the Golden Fox Heavenly Cave, Fan Luo, couldn't rank in the top 50. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong continued to cultivate. The night passed uneventfully, and the first rays of dawn soon shone upon the lands. Huang Xiaolong stopped cultivating and he continued on his way deeper into the Origin Sea. When they set off, the members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed were stopped by the experts of the Silver-Winged Creed. Their creeds had been at odds since God knew when, and the Silver-Winged Creed was the main culprit when it came to poisoning their patriarch. The members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed didn't expect the members of the Silver-Winged Creed to chase them all the way to the Origin Sea. In stark contrast to the ugly expressions on the faces of those of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed, Lu Ong, the young patriarch of the Silver-Winged Creed, was laughing in glee. He looked at the pretty lady from the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed and sneered, "Xianxia, I bet you didn't expect to meet us here. The lady immediately lashed out at them. Luong, you despicable being. You poisoned my master. Today we'll settle things once and for all. Luong roared with laughter. Ha ha ha! There's no need to rush to your deaths. Let me introduce you to someone. He pointed at a young man standing behind him and he said, This is the young patriarch of the Azure Dragon race. Ao Bai. Chang Xiaoyuan's expression changed. The Azure Dragon race was one of the super races in the Origin lands. They ranked in the top 30s, and it was said that they possessed some sort of special relationship with the nine-eyed black tiger race. Soon after, Luong introduced several others, and all of them were eminent elder-level characters of the Azure Dragon race. Every single one of them possessed an extremely high status in the Origin lands. Even if the Patriarch of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed met them, he would have to lower his head. The Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed might be a superpower in the Origin lands, but they were far too lacking when compared to the Azure Dragon race. Luong felt a trace of delight sprouting in his heart when he looked at the reactions on the faces of those from the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed. Young Patriarch Ao Bai, Chang Xiaoyuan greeted. Our Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed has no enmity with your Azure Dragon race. I wonder what young Master Ao Bai is here for. A look of arrogance appeared on Ao Bai's face. I've heard about young Lady Cheng's beauty from Luong. You also have an innate golden dragon bloodline. I'm here to take a look for myself. After he spoke, he sized her up. You're really pretty. Ha ha ha. I'm looking for my 100th wife. And you're perfect to take the position. The faces of Chang Xiaoyuan and the members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed changed. Many thanks to young Master Ao Bai for your admiration. However, I'm not planning to get married anytime soon. Chang Xiaoyuan, you're too full of yourself. Young Master Ao Bai took a liking to you, and it's an honor for your Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed. Do you really think that you're special? If young Master Ao Bai is not planning to look for a lady with a dragon bloodline, you won't even catch his eye. Luong sneered. As the most talented cultivator in the younger generation of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed, Chang Xiaoyuan's talent was too scary for the Silver-Winged Creed to allow her to run free. If they allowed her to mature, she might turn into a threat that brought an end to their creed in the future. As such, they had always been thinking of ways to get rid of her. With Ao Bai's special technique, he would be able to suck her dry after they were married. He could absorb her bloodline and get rid of her talent. Moreover, the Silver-Winged race could use the chance to get closer to the Azure Dragon race by throwing Chang Xiaoyuan under the bus. That was a perfect combo for Luong, and he wouldn't give up on the chance. Chang Xiaoyuan glared at Luong and her face turned as red as a tomato. Since our young master has already spoken, you can come with us now. One of the eminent elders spoke to Chang Xiaoyuan. We will inform your patriarch about the time of the wedding soon. When everything is settled, we will send you some gifts. His tone was firm, and it seemed as though everything had already been set in stone. The members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed revealed ugly expressions. The Azure Dragon race was kidnapping their young lady in broad daylight. Moreover, they were only getting the invitation to attend the wedding, and they had no say in the details. What the fuck was that? It was clear as day that they didn't respect the wishes of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed at all. Chang Xiaoyuan is the young patriarch of our Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed, and she will not be leaving with you. One of the eminent elders of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed roared in anger. When the eminent elder of the Azure Dragon race heard what he said, he started to release his aura to suppress those of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed. The members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed retreated repeatedly, and even Chang Xiaoyuan failed to stand her ground. The strength of the eminent elder from the Azure Dragon race exceeded their expectations. They were only going up against a single eminent elder of the Azure Dragon race, but they felt as though they couldn't even put up a fight. The eminent elder of the Azure Dragon race sneered, Chang Xiaoyuan, follow us obediently. If you force us to make a move, everyone around you will die here. His threat couldn't be more obvious. A trace of delight bloomed in Lu Eng's heart. He really wanted to see what Chang Xiaoyuan would choose. Xiaoyuan, there's no need to bother about us. An eminent elder from the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed roared. He glared at Luong and the others. Even if we die today, they won't be able to bring you away. Leave. As soon as he spoke, the members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed sprung into action. They lunged at the members of the Azure Dragon race. Bai's expression turned cold and he harumphed. Kill them all! Leave the woman alive. Just as the members of the Azure Dragon race were about to make their move, a lightning dragon tore through the skies and sent every single expert from the Azure Dragon race flying. Everything happened too quickly and no one could react in time. The members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed and the Silver-Winged Creed stared at the scene before them in shock as their bodies froze. When everyone turned around, they saw a young man riding on a three-headed beast approaching them, and there were 12 experts standing behind him. Huang Xiaolong and the others quickly appeared in front of them. Little lady, we meet again. Lei Yu looked at Cheng Xiaoyuan and a smile formed on his face. When Cheng Xiaoyuan snapped back to reality, she nodded at Huang Xiaolong and the others. Fellow cultivators, we meet again. Many thanks for the assistance. She was a little embarrassed to realize that the people she didn't believe the day before who helped her get out of her predicament. When the members of the Silver-Winged Creed and the Azure Dragon race noticed that the group of newcomers were related to Cheng Xiaoyuan, their expressions fell. Who the hell are you? Do you know who you just injured? Those were the eminent elders of my Azure Dragon race. Bai took a step forward and he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother looking at him. Instead, it was Lei Yu who snickered in amusement. Azure Dragon race? What kind of garbage race is that? I've heard of the Lightning Phoenix race and the Nine-Eyed Black Tiger race, but this is the first time I've heard of the Azure Dragon race. Bai and the eminent elders of the Azure Dragon race stared at Lei Yu in shock. Their gazes soon turned unfriendly. Lei Yu was basically insulting their entire race. Your mount is too damn arrogant. Bai snorted at Huang Xiaolong. This is a matter between my Azure Dragon race and the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed. I hope all of you can refrain from interfering. If he wasn't afraid of the power displayed by Huang Xiaolong's group, he would have long since made his move. Get lost. The matter of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed will no longer have anything to do with you guys. His Highness will definitely be protecting those from the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed. Hijin couldn't help but sneer at Bai. If you refuse to scram, we'll make your heads roll out of our way. The expressions of those from the Azure Dragon race changed. Luong and the eminent elders from the Silver-Winged Creed stepped forward and chimed. You dumb pricks. Are you tired of living? Don't you know who young patriarch Bai is? Let me tell you guys right now. The Azure Dragon race is connected to the Nine-Eyed Black Tiger race by marriage. Their relationship is pretty good, and all of you should know that. Apologize to young Master right now and make yourself scarce. Otherwise, killing intent burst out from Luang's eyes. However, Lei Yu wasn't someone who would listen to the whinings and threats of an ant. With a single swept of his legs, Luang's head detached from his body and landed on one of the distant islands. As for his body, it slowly fell from the skies and it sank into the origin sea. Everyone who was watching the exchange felt their throats going dry. Even the members of the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. Cheng Xiaoyuan opened her cherry-red lips. Luong, who had been at odds with the Dark Lightning Holy Dragon Creed since a long time ago, was killed in an instant. Young Patriarch! The members of the Silver-Winged Creed screamed. Kill them! Countless eminent elders rushed over and roared at the top of their lungs. Before they could even arrive, Lei Yu, the Black Shadow Devil, and Hijin made their move. Mysterious light started to swirl about their fingertips, and a piercing light shot into the eyes of everyone present. When everyone finally fought to open their eyes, they could no longer see any traces of those from the Silver-Winged Creed. The experts of the Silver-Winged Creed who weren't at the eminent elder level stared at the scene in shock. Bai and the others felt the blood draining from their faces as fear gripped their hearts. The eminent elders of the Silver-Winged Creed might not be as strong as them, but they were still respectable experts. However, the other party killed them all in an instant. Get lost! Huang Xiaolong muttered once again. I'm only going to say this once more. Aobai and the others no longer hesitated as they ran away with their tails tucked between their legs. The experts of the silver-winged creed who were lucky enough to survive escaped as quickly as they could. Turning to look at Cheng Xiaoyuan, Huang Xiaolong revealed a smile on his face. I've already sent my subordinate over to your creed. In 2 months, the herbs will arrive. Cheng Xiaoyuan was stunned for a second, and she didn't know what to say. The Origin Sea is a dangerous place. All of you should return. Huang Xiaolong continued. Turning around, he left with Lei Yu and the others following behind him. As Cheng Xiaoyuan looked at his leaving figure, she didn't speak for a long time. Xiaoyuan? One of the eminent elders approached Cheng Xiaoyuan and asked, Do we? Let's keep looking around. We will see how things progress in 2 months. Cheng Xiaoyuan said after a slight hesitation. 2 days later, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived on one of the islands and Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock. Your Highness, is that? Lei Yu and the others widened their eyes in shock. That's the flower of time. Huang Xiaolong wasn't sure, and he looked into the Origin Sea. He felt a trace of energy in the air when he released his 3 Dao souls earlier. The fluctuations contained a mysterious energy that seemed to transcend the power of space. Flower of time. Lei Yu and the others exclaimed in shock. Lock down the entire region. Huang Xiaolong spoke to Hezhen. Nodding his head, Hezhen started to lay down several layers of formations. He knew how precious the herb was, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. He laid down countless formations silently without the slightest trace of disturbance in the air. Several moments later, when he was sure that he could trap the flower of time, Hezhen finally stopped. Huang Xiaolong stepped into the space above the island, and he was about to obtain the treasure when a group of experts flew over. It was Lei Qianqian, Hao Zhen, and the experts of their races. Hao Zhen held the mysterious Eye of Ice in his hand as he used his cosmos energy to push it to the limit. It emitted dense rays of light and all of a sudden, a brilliant ray of light shot towards the region Huang Xiaolong was in. Up ahead, Hao Zhen rejoiced as he pointed towards the island in front of them. Lei Qianqian revealed a smile on her face and she addressed those present. Everyone, retract your auras. Do not alarm the flower of time or the void reincarnation thistle. Taking the lead, she shot towards the island. However, a barrier of light stopped them just as they were about to approach the island. Lei Qianqian was stunned, and her expression fell. This is a Genesis-level formation. It was clear that someone had arrived before them. God damn it! Everyone on their side revealed an ugly expression. No matter how hard they tried, they failed to break through the formation set by Hezhen. As the myriad formation devil, Hezhen's lived up to his reputation. There was no way weaklings at their level would be able to shatter his restrictions. Which motherfucker laid down the formation? Hao Zhen raged. Get out here right now. As soon as he spoke, Huang Xiaolong and the others emerged from inside the formation. Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain 2 stalks of the flower of time, much to his surprise. He was in a great mood, but Hao Zhen and the others weren't. Their expressions were ugly when they looked at Huang Xiaolong's group who emerged from the restrictions. When he insulted the people who laid down the formation, he didn't expect it to be the human on board the Heaven Piercer. He didn't hate Huang Xiaolong that much to begin with, but when Huang Xiaolong showed his face once again, anger started to boil in Hao Zhen's heart. Killing intent swirled about in his eyes. Hee, it's you. He bared his teeth at Huang Xiaolong. When Lei Qianqian saw that it was Huang Xiaolong, an expression of shock flashed through her eyes. She didn't expect that the human would possess such a high level of luck. In the past, he managed to avoid Man Yihui's hunt, and now he managed to find the treasure before them. As soon as Huang Xiaolong emerged, the experts of the 2 races locked their auras onto them. Huang Xiaolong was a little stunned to see them appear before him. When his gaze turned to the treasure in Hao Zhen's hand, he seemed to have realized something. As it turned out, the 2 of them came all the way there to locate the flower of time. Hand the treasure over right now. Hao Zhen reached out and sneered. If you do, I'll spare your life. Huang Xiaolong snickered in amusement. Are you talking about this treasure? Two pretty little flowers appeared in Huang Xiaolong's hand after he spoke. They emitted a mysterious color, and they possessed a strange beauty. The space around the flowers twisted in a weird way. The flower of time wouldn't wither even after a quadrillion years. Even if the heavens were to crumble and the earths were to shatter, there was no way the flower of time would die. That was what everyone present felt. Flower of time. Lei Xianxia and the others screamed in joy. There were two of them. Hao Zhen's eyes flashed with greed, and even Lei Xianxia felt the blood rushing to her face. No one would be able to keep calm after seeing the flower of time, not even Huang Xiaolong. Of course, cultivators at the level of the god of creation were exceptions. Hurry up and hand it over! Hao Zhen roared happily, and he rushed over towards them. However, he failed to recall that there were restrictions set up all around him and he was flung backwards. Do you really think you can hide in there forever? Hao Zhen's face turned purple in anger. We'll be able to shatter your formations in a few days, and you'll be dead. Hide! Huang Xiaolong laughed. Why would I need to hide from you clowns? After he spoke, all of them left the formation. Hao Zhen couldn't help but look at Huang Xiaolong in shock. Lei Qianqian and the others couldn't understand Huang Xiaolong's actions either. They looked at Huang Xiaolong's confident face, and the experts of the two races looked at each other in shock. A cold sneer from Hao Zhen broke the silence. Brat, I don't care who you are. Hand it over right now and kneel before me. If I'm feeling good, I'll spare your life. The myriad formation devil, the black shadow devil, and the 10 beast kings looked at Hao Zhen like they were looking at a dead man walking. Huang Xiaolong wasn't angered in the slightest as he commanded, "Slap him!" Before the experts of the two races could respond, a figure appeared in front of Hao Zhen and a slap landed on his face. He spun several rounds before finally slamming into the ground, and one could only imagine how hard the slap was. When Hao Zhen finally stopped, he held his face only to realize that it had swelled up to more than 5 times its original size. Blood sprayed from his nose and blood was leaking from every hole it could find. The slap made him unable to discern which direction he was looking at. His brain started to buzz incessantly. The experts of the two races were shocked. Hao Zhen was the strongest and most talented expert of the younger generation of the Origin lands. If he entered the extermination list of the Origin Holy World, he would definitely be as strong as Li Tianyao of the Destiny race. However, he was slapped so badly his mother wouldn't recognize him. Lei Qianqian was shocked and she looked at the black shadow devil standing beside Huang Xiaolong. Who are you? They could see that Huang Xiaolong didn't move at all. Instead, it was the black-robed expert who slapped Hao Zhen. With his strength, he would definitely be in existence who ranked in the top 50s of the extermination list. Black Shadow Devil. His voice was a little raspy as he introduced himself. Black Shadow Devil? That was the first time they were hearing his title. Right before Lei Qianqian could speak, another group of people appeared on the horizon. More than 30 of them could be seen, and He Zhen, the myriad formation devil, muttered, "Destiny race." The members of the Lightning Phoenix race and Nine-Eyed Black Tiger race felt their expressions changing the moment they heard what He Zhen said. Even Lei Qianqian turned a little serious. The Destiny race was the strongest race in the Origin Holy World. Based on that alone, the members of the two races raised their guards to the highest level. Compared to the serious expressions on the faces of those from the Origin lands, Huang Xiaolong watched the newcomers with an amused expression. He didn't think that he would run into the members of the Destiny race too. Originally, he was planning to take a trip down to their headquarters after he located the Tree of Origin. Were the members of the Destiny race here for the Flower of Time too? Indeed, the newcomers were Li Tianyao and the members of the Destiny race. They headed straight towards Huang Xiaolong and the others as they felt the aura of the Flower of Time. However, they were a little shocked to discover so many people. "Young Master, that's the Flower of Time," an eminent elder of the Destiny race screamed when he looked at the two flowers Huang Xiaolong was holding. Li Tianyao nodded his head and he looked at it. By the time they arrived, Hao Zhen, who was slapped so hard he couldn't breathe right, returned to his senses. Killing intent rose in his heart, and he roared, "You're asking for death!" That was the most humiliated he had ever been. He was slapped in front of the experts of his race, and Xianxia was there to witness the sorry sight. Roar! Turning into a black tiger that was as large as a mountain, he leaped towards Huang Xiaolong's party. No! The eminent elders of the nine-eyed black tiger race screamed in terror, but they were too late. The black shadow devil raised his ringer, and a terrifying amount of energy swallowed Hao Zhen. He started to shrink as the space around him started to constrict. The experts of the lightning phoenix race and nine-eyed black tiger race were shocked. In the ancient era city, the black shadow devil used the power of space to kill Man Long of the silver-horned barbarian locust race. However, they didn't realize that he had reached the major completion stage in the power of space. They felt that no matter how accomplished the black shadow devil was, he would only be at the minor completion stage. The difference in power between someone who reached the major completion stage and someone at the minoral completion stage wasn't small. When everyone was still stuck in a state of shock, the eminent elders of the nine-eyed black tiger race charged towards the black shadow devil. There were 4 eminent elders who moved in unison, and they used the power of darkness in unison. They were at different stages in their comprehension, but their power was amplified when they worked together. The strength contained in the strike almost rivaled someone who reached the grand competition stage in the power of darkness. A snort left the black shadow devil's lips. He slapped out with his left hand. The combined strike of the 4 eminent elders started to spread out like an endless tide. At the same time, the 4 of them felt a pressure they had never felt before expanding in their bodies. They were like balloons that started to expand, and in their shock they retreated several steps back. A snort rang through the air as a ray of black light shot towards the black shadow devil. Reaching out hastily to block the sudden strike, the black shadow devil was forced to retreat. Everyone turned around to look at the person who made the sudden attack, and it was a skinny old elder from the nine-eyed black tiger race. Black runes covered his eyes, and his hand emitted several rays of bright light. In an instant, Hao Zhen was brought to his side. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. He could see that the skinny old expert reached perfection level in the power of darkness, and he reached the peak of the major completion stage in the power of lightning. It was no wonder the man could force the black shadow devil to take a step back. However, the black shadow devil was merely careless. With the power of space at the major completion stage, he was more than capable of dodging the strike. As soon as Hao Zhen returned to the skinny elder's side, he felt like he made a 180-degree turn from the gates of hell. Many thanks to eminent elder Hao Duo. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Hao Zhen thanked the skinny old elder who saved him. "Young master, there's no need to act so formally." He turned to Huang Xiaolong and sneered, "Hand over the flower of time and we can ensure your safe retreat." The black shadow devil was strong, but he wasn't strong enough to take them all on. The 2 races had more than 100 experts present, and all of them were powerhouses. Moreover, he didn't know how strong the other subordinates of the young man standing before them were. Xianxia kept silent, and she agreed with Hao Duo. After all, there was someone who had reached the major completion stage in the power of space among Huang Xiaolong's subordinates. Hao Zhen screamed when he heard Hao Duo's suggestion. "No! Eminent Elder Hao Duo! We cannot allow the kid to escape." Li Tianyao, who had remained silent all this while, spoke. "My destiny race will be taking the flower of time." Turning to Li Tianyao, Xianxia muttered, "My name is Xianxia. May I know how I should address you?" She might be the number 1 genius in the origin lands, but she hadn't seen Li Tianyao previously. When Li Tianyao heard who it was, he was shocked. He had long since heard of her, and she was comparable to the son of Mystic. That would mean that she was both stronger and more talented than him. "As it turns out, your Princess Xianxia. I am Li Tianyao." Even though they had already guessed as much, the members of the Lightning Phoenix race were stunned when they heard him admit it. Even Hao Zhen turned to stare at him. "Son of Mystic, welcome to the origin lands." Xianxia's voice rang through the skies. "There are 2 flowers of time, and this belongs to our origin lands. Even if young Master Li obtains it, you won't be able to bring it back to your destiny race. What do you say about that?" A frown formed on the faces of those from the Destiny race. Returning to the Destiny race when being pursued by the various origin races in the origin lands wouldn't be an easy feat. Li Tianyao harumphed in response. I only wish to acquire a single stock. That's as far as we will go. Ere he spoke, he turned to point at one of the eminent elders of the Destiny race. This is eminent elder Li Shua from my Destiny race. Li Shua. The faces of everyone present changed. He was the second strongest expert in the Destiny race, and he ranked 8th on the extermination list. Moreover, there were rumors that said that he was trying to remain low-key. With his strength, it was possible for him to enter the top 5 ranks on the extermination list. Even the Black Shadow Devil and Hao Duo took a double take when they looked at Li Shua. Lei Xianxia looked at the experts around her and they communicated among themselves. Eventually, Lei Xianxia nodded. All right, we shall part with a single stock. As Di Shuang and the others received orders to specifically keep silent, they watched the spectacle from the sidelines. Hearing how they were splitting up the treasure, Di Shuang felt as though he was looking at a bunch of clowns. Li Shua, ranked 8th on the extermination list, to Di Shuang, all of them were nothing more than a punch away from death. The only way he would be able to enjoy the battle would be if the Destiny Patriarch appeared personally. Are you guys done? Huang Xiaolong finally spoke up. When the words left his lips, everyone paused to stare at him. Huang Xiaolong kept the flower of time into the sun-moon furnace and he swept his gaze across those present. With an impassive voice, he spoke. None of you will be able to escape today. When they heard what he said, everyone stared at him in shock. They thought that they had misheard him. Hao Zhen roared with laughter the next instant. Eminent Elder Hao Duo, you heard him. Even if you wish to let him leave, he isn't planning to let us leave. A sarcastic smile formed on his face. His face had already returned to its original appearance, and the only thing left was a faint mark of the Black Shadow Devil's palm. Since it was imbued with the power of space, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the mark so easily. Hao Duo's expression sank and he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Brat, are you really planning to keep the flower of time? Also, you better start explaining yourself. Some things can't be taken back once spoken. No longer able to contain himself, Lei Yu lashed out. Who the fuck do you think you are, old fart? Why does His Highness need to explain anything to you? Not even the 10 overlords of your origin lands will be qualified to force His Highness to explain himself. The experts of the Lightning Phoenix race and the 9-eyed Black Tiger race raged. When they heard the insult to their overlords, the members of the origin lands could no longer control themselves. Hao Dao slapped towards Lei Yu with an attack stronger than the one that stopped the Black Shadow Devil previously. You're just a mere mount. How dare you disrespect the 10 overlords? You deserve to die. He released his power of darkness perfection level and the power of lightning at the major completion stage as soon as he spoke. Almost in the same moment the palm force hit. Lei Yu roared, and thick, dense streaks of lightning rampaged, accompanied by glaring radiance and billowing crimson blaze. Before the 3 races' shocked gazes, Lei Yu raised his front paw to meet with the attack head-on. Rumble. The 9-eyed Black Tiger race's eminent elder Hao Duo, who had haughtily permitted Huang Xiaolong to leave safely after handing out the flower of time, seemed to be struck by a great force, and his body stiffened. Then he staggered back uncontrollably into the group of Black Tiger race's experts. Hao Duo suppressed his roiling blood flow as he stared fixedly at Lei Yu. You wield perfection level absolute lightning power, major completion radiance power and absolute blaze. The slave mount he had reprimanded earlier was actually a supreme expert that was many times stronger than him. A heavy silence filled the atmosphere. Even experts from the Destiny race were too shocked to react. Other than an expert that wielded the major completion power of space, there was another great expert by this youngster's side. Moreover, it was the youngster's mount. Experts all around could see that the 3-headed beast's strength was comparable to an existence on the extermination list's top 15. Yet such an expert was actually this young man's beast mount. Lei Qianqian's face turned several shades of white in just a few moments. and she recalled hearing the silver-horned barbarian locust race's patriarch Man Yihui leading a group of experts to hunt Huang Xiaolong. All along, all of them had assumed that Huang Xiaolong had avoided Man Yihui's pursuit by a stroke of luck. But now, the truth didn't seem to be so. Even Man Yihui, who possessed strength comparable to an expert on the extermination list's top 20, wasn't a match against this youngster's beast mount. It seems like the youngsters' group collided with Man Yihui's group and forced Man Yihui's group back and safely left the Black Frost Abyss. Lei Xianxia guessed inwardly. I didn't expect there to be two great experts by your side. The Destiny race's eminent elder Li Shuo said to Huang Xiaolong. These two experts by your side are strong indeed, however. Even if the two of them join hands, I am confident that I can suppress them completely. So, it's better you hand over the flower of time. Li Shuo went on contemplatively. We don't want much, just one stalk. They didn't care whether Huang Xiaolong, the Lightning Phoenix race, or Nine-Eyed Black Tiger race got the remaining stalk. Huang Xiaolong sneered inwardly at those words. It seems Li Shuo and his group were treating his words as a fart, as he had already stated that none of them could leave. Just as Lei Xianxia opened her mouth, wanting to say something, Huang Xiaolong's indifferent voice sounded, "Fan, the 9 of you handle this. It's fine as long as they're not dead." Huang Xiaolong supplemented. "Yes, your highness." Fan and the other 8 beast kings nodded and complied. Lei Xianxia, Li Shuo, and the others were dumbfounded by Huang Xiaolong's decision. Li Shuo sneered sarcastically. As long as they're not dead? He then shifted his gaze onto the 9 beast kings. What a big tone you have, relying on these slave subordinates of yours. Today, I'll... Before Li Shuo could finish his sentence, Fan and the 8 beast kings disappeared in a blur and reappeared in the air right before him. All 9 struck out with their palms, 18 strikes in all, and various elements of perfection-level absolute powers filled the sky. It was as if the whole sea of origin was being flipped upside down. Li Shuo's initial nonchalant expression suddenly changed as he looked at Fan's group in shock. They are? Step back. Li Shuo roared at the Destiny race's experts behind him, his voice trembling with fear, as he pushed his power of absolute time and space to the limit. The space before him elongated as the river of time rippled. Li Shuo was attempting to segregate the space between him and Fan's group, and slow down their attacks at the same time. But it was futile. Li Shuo's power of space shattered under the pressure of a dozen perfection-level absolute powers from Fan's group of 9, and the river of time cut off. No power of space or time stood a chance against the 9 people's violent force. Boom! 18 palms landed on Li Shuo's body. Pop! In the same instant, 18 blasts thundered in the sky. The armor protecting Li Shuo from head to toe exploded into dust, and Li Shuo himself was sent flying towards the distant island, dragging hundreds of meters tall waves, before crashing down hard. The rumbling continued as the remnant force from the 9 people's attacks swirled around, jarring Lei Xianxia, Li Tianyao, Hao Duo, and the others' minds. Lei Xianxia, Li Tianyao, Hao Duo, and the others stared stupidly in the direction Li Shuo was sent flying away. They sensed the vast energy surging around Fan and the other 8 experts, and blood drained from their faces from terror as they trembled. Li Tianyao looked at Fan's group in disbelief. He had sensed his father, the Destiny race's patriarch's strongest momentum, and each one in Fan's group exuded momentum comparable to his father. No, these 9 people, especially 3 among them, were stronger than his father. The Nine-Eyed Black Tiger race's young patriarch, Hao Zheng, was pale to his lips from fear. This kind of momentum could only be found on 10 overlords of Origin lands. These 9 people were as strong as the Origin land's 10 overlords, but it was more frightening that these 9 people were merely a young man's slaves. Hao Zheng felt that he almost could not control his bladder as he remembering that he had sent people to warn Huang Xiaolong on the Heaven Piercer, claiming that Huang Xiaolong and his slaves would be thrown off the flying ship if they make a further ruckus. He recalled how he had taunted Huang Xiaolong for merely being lucky to escape Man Yihui's pursuit. 9 honorable lords. Lei Xianxia cautiously approached Fan's group and started speaking when Fan and the other 8 once again launched another attack. The 9 of them appeared in front of the 9-eyed Black Tiger race's eminent elder Hao Duo. Hao Duo and other 9-eyed Black Tiger race's eminent elders were frightened half to death when Difan's group was suddenly right in front of them. Even a great expert on the extermination list like Li Shuo was hit until his life and death remained a question. Then what's more to the little shrimps and fishes like them? Would they be tortured to scums? Run! Hao Duo roared. Earlier, Li Shuo had shouted for them to step back, but Hao Duo directly roared for his group to run. There was not a shred of hesitation. At the same time, Hao Duo pushed his small world's energy to the limit, and his absolute power surged violently. Other Black Tiger race experts did the same thing, circulating their cosmos energy to the limit in an attempt to block the attack from Difan's group. The several Black Tiger race eminent elders' absolute darkness power combined together, creating an environment of endless darkness with no hope of light. It felt as if the whole world had fallen into never-ending darkness. However, as darkness condensed, spread, and drowned the surrounding, suddenly, a thunderous blast shook the skies, as if the darkness was forcefully torn apart by an invisible beast. In the next second, Hao Duo and all the eminent elders suffered a blow, and were sent flying, Hao Zhang included. No 9-eyed Black Tiger race experts were spared. When Hao Duo roared at the others to run, Xianxia and other Black Tiger race's experts turned into streaks of light to flee the scene. However, they barely turned around when their paths were blocked by Death Beast King Dishuang. Seeing their paths were blocked, Xianxia blurted out in a hurry and anger, "Dog of a slave, get the fuck out of the way!" Power of major completion, absolute lightning and absolute wind gathered and blasted towards Dishuang. One finger strike caused the heaven and earth to crumble. All living beings crouched before the power of Dishuang's finger strike, and silence filled heaven and earth as if the life and death of all living creatures hung upon the power gathering in Dishuang's finger. Whoever he allowed to live would live, and who he wanted dead would die. Dishuang's finger force did not contain any absolute energy, yet Xianxia and the others turned deathly pale. Only when one's comprehension of Grand Tao had reached a certain threshold, one could exert this level of force that was comparable to a god of creation. "Princess, watch out!" Sensing the terrifying power gathered in Dishuang's finger, the Lightning Phoenix race's eminent elders screamed out warnings as they threw attacks of various energies towards Dishuang. Colors of radiance, darkness, lightning, and blaze splashed over the horizon. Seeing this, Dishuang raised his other hand and spread out his fingers, and the moment his fingers spread apart, all the Lightning Phoenix race's experts felt like heaven and earth was pulled into his palm. They became small as ants, and Dishuang's palm became the sky above their heads, and the earth below their feet. 6 great absolute energies of darkness, poison, metal, frost, wind, and blaze roiled under the suppression of this palm, trying to break out. Xianxia and the Lightning Phoenix race's experts were knocked into the air almost simultaneously. Blood dyed the surroundings crimson. After witnessing this sight, Li Tianyao and other Destiny race's experts, who were about to flee, stopped their movements abruptly. They didn't dare to move even an inch. "You all are the Death Beasts Perila Land's 10 Beast Kings." One of the Destiny race's eminent elders blurted out with difficulty as he looked at Dishuang, Difan, and the others, Lightning Phoenix race and Black Tiger race's experts, who were swept into the distance, felt their hearts stopped upon hearing that. The Death Beasts Peril Land's 10 Beast Kings. On top of that, even the leader of the 10 Beast Kings was there. Xianxia was horror-struck as she stared at Dishuang. Needless to say, this was the leader of the 10 Beast Kings, Dishuang. She should have thought of this early on because only the 10 Beast Kings from the Death Beasts Peril Land possessed such horrifying strength. The 10 Beast Kings. She looked at Huang Xiaolong in bewildered shock. This young man, could he be? Xianxia wasn't the only one, as even Li Tianyao and other Destiny race's experts were looking at Huang Xiaolong with the same bewilderment. Clearly, they had reached the same thought as Xianxia. Huang Xiaolong had previously defeated the Origin Holy World Master Xianxia, and battled and subjugated the 9 of the Beast Kings alone. All these things were no secrets, What dumbfounded Lei Qianxian, Li Tianyao, and others was that the leader of the Beast Kings, Di Shuang, had also submitted to Huang Xiaolong. Lei Qianxian was aware that the Origin Land's 10 overlords had considered cooperating with Di Shuang to fight against Huang Xiaolong. Yet Di Shuang was already Huang Xiaolong's slave. Huang Xiaolong's cold gaze swept over Lei Qianxian, Li Tianyao, and others, and as he noted the expressions on their faces, he knew that these people had guessed his identity. Thus, he said, "Since you all already know my identity, kneel and submit." However, Hao Zhang could be heard muttering under his breath, "Huang Xiaolong, don't forget that this is the Origin Lands, and even if your strength can pierce the sky, you're no match against the 10 overlords of our land. Our lords can borrow the power of Origin Lands, and they are invincible on this land." "Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong asked indifferently. Hao Zhang thought Huang Xiaolong was feeling the pressure, and he was planning to continue speaking. However, Huang Xiaolong raised a finger, and in the next second, a bloody hole appeared between Hao Zheng's eyebrows. Hao Zheng's body stiffened, and never could he have imagined that Huang Xiaolong would kill him so suddenly. "Your Highness!" Hao Duo and other Black Tiger race experts' cries rang across the air, as Hao Zheng's body incinerated and turned into a pile of ashes. Gray ashes scattered across the Origin Sea by the sea wind. "My words are only said once," Huang Xiaolong stated coldly. He couldn't care less about 10 overlords. With his current strength, even if the 10 overlords joined hands, he could crush them just the same. Not to mention that he has the 10 Beast Kings by his side now. Oh! An hour later, Huang Xiaolong looked at the people kneeling before him, and Lei Qianxian and Li Tianyao were among them. He shot the creation mark into their Dao souls, before allowing them to get up. Li Tianyao and the Destiny Race's experts were smart enough. They were the first ones to submit to Huang Xiaolong, and upon seeing that, Lei Qianxian and the Lightning Phoenix race followed suit. Only the Black Tiger race continued with futile resistance and ended up having 7 to 8 of their experts getting killed by the 10 Beast Kings. Later on, Huang Xiaolong learned about the appearance of the Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle from Lei Qianxian and Li Tianyao. On the Origin seaside, in the nearby sea area, there were many Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle. How many exactly? Neither Lei Qianxian nor Li Tianyao knew about it, but one thing was for certain, that there were a lot. This was an unexpected pleasant surprise for Huang Xiaolong. In that case, there are more than 2 stalks of Flower of Time in this area? Immediately, Huang Xiaolong, Di Shuang, Lei Yu, and the others spread out and searched. With Lei Qianxian's mysterious Eye of Ice and Li Tianyao as well as the Destiny Race experts' deduction abilities, in the subsequent several months, Huang Xiaolong found a dozen of stalks Flower of Time, and even more Void Reincarnation Thistle, and there were more than 50 of them. Huang Xiaolong was over the moon. But several months later, after Huang Xiaolong flipped the sea area over, they didn't find any more Flower of Time or Void Reincarnation Thistle. Huang Xiaolong finally gave up and continued further in the Origin Sea. Huang Xiaolong ordered Lei Qianxian, Li Tianyao, and the others to return to the Origin Lands, leaving only Lu Shua among them by his side. Dangers lurked everywhere in the deeper parts of Origin Sea, and layers of restrictive formations were the norm. Among the 3 races, Li Shua was the only one who wouldn't drag him back in this environment. Moreover, Li Shua had comprehended the powers of absolute time and space, and having Li Shua stay beside Huang Xiaolong would assist his comprehension in both powers. Mastering both the power of time and space, Li Shua's deduction ability was higher than others, which was a bigger help to Huang Xiaolong in locating the Son of Mystic. In the subsequent days, Huang Xiaolong continued deeper into the Origin Sea as he looked for the Son of Mystic and Tree of Origin while refining Flowers of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistles, with the intention of comprehending the power of absolute time and space. A year's time went by quickly. Huang Xiaolong's group stopped above a certain golden island in the depths of Origin Sea, looking at the roaring waves before them. Space cracks filled their sights, as surging violent energy filled every inch of the world. Even Di Shuang, the leader of the Beast Kings, looked apprehensive. "You guys wait for me here. If I don't come out after 10 years, leave the Origin Sea," Huang Xiaolong said to Di Shuang, Lei Yu, and the rest. "I will contact you when I come out." Even someone with sea-long strength would have difficulty going further. Thus, it was better to let them wait there for him. After exhorting Di Shuang and the rest, Huang Xiaolong accelerated and flew further in. At one point, even Huang Xiaolong's Tao body of heaven and earth, that had gone beyond perfection level, couldn't endure the volatile energy around him. Therefore, he transformed into the golden dragon of creation to continue onwards. After transforming into the dragon of creation, Huang Xiaolong immediately felt that the pressure on him had reduced significantly. Hence, he accelerated forward. It seems like the son of mystic has left the origin sea? Huang Xiaolong wondered to himself as he surveyed the broken space in front of him. The world-destroying violent energy in the broken space up ahead was roaring in his ears. Even a majestic beast king such as Di Shuang couldn't withstand this degree of world-destroying energy. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong believed that the son of mystic couldn't as well, irrespective of the many various treasures he had. Huang Xiaolong was disappointed. He was betting on the son of mystic knowing Huang Shuai's whereabouts, as well as the identity of the main mystical pavilion master. If he couldn't find the son of mystic, then there was no hope of finding Huang Shuai and retrieving the Huanglong Cape. I can only find another way in the future, Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly. After finding the Tree of Origin, he would continue to search for the son of mystic to get hold of Huang Shuai's whereabouts. Huang Xiaolong didn't believe he couldn't find the son of mystic and Huang Shuai with an entire holy world's effort. Huang Xiaolong pulled himself together and focused on finding the Tree of Origin. Since he wouldn't be able to find the son of mystic there, then he absolutely wouldn't get the Tree of Origin. Huang Xiaolong pushed his 3 Tao souls to the limit. But another year passed with no harvest. There wasn't a sign of the Tree of Origin. However, along the way, Huang Xiaolong found a dozen strands of origin qi and many other Genesis-level herbs. He also picked more than a few stalks of Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation thistles. 4 years went by in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong had entered the deepest part of the origin sea. All that was within his sight was rolling high waves and more rolling high waves. There was nothing else, not even a small barren island. In the 4 major directions was nothingness except for the waves, and there was no sky and no land. Huang Xiaolong even got a vague feeling that north, south, east, and west didn't exist. There was no sunlight, no way of distinguishing direction, and there was no air. In the entire space was the robust energy of creation. But this energy couldn't be absorbed as it was too violent and there didn't seem to be any benefit in absorbing it. Upon arriving at this place, Huang Xiaolong's cosmos energy began to deplete rapidly. But fortunately, Huang Xiaolong had the Huanglong bloodline and 3 small worlds cosmos energy. Supported by these 2 sources, heaven and earth energy and grand Tao energy poured down from the Huanglong world's void into Huang Xiaolong's body, filling his 3 small worlds. This continuously replenished Huang Xiaolong's 3 small worlds. At this moment, Huang Xiaolong understood why no one had ever managed to cross the origin sea. It was because upon reaching here, the consumption of cosmos energy was too much of a burden, and without the support of cosmos energy, no matter how one's physical body was, it couldn't withstand the violent energy in this place. Another 4 years went by. From the time Huang Xiaolong had entered, it was almost a decade. Huang Xiaolong had lost track of how many millions of miles he had flown to reach there. Based on his speed, flying non-stop for 10 years, he could probably cross several holy worlds, yet he still had not reached the other end of the origin sea. In this place, there was not a living creature. Even heaven and earth were non-existent, so were life and death. There was neither yin nor yang or the concept of space. It was a tortuous feeling, an extreme loneliness and emptiness, as if he was abandoned and forgotten by the world. These negative feelings threatened to overcome Huang Xiaolong. The average peak late 9th esteemed Tao Venerable wouldn't be able to stay there even for a second, so what would 10 years and above do? But the longer Huang Xiaolong stayed there, he discovered his 3 Tao souls became sharper. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong's comprehension of Grand Tao actually deepened. In this place, Huang Xiaolong had no sense of time and space, but the longer he stuck around, he began to understand something about time and space that he had failed to before. Huang Xiaolong was thrilled. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years went by. It has been almost 20 years since Huang Xiaolong entered the depths of Origin Sea. Yet he had to see the edge of the sea. Is there really no end? Even Huang Xiaolong couldn't help suspecting that. There were many myths and legends about the Origin Sea, and many said that at the end of Origin Sea was the Tree of Origin, but there were also those that believed that there was no end to the Origin Sea. Even if there was the other end, only someone who wielded 13 elements of absolute powers could reach there. Despite his doubts, Huang Xiaolong continued flying onwards. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong comprehended the power of time and space. In the last decade, his comprehension in time and space powers had increased greatly. Earlier, he was merely knocking at the door, trying to open it, and now he could almost twist the knob open. If this continued, he was certain that he could successfully comprehend the power of space and time within 100 years. Therefore, even if there was no end to the Origin Sea, and the Tree of Origin wasn't there, he would stay there for 100 years before leaving. 100 years was certainly enough for him to grasp the power of time and space, and his 13 elements of power would be complete. Huang Xiaolong continued onwards. Time was no longer on his mind. 11 elements of absolute powers swirled around his dragon body in ever-changing manifestations of Grand Tao. Not knowing how much time had passed, Huang Xiaolong, who was flying forward, suddenly felt a light blinding his sight. He was stunned and looked over at a supercontinent that was suspended, and in the center of the supercontinent was a towering tree like Huang Xiaolong had never seen before. This towering tree seemed to be born of every kind of energy between heaven and earth, and a prism of halos shone from the tree trunk, emitting an energy that Huang Xiaolong was extremely familiar with, Origin Qi. Huang Xiaolong trembled. Is this the Tree of Origin? It's the Tree of Origin. Tree of Origin. Huang Xiaolong couldn't contain his joy and roared with laughter. As happy as a kid. The Tree of Origin is really at the Origin Sea. I have finally found the Tree of Origin. Huang Xiaolong accelerated and soon reached the supercontinent. Looking at the Tree of Origin that exuded halos of myriad colors, he could barely suppress the excitement filling his chest. This was the Tree of Origin, the greatest tree in the Huanglong world, and it was the source of origin. All kinds of energy that existed in the Huanglong world originated from this Tree of Origin. But when Huang Xiaolong approached the Tree of Origin, a feeling of extreme danger kicked in. He didn't have time to think about anything else and retreated in haste. Almost in the same instant, Huang Xiaolong moved away from the spot he was standing. A giant paw slammed down from the void. The spot where Huang Xiaolong stood shattered, and chaotic and violent energy swept out for miles and miles on the supercontinent. Huang Xiaolong was genuinely startled. The power of this blow was definitely the strongest he had ever seen so far. Even after exerting his full force, he could not unleash this level of attack. Huang Xiaolong raised his head and saw that above the supercontinent, a great behemoth of a beast was descending. This behemoth of a beast exuded an ethereal aura, making it hard for Huang Xiaolong to grasp. He was currently in his creation dragon form, and his body stretched for miles, yet the beast in front of him was bigger. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed. This behemoth of a beast looked like it was assembled with parts of a dragon, phoenix, qilin, and elephant, and its appearance reminded Huang Xiaolong of the origin beast he had encountered in the outer peripheral region of Origin Sea. But ever since they had entered the depths of Origin Sea, they had not seen any more of those origin beasts, and there was one here. It was so huge and terrifying. While Huang Xiaolong was slightly in awe of the behemoth beast, the beast spoke. The son of creation? Its voice rumbled with the surroundings like 10,000 thunderbolts roiling simultaneously. It is I. Huang Xiaolong exhaled silently and admitted. Your strength is not bad to be able to reach here, the behemoth beast commented. However, you're disillusioned if you think you can take away the Tree of Origin. Looking at the sake of the God of creation. Leave. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. I must take away the Tree of Origin. Two beams of light shot out from the behemoth beast's ocean-sized pupils, straight at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong raised his enormous dragon claws and met the attacks head-on. Rumble. Huang Xiaolong was sent flying by an overwhelming force, tumbling uncontrollably out of the supercontinent. When he managed to steady himself, great waves of shock hit his heart. Although he did not use any absolute powers, he was in his creation dragon form. Not to mention his Tao body of heaven and earth failed to withstand a casual attack from the beast. He did not use any absolute powers, neither did the other side. The behemoth beast merely used his grand Tao energy. After sending Huang Xiaolong flying, the beast mocked Huang Xiaolong with undisguised disdain in his eyes. You want to take away the tree of origin relying on your meager strength? Huang Xiaolong's face sank as he stared straight at the beast and let out a resounding roar. 11 elements of absolute powers surged rapidly around him. With a flick of his tail, Huang Xiaolong arrived in front of the beast. 3 small worlds' cosmos energy was pushed to the limit, concentrated in his dragon claw as it slammed down on the beast. World-destroying energy from 11 elements of absolute energies burst out in glaring rays of lights. Yet, targeted by Huang Xiaolong's world-destroying dragon claw containing 11 absolute powers, the behemoth beast was unperturbed at all. It raised its claw that was bigger than Huang Xiaolong's dragon claw, countering Huang Xiaolong's attack directly. Arrarara rumble. Ear-splitting blasts thundered and Huang Xiaolong was sent flying once again. This time around, Huang Xiaolong was blasted further than the first time. As Huang Xiaolong tumbled away, violent energy tore a space path across the distance. When Huang Xiaolong stopped, something hot surged up Huang Xiaolong's throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. Huang Xiaolong looked at the beast in astonishment. There were 13 kinds of lights swirling around the behemoth beast's body. 13 different lights that represented 13 kinds of absolute energies. 13 kinds. That's right, 13 kinds. On the other hand, he had only comprehended 11 elements of absolute powers. All this time, it had never crossed Huang Xiaolong's mind that there might be someone, or a beast, who had mastered all 13 elements of energies. This behemoth beast had already mastered the power of time and space. That was not all. Each kind of absolute power had been cultivated to the major completion level. On top of that, 7 of the 13 absolute powers had reached perfection level. There were 13 elements of absolute powers, with 7 of them at perfection level and others at major completion level or higher. Huang Xiaolong's heartbeat quickened due to shock. The behemoth beast noted Huang Xiaolong's astonishment, and his disdain grew stronger. I've already told you that you're dreaming if you're thinking of taking away the tree of origin. I was born during the creation of the world, and I am the origin holy world's very first fierce beast. I am the most ancient living creature of the origin holy world, and I have been cultivating under the tree of origin for countless eras. In the entire Huanglong world, I am invincible, and no one is my opponent, even you, the son of creation. Even if you have the support of Huanglong world's energy, you're no match against me. Before I change my mind, you'd better leave quickly. As the beast said this, a fierce light gleamed in its eyes. Or, I would destroy you just the same even if you're the son of creation. Huang Xiaolong's expression darkened at those words. Even if you have comprehended 13 elements of absolute powers, I will take away the tree of origin just the same. If he retreated this time, who can say for sure the beast won't move away from the tree of origin? Despite knowing that he wasn't the beast's opponent, he had the Huanglong armor. He had the Huanglong twin blades, 2 creation artifacts. A harsh snicker escaped the beast's mouth. Relying on merely 5 perfection-level absolute powers? As it asked, a strange light gleamed in its pupils. However, it's surprising that you've actually had 3 small worlds. But it is as expected of the son of creation. He was born at the same time of creation. His bloodline was more powerful than anyone even though it cannot be compared to the Huanglong bloodline, and in fact it wasn't that much weaker. However, he had only managed to nurture 1 small world. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's power of nirvana roiled as he circulated the soaring dragon art. Huanglong world's energy nourished his body, healing his injuries. The body of creation dragon, perfection-level power of nirvana. Amazing healing abilities indeed. The beast praised, watching Huang Xiaolong recover. Although it had 7 absolute powers at perfection level, its power of time, space, and nirvana have not reached perfection level. Its power of nirvana was merely at the peak of major completion, and it was stuck, unable to advance to perfection. Every time it felt like the power of nirvana was going to advance, there was a heavenly will that disrupted the progress. Huang Xiaolong did not respond with words but with his action. In a flicker, he once again arrived in front of the behemoth beast, and this time Huang Xiaolong's 3 Tao souls, 12 Saint Fates, 3 small worlds cosmos energy, and 11 kinds of absolute powers were pushed to the limit. Boom! The behemoth once again met with Huang Xiaolong's attack head-on. Huang Xiaolong was knocked far into the distance, spurting blood from his mouth. His injuries were more severe this time. Even though the behemoth beast did not retaliate at full force, it did increase the force of its attack. And Huang Xiaolong could tell it was from the beast's full strength. The power of 13 absolute powers was so terrifying. After being smashed away, Huang Xiaolong attacked again. Huang Xiaolong was sent flying again and again, but he came back every time. After a dozen times, the behemoth beast finally got annoyed and snarled, "Since you're adamant to die, don't blame me." As its voice rumbled, its entire body moved. All along, it had merely used its 2 front claws to deal with Huang Xiaolong. But now it stood up. Huang Xiaolong immediately felt as if the entire origin sea was shaking. Boom! Before Huang Xiaolong reacted, the beast's claws slammed onto Huang Xiaolong's creation dragon body. Huang Xiaolong was smashed into the distance, feeling as if his body would explode. The beast's 13 kinds of powers wreaked havoc inside Huang Xiaolong's body. Too fast. The beast's movement was too fast. So fast that Huang Xiaolong didn't have time to react. Huang Xiaolong couldn't capture the beast's movement at all. The beast snickered. "My power of time and space have reached perfection level. Adding the perfection level of absolute wind power, no one in the Huanglong world can contend with my speed. And so, this is a one-sided beating." And its body moved before the last word sounded. Huang Xiaolong didn't have time to think at all, and he immediately called out the Huanglong armor. Rumble! The Huanglong armor had just risen to the surface of Huang Xiaolong's body, and the beast's claws came slamming down again. Huang Xiaolong was sent flying once more. His blood flow became chaotic, but this time, he did not cough up blood. "Ei!" the beast exclaimed in slight surprise, staring at Huang Xiaolong for a split second, then exclaimed, "Huanglong armor!" Its brows furrowed, looking displeased as it had not expected that Huang Xiaolong to have obtained the Huanglong armor. It then snorted, "So what if you have the Huanglong armor? Let's see how many of my attacks you can withstand." With that said, it disappeared in a flicker, and its claws targeted Huang Xiaolong for the umpteenth time. However, as the beast's attacks grew frenzied, it was unable to break the Huanglong armor's defenses. As a creation artifact, the Huanglong armor was part of the only set of creation artifacts in the entire Huanglong world. How could it be broken so easily? Moreover, Huang Xiaolong had comprehended 11 elements of absolute powers, and these 11 elements' energies provided endless energies to the Huanglong armor that the power of the beast's attacks was weakened by 70 to 80%. Although the behemoth beast was unable to break past the Huanglong armor's defenses, Huang Xiaolong was still at a disadvantage in terms of speed that he had no chance to counterattack at all. He was like a dummy subjected to a storm of beating. Huang Xiaolong was subjected to a torrent of beatings, and all of a sudden, the beast stopped attacking. Huang Xiaolong looked up and noticed the beast was panting slightly. This was clearly a sign of exhaustion. Huang Xiaolong was ecstatic seeing this. That's right, one needed to consume a large amount of cosmos energy just to remain in this place, and the beast had been attacking him with 13 elements powers. Thus, the amount of cosmos energy it required was much bigger. Because of his Huanglong bloodline and perfection-level power of nirvana, his recovery was faster, but the beast did not possess Huanglong bloodline, thus unable to absorb any energy from Huanglong world, or any Grand Tao energy. Moreover, its power of nirvana had not yet reached perfection level. Its recovery rate was slower than his consumption speed. As realization struck Huang Xiaolong, he noticed the beast moved again. Returning to the supercontinent, and began absorbing the rich origin chi to recover his depleted cosmos energy. As expected, the beast's action confirmed Huang Xiaolong's suspicion. Moments ago, the thought of retreating had temporarily emerged in Huang Xiaolong's mind. It had taken him some time to think of a method, but now hope lit up in his chest. Seizing the time while the beast was still recovering, Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of the beast in a flicker. How could the beast not see through Huang Xiaolong's simple thoughts, and let out a derisive snicker? Merely 40% of my strength is more than enough to send you flying. His enormous paw slammed at Huang Xiaolong. Merely with 40% of his strength, the amount of cosmos energy depletion wouldn't be too fast, and at the same time its recovery speed wouldn't be worse to Huang Xiaolong's in comparison. This time around, when the beast's paw was about to hit Huang Xiaolong, there was a quick flash of lights in Huang Xiaolong's hands as the Huang Long twin blades appeared in his hands and slashed out. Huang Long twin blades truly lived up to their reputation of delivering invincible attacks. When the blades' rays drew 2 vertical lines, they brought about 2 large spurts of blood. Huang Long twin blades. The beast was both shocked and furious that it was injured, and when it saw the 2 blades in Huang Xiaolong's hands had left a cut mark several miles long on both its paws. Both of its paws were almost cut. Courting death, it roared, and all 13 elemental energies surged out from his body. Huang Xiaolong did not collide head-on, but he quickly dodged the upcoming attack in a flicker. In the blink of an eye, several decades went by. During these years, Huang Xiaolong persistently fought with the beast. Every time the beast's cosmos energy was exhausted, and he had to return to the Tree of Origin side to recover, Huang Xiaolong would intensify his attacks. On the other hand, when the beast was attacking at full force, Huang Xiaolong focused fully on dodging. With the Huang Long armor's protection, and his agility of his creation dragon form, as well as perfection-level power of nirvana, Huang Xiaolong was the epitome of a resilient bug. Not to mention, the beast was quite apprehensive of the Huang Long twin blades. Thus, in these decades, Huang Xiaolong was having a breeze while there were more than a few deep scars on the beast's body. Although those were merely physical injuries, the Huang Long twin blades were forged by Huang Xiaolong's father, the god of creation Huang Long. Therefore, the blades contained cosmos energy, and wounds caused by the twin blades would never heal properly. Moreover, these wounds throbbed with pain which caused the beast to roar in vex. It wanted nothing more than to tear Huang Xiaolong from limb to limb, but unfortunately, except for sending Huang Xiaolong flying, it didn't cause many injuries. It was fortunate that its speed was so fast that it made it difficult for Huang Xiaolong's attacks to land, or there would be a lot more scars and injuries on its body. After decades of battling with the behemoth beast, Huang Xiaolong's mastery of the 11 kinds of energies increased significantly. Though the improvement was minuscule, it was obvious that Huang Xiaolong had improved. As Huang Xiaolong's battle prowess improved, he discovered that the suppression brought about by his Huang Long bloodline on the beast grew stronger as well. The beast also detected the changes in Huang Xiaolong, and it got on its nerves. In the beginning, 40% of its strength could send Huang Xiaolong tumbling millions of miles away. But now, the same level of strength had already lost its effectiveness on Huang Xiaolong. Damn! Its eyes were filled with a murderous aura. As it sent Huang Xiaolong flying once again, it fixed a deathly gaze on Huang Xiaolong, and a blinding light burst out from its body and gathered above its head in the form 13 suns of different colors lined in a circle. The 13 enormous light balls gave Huang Xiaolong a very bad feeling. An epoch's collapse, perish. The words thundered from the beast's mouth. The 13 light balls shone glaringly as they merged into one, emitting an indescribable destructive power. In this moment, Huang Xiaolong had the fleeting thought that the entire Huang Long world would perish under this attack. Huang Xiaolong was taken aback while he leaped away rapidly as he activated the Huang Long armor's 3rd form. All along, he had only been using the Huang Long armor in its 1st form. When the Huang Long armor's 3rd form was activated, the scales on Huang Xiaolong's creation dragon body emitted resplendent rays as if every piece of dragon scale had come alive. Moreover, the dragon scales were close and overlapping on each other, and not a gap could be seen. Boom! The same instant the Huang Long armor's third form was completed. The beast's attack landed on Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong's body shot out like a falling meteor from the force. As Huang Xiaolong's body shot out uncontrollably, the surroundings collapsed wherever he passed through into nothingness. Everything outside the supercontinent and the tree of origin was reduced to nothingness. The horizon had disappeared, and Huang Xiaolong was blasted out of sight. Even after the beast spread out its Dao soul, it could not sense Huang Xiaolong anymore, and it finally heaved in relief. Huang Xiaolong was carried far, far away by the torrents of violent energy waves, in an unconscious state. The beast's complexion had turned visibly pale, and it was panting heavily. His attack was powerful, but it had simply consumed too much cosmos energy. After executing that move, even with the replenishment from the Tree of Origin's origin chi, it would take half a year to recover for the beast. Several days later, 4 groups of fire emerged from the comatose Huang Xiaolong's body. If Huang Xiaolong was awake and saw these 4 fires, he could recognize them, as these were the 4 divine fires that had been in slumber inside his body: Black Tortoise, Vermilion, White Tiger, and Azure Dragon. The 4 divine fire spirits flew in circles around Huang Xiaolong. With every circle the 4 divine fire spirits completed, 4 balls of crystal clear and mysterious energy entered Huang Xiaolong's body. This went on for half a year. The 4 divine fire spirits returned to Huang Xiaolong's body, but it was more than 10 days later when Huang Xiaolong finally opened his eyes. Huang Xiaolong looked around and then checked his own condition, and ended up surprised. The moment he was struck by the beast's blow, Huang Xiaolong had thought that he was dead for sure. He's still alive? After being hit by that blow, Huang Xiaolong had fallen unconscious, as if his Dao soul had flown out of the Huang Long world, drifting in the boundless universe. At one point, 4 balls of warm light had enveloped him from head to toe, giving him the feeling of being reborn in the universe. He had woken up after that, like he had merely taken a nap, feeling comfortable and rejuvenated all over. Huang Xiaolong also checked his body internally, and after confirming there were no hidden injuries, he set his gaze in the direction of the Tree of Origin. He flew towards the Tree of Origin without delay. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong saw the outline of the Tree of Origin on the horizon, as well as the supercontinent, and not forgetting the behemoth beast that was absorbing origin chi from the Tree of Origin. Though half a year passed, and still the behemoth beast had yet to fully recover. That last move had taken a serious toll on it. Only 50% of its cosmos energy had recovered. It seemed to have sensed something, and it looked up. When it saw Huang Xiaolong, its ocean-sized pupils clearly showed astonishment. "You're not dead," Huang Xiaolong snorted. "What do you think?" The behemoth beast's face sank. "You'd better scram now, as the epic's collapse that I used before is not at my full force. I'm waiting to see how powerful your full-force epic's collapse could be." Huang Xiaolong sneered. He could see that the beast was merely trying to frighten him, and that attack from before was already its most powerful trump card. "Kill." Huang Xiaolong disappeared in a blur, holding the Huang Long twin blades in his hands and attacking the beast. Another decade passed. Huang Xiaolong's minor completion level power of radiance finally advanced to major completion level. On top of that, his minor completion power of darkness also reached the peak of minor completion. Although the advancement seemed negligible, when 11 elements' energies combined, Huang Xiaolong's attack power increased by 10%. Before, Huang Xiaolong had already touched the threshold of the power of time and space. Though he had yet to be able to comprehend the 2 powers, he had 1 foot into the door. Compared to Huang Xiaolong's improvement in strength, there were more new scars on the beast's body, and its exhausted cosmos energy couldn't recover to the optimum state. Instead, its strength had dropped. The decades passed by. On this day, a light suddenly enveloped Huang Xiaolong's body, and a new color of light joined the other 11 colors. 12 resplendent colors of absolute powers. The power of absolute space. This was light condensed out of the power of absolute space. A while back, Huang Xiaolong had 1 foot in the door, but now he entered through the door and grasped the power of absolute space. Seeing the additional light around Huang Xiaolong, the behemoth beast's face became gloomier, and there was disbelief in its eyes. It had lived there for countless years, and all of its days were spent comprehending the 13 energies. He had only succeeded in comprehending the power of absolute space with the help of the Tree of Origin, yet Huang Xiaolong had done it in less than 100 years. Its face became distorted. Huang Xiaolong, who had comprehended the power of absolute space, was stronger than before, whereas its cosmos energy had been exhausted to a startling point in the last few decades. There were scars and injuries all over its body. Its strength now was less than 60% compared to the time it had first met Huang Xiaolong, and although there was still a long way before Huang Xiaolong could defeat it, it was only a matter of time before he traded places with Huang Xiaolong and became one being abused. Should it retreat now? But it was extremely unwilling to leave, and it still needed the Tree of Origin's origin chi to cultivate all 13 elements' energies to perfection level. Currently, only 7 out of 13 elements had reached perfection level. When all 13 elements' energies reached perfection, even the god of creation wouldn't be able to kill it. 13 elements at perfection level would make him the peak of the peak. Below the existence of the god of creation, it would be invincible. At that time, if the god of creation Huanglong did not appear in the Huanglong world, it would be the most powerful being. In the split second, when the beast thought of cultivating all 13 elements to perfection level, lights flashed, and Huang Xiaolong's attack had arrived before its eyes. It barely dodged the twin blades' attack and shouted, "Wait!" Huang Xiaolong's movements stopped. "Your Highness, Son of Creation, since you want the Tree of Origin to cultivate with its origin chi, you can enter the continent and cultivate under it. I can vow not to attack you during this time." The behemoth beast went on. "We don't need to fight endlessly as there's no benefit for you and me continuing this." Huang Xiaolong listened with a cold expression, not saying a word. The beast frowned. "I know that you want to take away the Tree of Origin. However, the Tree of Origin has completely integrated, becoming one entity with this continent, and there is no way to separate them. Moreover, this piece of continent was born from an unknown material, and it cannot be taken away. Therefore, you won't be able to take away the Tree of Origin." Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a second, but then, he responded indifferently, "Just because you couldn't take away the Tree of Origin does not mean I can't take it away." And Huang Xiaolong had the confidence because he had the Huanglong bloodline. It was the same way he had taken away the purple lightning peak. "In short, you're adamant to take away the Tree of Origin?" Cold glints flickered across the beast's eyes. "Yes." Huang Xiaolong's determination could be heard from his tone. "Honestly, you can submit to me and follow me, and that way you can still cultivate under the Tree of Origin." The beast was dumbfounded by Huang Xiaolong's words. In the next moment, its face sank and its gaze showed hostility. "Want me to submit to you?" His tone clearly mocked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong didn't waste any more time with words, and swung out the Huanglong twin blades. Several years passed. Huang Xiaolong was once again fully enveloped by another burst of light as another color of light was added to the 12 around him. 13 kinds of light. He had finally comprehended the last of the 13 elements, the power of time. The moment Huang Xiaolong comprehended all 13 elements of powers, the might of Huanglong bloodline in him swept out like an erupting volcano, and it was majestic and indomitable. The beast's movement stagnated before this heavenly might, and there was astonishment on its face. It was astonished that Huang Xiaolong had comprehended the power of time, and it was even more shocked that the pressure coming off Huang Xiaolong's body had risen to this degree upon comprehending all 13 powers. It has risen more than 10 times. Seeing Huang Xiaolong was on the verge of attacking again, the beast yelled in a fluster. "You can take away this Tree of Origin, and I will follow by your side, but I won't submit to you, and you have to swear that I can cultivate under the Tree of Origin. What say you?" The beast suddenly felt nervous when it saw Huang Xiaolong hesitate and seemingly ponder its suggestion. Since Huang Xiaolong was able to successfully comprehend 13 elements' energies which raised his strength to another level, especially the heavenly might coming from his Huanglong bloodline, the beast was no longer capable of doing any harm to Huang Xiaolong. If Huang Xiaolong refused, it could only give up and leave. Without the tree of origin, it was nothing but a pipe dream for it to cultivate the remaining 6 elements' power to perfection level. It had spent many years cultivating under the tree of origin by absorbing origin chi from the tree. But until now, only 7 elements had reached perfection state, so without the tree of origin, how many years would it take to reach 8 elements perfection? Or 9 elements perfection? As for the power of time and space, without the tree of origin, it was impossible for it to achieve perfection. While the beast got nervous as time passed, Huang Xiaolong finally nodded and agreed. Deal! Deal! When Huang Xiaolong agreed, the beast's nervous heart calmed down, as if a great burden had been lifted off its shoulders. Delighted inwardly, it said, "Then, let's swear to the Grand Tao." It was afraid Huang Xiaolong would change his mind. Huang Xiaolong noted the beast's expression, while responding tepidly, "Sure." In truth, his main purpose in entering the Origin Sea was the Tree of Origin, and whether the beast followed him or not, or whether it needed to borrow the Tree of Origin to cultivate, neither mattered to him. At the end of the day, he had achieved his goal. With the Tree of Origin in his hand, his speed in mastering the 13 elements' power would greatly increase. Naturally, the beast's hidden thoughts did not escape Huang Xiaolong. The beast agreed to let Huang Xiaolong take away the Tree of Origin, but did not choose to submit. Therefore, this was a treacherous creature. Who knows, once they were out of the Origin Sea, and its cosmos energy recovered fully, it would attack and snatch the Tree of Origin. Huang Xiaolong sneered. In that case, he would go with the flow and play the game with the beast. Huang Xiaolong and the beast subsequently swore on the Grand Tao at the same time. The beast finally relaxed when it was done. "You can take away the Tree of Origin now, and we'll leave the Origin Sea." The beast smiled amiably at Huang Xiaolong as it spoke, as if they had been friends for many years. He had stayed in this bloody place for countless years and had long wanted to leave. At its current strength, it was undefeatable outside the Origin Sea. All creatures would bow before it. "There is no hurry." Huang Xiaolong shook his head and went on. "I have just started to comprehend the power of space and time. Both powers are slightly unstable, and I can't take away the Tree of Origin. I need to cultivate for some time, until my 13 absolute powers stabilize." Didn't the beast want to leave the Origin Sea as soon as possible? But now Huang Xiaolong was going to make it wait. He's going to make the beast anxious like an insatiable itch. As expected, the beast's heart sank to its stomach when it heard that Huang Xiaolong wanted to cultivate for some time. Huang Xiaolong ignored the beast's reaction and sat down cross-legged leisurely under the Tree of Origin, and began circulating the soaring dragon art to absorb the Sea of Origin Chi on the supercontinent. He immersed himself in comprehending the 13 elements of absolute powers. The beast stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong, full of unstable energy. The brat was clearly making an excuse, but it merely glared at Huang Xiaolong for a second, and did not do anything. It also lay under the Tree of Origin and began absorbing Origin Chi to recover its strength. Didn't Huang Xiaolong want to cultivate? Then it would take the time to recover its cosmos energy. Both cultivated under the Tree of Origin, harboring their own thoughts. It couldn't deal with Huang Xiaolong here, but once they were out of the Origin Sea, it would make its move. As Huang Xiaolong circulated the soaring dragon art, he was akin to a great whale swallowing water and absorbing the surroundings Origin Chi at startling speed. Though Huang Xiaolong's absorption speed was startling, it hadn't reached an alarming degree. However, as time passed, Huang Xiaolong's absorption speed increased tremendously, and a whirlwind of energy soon formed around him, rotating as it pulled in the entire supercontinent's Origin Chi. The big movement around Huang Xiaolong roused the beast out from its meditation, and when it opened its eyes and saw the giant whirlwind around Huang Xiaolong, it was genuinely taken aback. It tried to absorb the surrounding Origin Chi, but it soon discovered that it could absorb 10% less due to the whirlwind around Huang Xiaolong. In the past, it was able to inhale 100 strands of Origin Chi at one time, but now it barely managed to get in a few strands. In the last 100 years, it had greatly exhausted the cosmos energy within its small world. In order to recover fully, it would take several years at least. But at this rate, it would take several decades. It circulated its cultivation technique with a frenzy, but it discovered that in a single inhale, it could only grab a few strands of origin qi. It couldn't grab faster than Huang Xiaolong. It was incensed. What kind of technique is this brat cultivating? It was more domineering than the origin grand Tao it had comprehended from the tree of origin itself. Stop! It bellowed furiously at Huang Xiaolong, and sound waves rippled across, and Huang Xiaolong retreated from his cultivating state. What cultivation technique do you practice? The beast glared fiercely at Huang Xiaolong. You're swallowing all the origin qi. How can I cultivate like this? That's your problem. Huang Xiaolong responded curtly and continued cultivating, circulating the soaring dragon art. Killing intent roiled within the beast's pupils, but it made no further move. Both Huang Xiaolong and it had made a vow that neither would attack the other when they were cultivating under the tree of origin. If it attacked Huang Xiaolong, the heavenly Tao would punish it. It had tasted the horror of divine punishment in the past and did not wish to experience it again. It shot another hateful glare in Huang Xiaolong's direction. Since I can't cultivate, I won't let you cultivate either. It let out a roar, releasing sound waves that disturbed the surroundings. It wanted to see how Huang Xiaolong was going to concentrate on cultivating. Causing disturbance to the surrounding was different to directly attacking Huang Xiaolong. This way, it wouldn't trigger divine punishment. But the result depressed the beast. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong activated the Huanglong armor and erected a protective barrier over himself. The sound wave's vibration did not affect Huang Xiaolong at all. The beast came up with various methods to disturb Huang Xiaolong's cultivation indirectly, but none of them worked. After gritting its teeth in resentment and anger for a long time, it gave up and tried to cultivate the best it could. It regretted making a deal with Huang Xiaolong, as it had thought of many possibilities and situations except for this. Under the tree of origin, Huang Xiaolong fully immersed himself into comprehending the 13 elements' powers and forgot about everything else. His state of mind blended into the surrounding that an era seemed to pass in a single breath. He felt he had turned into the tree of origin, and the tree of origin was him, while origin qi around him surged up and down. As the lights around Huang Xiaolong grew stronger, dominating the supercontinent space, there were howling winds everywhere, but these lights and winds only ran wild within the scope of the supercontinent, and not a wisp leaked out. 300 years and more went by quickly. Huang Xiaolong's comprehension lasted for over 300 years. His major completion power of radiance improved further, reaching the peak of major completion. It was already not far from perfection level. His absolute power of darkness was close to reaching major completion, and the power of metal, power of wind, and power of earth had reached minor completion. Over 300 years, the beast's exhausted cosmos energy had long recovered. In truth, there was a slight improvement in strength as well. Originally, this was something to be happy about, but it couldn't feel happy at all, because its little improvement was dog shit compared to Huang Xiaolong's improvement. It looked at the unmoving Huang Xiaolong with a sullen face, and it could tell that at this rate, it won't be long before Huang Xiaolong's power of radiance entered perfection level. At that time, Huang Xiaolong would have 6 absolute powers at perfection level. Moreover, most of Huang Xiaolong's absolute powers had already reached a minor completion stage or higher. With his 3 small worlds cosmos energy on top of those, along with the Huanglong armor and Huanglong twin blades, Huang Xiaolong's strength was no less than the beast. Even after leaving the origin sea, the beast wouldn't be strong enough to suppress Huang Xiaolong as it had thought before. It really couldn't understand how the hell Huang Xiaolong cultivated. From the time Huang Xiaolong had arrived at the supercontinent until now, it had been less than 500 years. At that time, Huang Xiaolong merely comprehended 11 elements of absolute powers. Now, not only Huang Xiaolong had comprehended the power of time and space, his minor completion power of radiance had already reached the peak of major completion. Even Huang Xiaolong's power of darkness, metal, wind, and earth, all 4 had gone beyond minor completion. This really is. The beast had to admit to itself that its progress was not as big as Huang Xiaolong despite the amount of time it had spent cultivating under the tree of origin. Since the beast had been cultivating under the Tree of Origin for 1,000,000 years, perhaps its power of wind and earth could have definitely reached minor completion, but there was almost no way for it to cultivate its power of metal and darkness to minor completion. It was certainly impossible for it to comprehend the power of space and time in a mere 1,000,000 years. If the power of time and space were so easy to comprehend, there wouldn't be so few people in the Huanglong world that could wield the two powers. Is the Huanglong bloodline so heaven-defying? Its eyes burned with inexplicable light. Time flowed by. Huang Xiaolong retreated out from his cultivation in a good mood. When Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes, the surging energy all around dissipated abruptly, as if everything in the world stopped for a split second. Minor completion power of time. The beast approached Huang Xiaolong with a complicated expression, and in the bottom of its eyes was intense jealousy and hatred. Only power of time that had reached minor completion possessed this level of power, stopping the time of surging energy in this origin sea. Huang Xiaolong glanced at the beast and asked, "How long have I been cultivating?" He had disappeared into heaven and earth, transforming into the Tree of Origin, and witnessed the origin of Huanglong world. Huang Xiaolong felt like it had happened yesterday, and he had no idea how long he had been cultivating. Over 1,000 years. The beast answered, "More precisely, it's 1,200 years, plus some. 1,200 years plus." That's right, Huang Xiaolong had been comprehending for over 1,200 years. During these 1,200 years, Huang Xiaolong's power of radiance had advanced to a perfection level. On top of that, his power of darkness had reached the peak of major completion. Both the power of time and space had reached the minor completion stage. 1,200 years? Huang Xiaolong frowned. So long already? As he spoke, he activated all 13 elements' energies. After sensing the levels of these energies, he muttered to himself, "Progress is still a bit slow." Hearing that, the beast nearly fainted on the spot from vexation. Could it be considered slow? Huang Xiaolong had merely been cultivating slightly over 1,000 years. The beast didn't even have such a result cultivating under the Tree of Origin for 1,000 years. Both of his powers of time and space reached minor completion within 1,000 years. How can this be considered as slow? The beast couldn't help but curse inwardly. It's a pity that the power of darkness is still a bit short. The beast heard Huang Xiaolong muttering again. If Huang Xiaolong's power of darkness could reach perfection level, then he would have 7 elements at perfection level, and at that time he really wouldn't need to fear the behemoth beast. Huang Xiaolong looked at the beast again, saying, "I've been cultivating for so long, so why don't we spar some?" The beast's expression stiffened as it shook its head. "We have a lot of time to spar in the future, and we'll talk about it then." "All right." Huang Xiaolong stood up, agreeing. "All right, we'll talk about it later. Let's leave this place." The beast was inwardly delighted when it heard that. It was really afraid that Huang Xiaolong would want to stay there and cultivate for several 100,000 years. With Huang Xiaolong's talent, if that were to happen, it would never have the chance to suppress Huang Xiaolong in the future. Before that, Huang Xiaolong used his Huanglong blood essence to refine the supercontinent. With his current strength, Huang Xiaolong completely refined the entire supercontinent in half an hour, and then with a single thought, he moved the entire supercontinent with the Tree of Origin into the Sun-Moon furnace. The beast watched with its mouth agape. It had never occurred to the beast that Huang Xiaolong would be taking away the supercontinent and Tree of Origin in this manner. In the countless years it had been there, it had tried many methods to take away the Tree of Origin, but all its methods couldn't even move the supercontinent and the Tree of Origin by an inch. Yet Huang Xiaolong had merely used a few drops of blood essence and half an hour's time. Again the Huanglong bloodline. Burning greed flickered across its eyes. "Let's go," Huang Xiaolong said, as if he did not notice the greed in the beast's eyes, and sped away, traversing over 100 million miles in almost instantaneously. He tried using the power of space, and as expected, his speed was many times faster. In the past, Huang Xiaolong could only fly to cross 100 million miles in this environment, but after comprehending the power of space within a certain degree, he was the monarch, being able to compact space and shorten distances. Huang Xiaolong looked over his shoulder and the beast was following right behind him with ease. The beast had achieved major completion in the power of space, and in terms of speed, Huang Xiaolong would still lose to it. When can my power of time and space reach the major completion stage? Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. However, Huang Xiaolong was aware that it wasn't so easy to cultivate the power of time and space to the major completion stage, as it was harder than advancing to the minor completion stage. He had spent over 1,000 years to cultivate his power of time and space to the minor completion stage, but both powers might not even reach major completion in 100,000 years. Perfection level was further than the major completion stage. Unless he could find more Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle with the Tree of Origin in his hands, and if he had more of the two items to aid his cultivation, he could definitely reap twice the result with half the effort. Both powers could reach major completion in less than 100,000 years, maybe even just 20 or 30,000 years. But where was he going to find so many Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistles? Huang Xiaolong shook his head as the question emerged in his head. Flip the whole Huanglong world upside down, and he might still not find enough Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle he needed. Slightly over a month later, Huang Xiaolong and the beast finally appeared outside the Origin Sea. When Huang Xiaolong had entered, he had spent more than 20 years flying, and now the distance was merely a matter of a month or so. What? You want to fight? Upon coming out, Huang Xiaolong asked nonchalantly when he sensed the split second of abrupt energy surging from the beast's body. The behemoth beast, Yuan Tianyi, stiffened and made an excuse. Your Highness, Son of Creation, is joking, as I have no such thought. Huang Xiaolong looked at the beast as he spoke in a meaningful tone. Frankly, it's normal for you to have such thoughts. All the way here, I don't know how many people have wanted my life to devour my Huanglong bloodline, or snatch the treasures on me. But the point is, do you think you can kill me? Yuan Tianyi's eyes narrowed. Can I kill him? In truth, he had thought of this question more than once. Don't forget that I've also mastered 13 elements of absolute power, and 6 of them have reached the perfection level. I also have 3 small worlds cosmos energy, the Huanglong armor, and also Huanglong twin blades. Huang Xiaolong listed his advantages tepidly. If you want to kill me, you should wait until you've reached 9 elements perfection before taking the risk. Yuan Tianyi currently had 7 elements of absolute powers at perfection level, and even if he managed to increase it to 8 elements perfection, he still couldn't kill Huang Xiaolong unless he reached 9 or even 10 elements perfection. Not to mention, if you kill me, you still won't be able to devour my god of creation Huanglong bloodline. Huang Xiaolong went on. My Huanglong bloodline is set by the heavens, and others have no way of taking it away, other than experts of the god of creation realm. The heaven of Huanglong world was naturally his father, Huanglong. His Huanglong bloodline was determined by his father, and only a god of creation realm expert with strength higher than his father could snatch the bloodline away. Yuan Tianyi's face turned slightly ugly. Although he didn't want to admit Huang Xiaolong was telling the truth, deep down, he knew that Huang Xiaolong merely stated the facts. But by the time he achieved 9 elements perfection, Huang Xiaolong probably would have 10 elements perfection, maybe even 13 elements perfection. Your Highness! An ecstatic voice rang in the air as Di Shuang, Di Fan, Myriad Formation Devil, Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, Li Shuo, and others appeared on the horizon. Before Huang Xiaolong had ventured into the depths of Origin Sea alone, he had told Di Shuang and the others to leave if he didn't come out in 10 years. This whole time, Di Shuang and everyone else had been waiting for Huang Xiaolong to come outside the Origin Sea. Seeing Huang Xiaolong come out, all of them were genuinely glad and overjoyed. Apart from Di Shuang's group, there was a large group of Origin Lands experts, and there were at least several 100,000 of them. These Origin Lands experts maintained a certain distance from Di Shuang's group of 14 people, but they followed Di Shuang's group and flew towards Huang Xiaolong. The person at the front of the group was not weaker than Di Shuang, Di Fan, or the other 10 Beast Kings. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong understood that these people were the Origin Land's 10 overlords. Greeting to your Highness, the Son of Creation. Upon arriving, the 10 overlords greeted Huang Xiaolong with cupped fists, and their attitudes were considered respectful. Other experts of origin lands also greeted Huang Xiaolong, but it was merely a greeting, and there was no such thing as bowing or kneeling in salute. "We've been waiting for your highness for a long time," the leader of the 10 overlords, Overlord Songsun, stated. There was underlying meaning to his words. Huang Xiaolong was tepid. "What matters do you have? We know that your highness entered the Origin Sea in search of the Tree of Origin." Songsun hesitated slightly, then went on. "Your highness came out after so long, and it seems there are clues about the Tree of Origin?" Hearing that, Yuan Tianyi didn't let go of the chance to mock Huang Xiaolong. "It looks like your status as the son of creation ain't that great, as anyone can come up and covet the things you have." "Insolent," one of the overlords reprimanded Yuan Tianyi. "Overlord Songsun is not someone a slave like you can comment on." Because Yuan Tianyi had reduced the size of his true body and converged his aura when he stayed by Huang Xiaolong's side. This particular overlord assumed Yuan Tianyi was one of the slaves by Huang Xiaolong's side. Even someone like the Origin Holy World Master Xiao Tianyi did not comment on the 10 overlords. Then how could a slave by Huang Xiaolong's side make such a comment? Ruthless cold gleams burst in Yuan Tianyi's eyes at the overlord's words, and he extended out his front paw and slapped towards that overlord. Seeing Yuan Tianyi had the guts to attack him, the overlord sneered. "Cheap slave that can't die fast enough." He countered Yuan Tianyi's attack with a palm strike, and he exerted full force into this palm strike with the intention of crippling this slave by Huang Xiaolong's side. This would be considered as putting Huang Xiaolong in his place. The opposing attacks collided in midair. Then that overlord's smug expression changed dramatically as he was sent spiraling in the air like a withered leaf in the storm, flying past stretches of mountains, and finally smashing into the ground right outside the Endless City's city gates. The Endless City was the last city located at the very edge of Origin Land, but the city was still a long way from the Origin Sea. Yet this particular overlord was sent flying from the shore of Origin Sea to the Endless City's gates with one strike. All the Origin Land's experts were frightened by this sight. Even Overlord Songsun was taken aback as he looked at Yuan Tianyi in disbelief. Similarly, Di Shuang, Di Fan, Lei Yu, and the others felt the same. "Isn't this beast coming on a little too fiercely?" Di Shuang and the others smacked their lips in astonishment. That overlord's strength could definitely be ranked within the top 4 amongst the 10 overlords that even Di Shuang wouldn't dare to claim he could send that overlord flying so far with one strike. Huang Xiaolong was the only person who remained calm. After all, he was a veteran in being sent flying by Yuan Tianyi, especially in the early days when he had found the Tree of Origin. Yuan Tianyi was an existence that had comprehended 13 elements of absolute powers, with most of them at major completion and above. He was a terrifying existence. His existence was the only one in the whole Huanglong world. Songsun and his group backed away, creating a wide distance between themselves and Yuan Tianyi. Songsun looked apprehensively at Yuan Tianyi and demanded, "Who are you?" Yuan Tianyi ignored Songsun's question. He couldn't be bothered to respond and was too lazy to respond. Songsun's expression was extremely unsightly at being ignored so blatantly. As the head of the 10 overlords, this was the first time he was being treated like this. "You guys want the Tree of Origin?" Huang Xiaolong suddenly spoke, looking straight at Songsun. "You're right. After spending 1,000 years inside the Origin Sea, I have finally found the Tree of Origin." As Huang Xiaolong spoke, a supercontinent appeared above Huang Xiaolong's head, and at the center of the supercontinent was a towering tree like no one had ever seen, emitting a myriad of halos, the Tree of Origin. When the Tree of Origin appeared, all the experts present felt the robust and rich Origin chi. Tree of Origin. Songsun and the experts of Origin Land were blown away and thrilled. The expressions on Songsun and the others' faces did not escape Huang Xiaolong's eyes. "Didn't you guys want the Tree of Origin? Whoever defeats me, this Tree of Origin belongs to him." "Those words are for real?" one of the 10 overlords blurted out in ecstasy. "That's right." Huang Xiaolong nodded. Songsun took a quick glance at Yuan Tianyi, Di Shuang, and the others, then asked Huang Xiaolong, "Just defeat you? These people won't interfere?" Knowing what Songsun was worried about, Huang Xiaolong said, Yes, they won't interfere. As long as you guys can defeat me. Of course, all of you can join hands. When Song Sun heard Huang Xiaolong say that they could join hands to attack him, he sneered inwardly after the feeling of surprise receded. He believed that even though Huang Xiaolong was someone who had battled the 9 beast kings at once, which was a statement of his overwhelming battle prowess, he still was delusional to think he alone could defeat the Origin Land's tens of thousands of experts at the same time. These tens of thousands of experts were patriarchs and eminent elders of races in the Origin Lands, and they were the strongest. On top of that, they were at the Origin Lands, and the 10 overlords could use the Origin Land's origin energy to increase their strengths. Since your highness has spoken, we will respectfully adhere to it, Song Sun said with a sly grin, and then his momentum soared to the peak as his voice reached the present patriarchs and eminent elders. Everyone heard what his highness said. Everyone, attack at full force, as we absolutely must not disappoint his highness. Yes, Lord Song Sun. The various races' patriarchs and eminent elders answered sonorously as cosmos energy surged from their bodies. They were more than ready to let Huang Xiaolong have a taste of their most powerful attacks. When Song Sun's brewing energy reached the peak, he did not attack immediately, but connected with the Origin Land's origin energy as did the other overlords. In an instant, the rich origin in the Origin Lands frenziedly surged to the surface from underground, resembling a volcano that had been brewing for thousands of years, erupting violently. The land swayed and mountains shook. Every corner of the Origin Lands was trembling. Cracks and fissures opened through the land. Countless mountain ranges burst into pieces, and flowing rivers got broken into sections. Vigorous origin energy spewed out from underground and gathered around Song Sun and other 9 overlords. Having their strengths bolstered by origin energy, Song Sun and others' momentum soared higher, exuding a momentum many times stronger than moments ago. Song Sun's overwhelming momentum made Di Shuang wary. Before, Song Sun's strength was probably at par with his, and at that level neither could triumph the other. But now, with Song Sun's strength bolstered by the land's origin energy, his strength had clearly surpassed him. And Song Sun's momentum was still rising. No wonder Song Sun had the confidence to provoke Huang Xiaolong. Yet Huang Xiaolong remained unperturbed by the rise in Song Sun and the others' momentums. Had he merely had 5 elements of perfection, and mastered 11 elements of absolute powers, without the Huang Long armor and Huang Long twin blades, he would be hard-pressed to fend off tens of thousands of Origin Lands experts. But his current strength was not the same as 1,200 years ago. Attack! When Song Sun's momentum reached a new peak, he bellowed and lunged towards Huang Xiaolong in attack. Other overlords also attacked simultaneously. As for the overlord that was sent flying by Yuan Tianyi, his injuries healed rapidly with the help of origin energy, and he also joined the battle. With the 10 overlords of Origin Lands, as well as tens of thousands of experts consisting of various races' patriarchs and eminent elders, the Origin Sea's surroundings became tumultuous with high splashing waves. Due to Huang Xiaolong's order, Di Shuang and the rest of the group retreated far away, and they still ashen slightly from the overwhelming destructive power. Could His Highness withstand this attack? Di Fan whispered worriedly. Before this magnitude of power, not to mention the 9 of them, even all 10 beast kings together would find it difficult to parry this attack. They knew that Huang Xiaolong was exceptionally strong, but they were not certain if he could withstand the 10 overlords, and so many Origin Lands experts' combined attack. Di Shuang kept his silence as he, too, couldn't say for certain if Huang Xiaolong could prevail in that attack. The combined attacks from the overlords and tens of thousands of Origin Lands experts reached Huang Xiaolong almost in the blink of an eye. Yet Huang Xiaolong watched unhurriedly while circulating 13 elements of absolute power. 13 different colors of light formed a formidable protective barrier around him, and within the barrier were various manifestations. The Huang Long armor emerged to the surface and wrapped around Huang Xiaolong's body, and the Huang Long twin blades in his hands. Huang Xiaolong took a step forward, arriving almost instantaneously in front of Song Sun as his foot landed. Cosmos energy from his 3 small worlds surged to the limit and the Huang Long twin blades glistened in the light. Although Di Shuang was the leader of the 10 beast kings, Never in his life had he seen anything glisten so bright. These radiant rays pierced through the bright light formed by Tsang and the tens of thousands of Origin Lands experts, resembling the light of creation that was unstoppable. After comprehending the power of time and space, Huang Xiaolong's speed had grown too fast for people like Tsang and other overlords to capture. They could only see blurry afterimages, whereas the others couldn't even capture Huang Xiaolong's afterimages. All they could see was two gleams of blade lights drawing arcs across space, like an exploding fallen meteor or 10,000 suns gathered in one place. Two rays of blade rays flashed across space, and in the next second, the leader of the 10 overlords, Tsang was sent flying, followed by the other 9 overlords, and finally the Origin Lands patriarchs and eminent elders joined them. None of them managed to dodge the 2 blade rays, nor did anyone withstood it. When the 2 blade rays disappeared, Huang Xiaolong remained standing in the air. As for Tsang the other overlords and various races' patriarchs and eminent elders, they either crashed into the Origin Sea or the islands. Islands exploded into pieces from the impact, and waves rose high into the air. Di Shuang, Di Fan, Myriad Formation Devil, Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, Li Shuo, and others were rendered agape. 13 elements, absolute power. Tsang struggled to break out from an island in the Origin Sea while he shrieked sharply, as he couldn't be bothered with his injuries at this moment. Although the Huang Long armor and Huang Long twin blades were a surprise to Tsang it was the fact that Huang Xiaolong had comprehended the 13 elements that jarred him the most. He had never heard of anyone in the Huang Long world who had successfully comprehended 10 and above absolute powers. But now, Huang Xiaolong had shown the power of 13 elements. 13 elements, complete elements. The other 9 overlords, and various Origin Lands patriarchs and eminent elders were jarred to their souls. Huang Xiaolong fully activated the power of his Huang Long bloodline, releasing overwhelming heavenly might that covered every corner of the Origin Lands. Tsang and the other 9 overlords were suppressed until they could not raise their heads, much less the others. Under the combined pressure from Huang Xiaolong's 13 elements of absolute powers and his Huang Long bloodline, even Yuan Tianji had to circulate his own 13 elements to reduce the coercive pressure from Huang Xiaolong. Tsang and the others noticed the 13 elements' energies appearing around Yuan Tianji, with 7 of them at perfection level, and all of them were beyond shocked, and they quivered in fear. The overlord, who had repeatedly called Yuan Tianyi a slave earlier, nearly pissed himself. Another with 13 elements. All of them have reached major completion, 7 of them at perfection level. Di Shuang, Di Fan, and every present expert were beyond shocked that there was such a terrifying existence in the Origin Holy World. Suddenly, they remembered that Huang Xiaolong had found the Tree of Origin at the end of the Origin Sea. Could His Highness have encountered this creature there? Does this beast live at the end of the Origin Sea? Several hours later, Tsang and the other 9 overlords were all branded with the creation mark by Huang Xiaolong. Naturally, those races' patriarchs and eminent elders were on their knees crying submission. After going through Tsang's memories, Huang Xiaolong surprisingly discovered that the Son of Mystic was still within the Origin Sea. Blood Moon Sea, Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. The Blood Moon Sea and Origin Sea were known as the Origin Holy World's 2 seas. There was a rumor that the Tree of Origin was at the end of the Origin Sea, and in the depths of the Blood Moon Sea was a blood moon. The blood moon was also an innate treasure that was born at the same time as Huang Long World, and it was one of the supreme treasures of Huang Long World. It was said that the blood moon exuded a kind of bloody red moonlight. If one cultivated by absorbing this blood-red moonlight, one could continuously purify their bloodline and improve their bloodline's power. And this blood-red moonlight could strengthen one's physical body and help one to cultivate their grand Tao physique to the limit of perfection level. Could the thing the Son of Mystic wants to find is the blood moon? Huang Xiaolong pondered inwardly. Without dallying any longer, Huang Xiaolong led a group of experts towards the Blood Moon Sea. The group consisted of Lei Yu, Myriad Formation Devil, Li Shuo, the 10 Beast Kings, Tsang and the rest of the 10 overlords. Naturally, the behemoth beast Yuan Tianji was part of the group. Along the way, When Lei Yu and the others noticed that Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi's relationship was not that harmonious, their gazes on Yuan Tianyi turned slightly hostile. Yuan Tianyi ignored these people and entered the sun-moon furnace with Huang Xiaolong to cultivate under the tree of origin. Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, and the others drove the purple lightning peak deeper into the Blood Moon Sea. Roughly 2 weeks later, the Blood Moon Sea appeared on the horizon. Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi came out from the sun-moon furnace. Yuan Tianyi didn't look too happy after coming out from the sun-moon furnace. Although he was able to continue cultivating under the tree of origin, the result was much worse compared to the past. Huang Xiaolong was overly domineering in absorbing origin qi when cultivating, and he had no way to snatch more origin qi from Huang Xiaolong's hands. But when he and Huang Xiaolong had made the vow, it was agreed between them that when Huang Xiaolong was not cultivating under the tree of origin, he too couldn't cultivate under the tree of origin. Therefore, if he wanted to cultivate, he had to wait for Huang Xiaolong. But when Huang Xiaolong was cultivating, he failed to snatch more origin qi from Huang Xiaolong, which depressed Yuan Tianyi. Huang Xiaolong didn't pay attention to Yuan Tianyi's sullen expression that looked like someone owed him a lot of money. Instead, he looked towards the Blood Moon Sea up ahead. The Blood Moon Sea was completely contrary to the Origin Sea. The Blood Moon Sea was entirely blood-red in color, including the rolling waves, the rocks, the reefs, water plants, and everything. Even the islands on this sea were red in color. This unique scenery was unforgettable in a lifetime. 9 out of 10 people were certain the reason why the Blood Moon Sea was like this was due to the blood moon. There were also others that believed that the redness of the sea was related to a kind of lava overspilling from the seabed. No one knew how the red lava spewed out from under the seabed nor where the source was. It was a brief stop before Huang Xiaolong dove into the blood-red waters. The rest quickly followed after him. Huang Xiaolong's 3 Dao Soul senses spread out, surveying the blood-red lava on the seabed in detail. The Blood Moon Sea's blood moon was a very old legend. However, no one had ever found the said blood moon. Huang Xiaolong had a feeling that the red lava flow was related to the blood moon. After entering the Blood Moon Sea, Huang Xiaolong noticed that everyone was cloaked in a layer of redness, and this redness seemed like an innate-born layer of red skin. This Blood Moon Sea is really magical, Lei Yu stated in admiration. In the past, all living beings that entered the Blood Moon Sea would turn blood-red in color. Does the Blood Moon really possess such magical powers? The Blood Moon is merely a legend, and it remains to be verified, the Myriad Formation Devil said, shaking his head. Song Sun nodded in agreement. The 10 of us have entered the Blood Moon Sea numerous times, but we have never found any clues of the Blood Moon. Whether the Blood Moon exists or not is really hard to say. Di Shuang and others also chimed in, and their words more or less suspected whether the blood moon really existed. Huang Xiaolong suddenly stated, "The blood moon exists." The certainty in Huang Xiaolong's voice surprised everyone. They couldn't understand why Huang Xiaolong was so certain. Yuan Tianyi said, "The Tree of Origin was also supposed to be a legend, and had any of you seen it before? None of you had ever seen the Tree of Origin in the past, right? Similarly, just because one has never seen the blood moon, it does not mean it does not exist. The Blood Moon Sea's peculiarity can only have one explanation, that the blood moon exists." Everyone looked at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement. There is a unique energy within the Blood Moon Sea, and the source of this strange energy is most likely the blood moon. Don't you guys sense this energy? Everyone shook their heads. Huang Xiaolong was surprised. Does that mean only I and Yuan Tianyi are able to sense it? Or only people who have mastered the 13 elements of absolute power like me and Yuan Tianyi can sense this strange energy? However, after mastering the 13 elements of absolute power, Huang Xiaolong did discover something different with the heaven and earth from the past, just like how a Dao Venerable Realm expert saw more than an Emperor Realm cultivator. In the past, there was a part of the Grand Dao that Huang Xiaolong couldn't figure out, but now it was clear as day to him. Despite his Huanglong bloodline, Huang Xiaolong had always felt that the heaven and earth of Huanglong world was far out of his grasp, whereas now it felt so close, as if he could touch them if he extended his palm. Yuan Tianyi's voice interrupted Huang Xiaolong's thoughts. Huang Xiaolong, I'll say it here. The blood moon belongs to whoever finds it first. He was worried that he would have to share the blood moon with Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong flashed Yuan Tianyi a smile full of meaning. I have the Huang Long bloodline, but do you still think you would be able to find the blood moon before me? Yuan Tianyi was stupefied, and his face turned gloomy in an instant. Don't worry. Even if I find the blood moon before you, I'll share it with you. Huang Xiaolong chuckled, looking very generous. A nerve on Yuan Tianyi's face twitched. Share with me? It was going to be the same situation as the Tree of Origin, where Huang Xiaolong would take the cake, whereas he carefully gathered the sparse crumbs. Several days passed as Huang Xiaolong's group continued to fly onward. Although the Blood Moon Sea was not endless like the Origin Sea, it was as vast as several heavenly caves put together. They still did not find the said blood moon, but Huang Xiaolong was 100% certain that the lava flowing out from under the seabed was related to the blood moon. As long as they found the source of the lava flow, they would find the blood moon. During this time, Yuan Tianyi, too, made an effort as he tried to sense the source of the strange energy, harboring the hope of finding the blood moon ahead of Huang Xiaolong. Another 10 days went by. On this day, Huang Xiaolong suddenly accelerated toward one of the islands up ahead. Almost at the same time, Yuan Tianyi also accelerated. Di Shuang, Song Sun, and the rest reacted a beat later before hurrying after them. Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi reached the island almost at the same time, and both made their moves simultaneously. Under the force of their palms, the island below them was reduced to dust. When the island was reduced to dust, a startlingly dazzling purplish-red lava geysered into the ninth heavens. The sudden and overwhelming force of bursting lava astounded everyone. Before this magnitude of force and lava, the average peak late ninth esteem Dao Venerable would have turned into gray ash faster than one could blink. Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi, who were at the center of everything, were submerged by the purplish, red lava. Lei Yu and the others were still in shock when they saw two balls of light break out from the depths of flowing lava as they dove to the seabed. These two balls of light were naturally Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi. Seeing this, Lei Yu, Di Shuang, and the others put up a protective barrier over themselves with cosmos energy and dove into the thick lava flow, diving towards the seabed right behind Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi. Further into the lava flow, the pressure from all around increased greatly, and at one point the cosmos energy barrier around Huang Xiaolong started thinning. Seeing this, Huang Xiaolong circulated his absolute blaze power to the fullest, and at the same time he activated the Huang Long armor. Under the Huang Long armor's defenses, Huang Xiaolong's speed improved. Although Yuan Tianyi had 7 elements perfection, his absolute blaze power wasn't one of them. Moreover, without a magical artifact like the Huang Long armor, his speed was worse than Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong had gone deeper than 20,000 meters when he was caught off by a burst of bright light that caused him to stop for a split second. The next thing he knew was that he was inside a purplish-red space. The bottom half of this purplish-red space was endless rolling lava, and in the air above was vigorous burning flames. Scorching doesn't describe the temperature within, and even space had turned ash-gray from the heat. Probably the very core of a fire world could not burn at this temperature. Huang Xiaolong's 3 Dao souls spread as he turned into a streak of light and sped in one direction, disappearing from the spot. He headed straight towards the center of the purplish, red space. While Huang Xiaolong was heading towards the center of the space, high in the center of the purplish-red space was an enormous suspended blood-red moon. This enormous blood-red moon was as big as a supercontinent, emitting endless blood-red rays of light. Right below the blood moon was a group of people seated cross-legged, enshrouded in bright blood-red light. At the same time, there was a mysterious energy coming from their bodies, trying to seep into the blood moon. But this mysterious energy was blocked off when it came in contact with the blood moon's surface. Clearly, these people were trying to refine the blood moon even as they absorbed the blood-red energy. Someone came in. Suddenly, amongst the dozen people, an old man enshrouded in darkness spoke. The others reacted and were slightly surprised. There are people capable of finding this place? Beside the old man enshrouded in darkness was a young man of extraordinary bearing, and his brows furrowed as he spoke. Capable of entering this space? It seems this person's strength is not weak. Another person stood up and requested, "Your Highness, let me go kill him." The old man within the darkness waved his hand as he said, "That's not necessary. He's already here, so we'll wait for him here." He barely finished that sentence when he exclaimed in surprise, "Another one came in." The others exchanged glances of surprise. "Do they belong to the same group?" the young man asked. The old man's eyes glimmered. Not likely. He was the strongest amongst this dozen people, and he could sense that the first person and second person who entered seemed to be hurrying and chasing. It didn't look like they belonged to the same group. But is it a coincidence that these two people found this place at the same time? So what if there's two of them, or even 20 to 200 people? I alone am enough to deal with them. A middle-aged expert with a scar on his face sneered. He was the same one who wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong. The young man looked at the blood moon. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to refine, but even with more than 1,000 years of effort, we've only managed to refine 1/10 of it. The progress is too slow. The old man calmly responded. It's easier said than done to take away a supreme treasure like the blood moon. Spending 100,000 years or more is nothing at all. And even if it takes 1,000,000 years, it's worth it. Pavilion Master is right. Others chimed in agreement. Then they chattered in a relaxed manner, as if they were not concerned about the two people coming at them at all. With their strengths, no one in the origin holy world was worth their attention. Before long, they saw Huang Xiaolong whistling across space, towards them. At this time, Huang Xiaolong had deactivated the Huanglong armor, leaving merely the protective barrier of absolute blaze power. Oh, perfection level of absolute blaze power! The old man exclaimed softly, merely a little surprised. No wonder you can reach this place. This person's comprehension of absolute blaze power has reached perfection level. Thus it is nothing strange that he could reach this space. Though it was unexpected that Huang Xiaolong wielded perfection level absolute blaze power, the others weren't really concerned about it. To them, it was merely perfection level of absolute blaze power. Amongst the 13 elements, it ranked only 9th. Had it been the third-ranked power of Nirvana, they might act slightly more vigilant. Moments later, Huang Xiaolong stopped some distance away from the group. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised to see a group of people waiting for his arrival. He had not concealed his presence when he had entered this space, so it wasn't surprising they detected his presence. His gaze swept over the dozen people and finally stopped on the young man standing beside the old man enshrouded in darkness. Huang Xiaolong noticed that this person's features bore some similarities to Huang Shui. From the features to bearing, there were 70 to 80% similarities. A thought flashed in Huang Xiaolong's mind as he observed the young man and pointed out the young man's identity. Son of Mystic! The young man and others were genuinely surprised that Huang Xiaolong knew who he was in such a short time. He scrutinized Huang Xiaolong and asked, "Who are you?" Logically speaking, Huang Xiaolong shouldn't have known who he was. Other than the people present, no outsiders had seen him. Seeing the young man's reaction, Huang Xiaolong knew that he had guessed right, and he did not answer the Son of Mystic's question. Instead, he turned and looked at the old man enshrouded in darkness. Main Mystical Pavilion's Pavilion Master? This old man fit the description the Origin Holy World Master Xiaotiani had given to Huang Xiaolong. It was very likely this old man was the main Mystical Pavilion Master that Xiaotiani had once fought. But Xiaotiani couldn't be sure whether this was the real or fake main Pavilion Master, and neither could Huang Xiaolong ascertain it. A sharp light glinted in the old man's eyes. He stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong as if he wanted to see through Huang Xiaolong as his voice rang. "Looks like you came with a purpose." Came with a purpose. Then, the blood moon wasn't the only reason. The rest quickly locked onto Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong admitted frankly despite the killing intent locked onto him from various directions. "That's right." His answer dumbfounded everyone for a second, as no one had expected that Huang Xiaolong would admit it. Huang Xiaolong's gaze finally shifted towards the enormous blood moon high in the air. The blood moon is really here. Right at this time, the sounds of whistling winds accompanied Yuan Tiany's arrival. Peak major completion absolute blaze power, perfection level absolute earth power. The old man stated as he looked at the absolute blaze and absolute earth barrier around Yuan Tiany. Yuan Tiany ignored them, with his burning gaze fixed on the blood moon, and declared to Huang Xiaolong, "The blood moon can only be mine." This was his warning to Huang Xiaolong. If Huang Xiaolong dared to snatch it, he would be ruthless with him. The son of Mystic and the others watched with gloomy faces as Yuan Tiany declared his sovereignty over the blood moon to Huang Xiaolong the moment he came, while ignoring them, who had arrived there before him. "The blood moon is yours?" The scar-faced expert chuckled maliciously. "Relying on your peak major completion absolute blaze power and perfection level absolute earth power? I'll cripple you with one strike." Yuan Tiany glanced over at the scar-faced, middle-aged man as if he was looking at an ant. "I can hit ants like you half to death with a flip of my paw. I'll give you a warning. Scram now, scram far away, or none of you will be able to escape later." Killing intent burst out from the eyes of the mystical pavilion's experts. No one dared to threaten them like this. The scar-faced, middle-aged expert let out a maniacal laughter. "Then, this ant wants to see how you're going to hit me half to death." With that said, a large blade appeared in his hand and slashed towards Yuan Tiany. There were no blinding rays of blade light accompanying this slash, but the absolute powers of wind, metal, radiance, and lightning at major completion level were capable of destroying all living creatures below the sun, and it was overwhelmingly powerful. Yuan Tiany merely took a glance at the arriving blade, then raised his paw and clipped the blade between two claws, pinning the blade in midair. The absolute powers of wind, metal, radiance, and lightning brewing on the blade were extinguished like the fickle flames on a candle. The son of Mystic and the others were flabbergasted by the result. "Watch out!" The main mystical pavilion master, the old man enshrouded in darkness, suddenly yelled, and he was about to make a move but was still a second too late. Yuan Tiany's two fingers slightly turned, and the blade between his claws shattered into pieces. He lightly waved his claws, an array of blade light flashed and drew an arch across the scar-faced, middle-aged man's neck. Time and space seemed to still for a moment, and before the others reacted, the scar-faced, middle-aged man's head rolled off his shoulders, falling into the hot lava below. Blood spurted into the air, splattering everywhere like a whimsical fountain of golden blood. Faces of other mystical pavilions experts immediately became solemn and wary. Although the scar-faced, middle-aged man was not considered strong among them, he was no weakling. How could someone who had mastered 4 elements at major completion level be considered as weak? Yet he was killed by Yuan Tiany's nonchalant wave. Even the main mystical pavilion master, enshrouded in darkness, narrowed his eyes in solemnity. Perhaps Yuan Tiany's show of strength deterred them, as none of them made any reckless action or said a word. "Who are you?" the main mystical pavilion master asked solemnly. Yuan Tiany looked at the old man and said, "You're that person, ranked number 1 on the so-called extermination list, main mystical pavilion master? Before I lose my patience, I'm giving you a last warning to scram as far as the sky is. Scram as far as the sky is." The solemn faces of everyone on the mystical pavilion side turned ugly. "Insolent!" Another mystical pavilion's expert's anger flared as his momentum soared, and in a single step forward, he went straight at Yuan Tiany with an overwhelming killing intent. "Kneel and you will be spared." The power of darkness, frost, and wind surged out from his palms. 3 absolute powers, and all 3 had reached perfection level. Such strength was more than qualified to enter the extermination list's top 10. But this mystical pavilion expert's name was not on the extermination list. Yuan Tiany watched the mystical pavilion's expert with 3 elements perfection shout at him to kneel to have his life spared, and a derisive sneer escaped Yuan Tiany's mouth. He raised his paw and met with the mystical pavilion expert's attack. Rumble! In the next second, they saw the mystical pavilion's expert being shot into the distance like a meteor. His arms had turned into tiny specks of light, scattering in the space. Eminent Elder Sanji. The rest of Mystical Pavilion experts cried out in shock and horror as they scrambled to catch the falling expert. The main Mystical Pavilion master stared fixedly at Yuan Tianyi, and there was finally a crack in his calm demeanor. Radiance, darkness, poison, and lightning, for elements perfection. This nameless and unfamiliar person that suddenly appeared possessed strength surpassing the origin Holy World Master. Yuan Tianyi did not bother with others, and he looked indifferent as he faced the main Mystical Pavilion Master. Make your move! The main Mystical Pavilion Master and the others stiffened for a moment as they were taken aback, and just as the main Mystical Pavilion Master opened his mouth to respond, a group of people on the horizon flew towards them. When the main Mystical Pavilion Master saw the several familiar faces amongst the group, his expression worsened. Song Sun, Di Shuang. Among the two at the front of the group, one of them was the leader of the Death Beast Di Shuang, and the other person was the leader of Origin Land's 10 overlords, Song Sun. Moreover, behind these two people were the remaining 9 beast kings and overlords. All these years they had been cultivating secretly inside this space, trying to refine the Blood Moon because they were worried their plans would be discovered by the Origin Land's 10 overlords. But who would have thought that not only the Origin Land's 10 overlords would come there, but also 10 beast kings led by Di Shuang, the son of Mystic, and the others, too, got a fright when they heard Song Sun and Di Shuang's name, and panic flashed across their faces. It's the Destiny Race's Li Shuo, one of the Mystical Pavilion's experts exclaimed, when he spotted Li Shuo being one of the people behind Song Sun and Di Shuang. The Mystical Pavilion group did not expect this. The Destiny Race? The Death Beast's Peril Land's 10 Beast Kings, and Origin Land's 10 overlords arriving together was strange enough. How come even the Destiny Race seems to have joined hands with the other two parties? But why is there only Li Shuo representing the Destiny Race? Before the Mystical Pavilion experts' surprised and astonished faces, Song Sun, Di Shuang, and 20-plus experts accompanying them actually flew towards the young man. What's going on? This large group's action was baffling to the Mystical Pavilion's experts. But what happened next was even more mind-boggling. Song Sun, Di Shuang, and the others stood respectfully behind the youngster, just like subordinates waiting for orders. The Mystical Pavilion experts exchanged wary glances. Yuan Tianyi looked at the main Mystical Pavilion master. Can you start now? If you aren't going to make a move, don't blame me for bullying juniors for not giving them a chance. Bullying juniors? The main Mystical Pavilion master's face was ugly to the extreme, as never had he thought that there would be a day someone would talk down to him in this tone. On top of that, from this person's tone, if he didn't take the initiative to attack, he wouldn't get a chance later. He looked at Di Shuang and Song Sun. Don't worry. When you two are battling, Di Shuang, Song Sun, and the others won't interfere. Huang Xiaolong could see the wariness in the old man's eyes, and he gave his word without any burden. Other Mystical Pavilion experts looked at Huang Xiaolong in surprise. You are the son of creation, Huang Xiaolong? The son of Mystic suddenly said as he stared at Huang Xiaolong. When he saw that Di Shuang, Song Sun, and the others were treating the young man as master, he half-guessed Huang Xiaolong's identity. When the rest of the Mystical Pavilion experts heard this, their faces changed. Correct. Huang Xiaolong nodded. He wasn't afraid of the son of Mystic fleeing from this space. Seeing that the main Mystical Pavilion master kept on delaying the battle, Yuan Tianyi ran out of patience, and his paw slapped toward the old man. All 13 elements' energies circulated at the same time. 13 different lights lit up the entire space. The main Mystical Pavilion master paled when he turned and saw Yuan Tianyi's 13 colored lights. He raised his palm and retaliated at full force, and 10 colors of light could be seen swirling in his palm. Although the main Mystical Pavilion master's 10 elements' absolute power shocked many people, it couldn't compare to Yuan Tianyi's 13 elements. Rumble. The two opposing powers collided in midair like two mountains of absolute powers. Heaven and earth shook. The impact opened an empty space in the flowing lava below where the main Mystical Pavilion master crashed. The son of Mystic and other mystical pavilion experts were knocked back by the colliding forces, coughing up blood from internal injuries. But the flowing lava recovered immediately and submerged the main mystical pavilion master within. You! The son of Mystic and other mystical pavilion experts stared at Yuan Tianyi in horror and couldn't get out more than one word. 13 elements of absolute powers. There's actually an expert with 13 elements powers in the Huanglong world. Di Shuang, Song Sun, and the rest were just as frightened after watching Yuan Tianyi easily sending the main mystical pavilion master, the #1 expert on the extermination list, into the lava flow with one strike. Moreover, the main mystical pavilion master wielded 10 elements powers, 5 of them at perfection level, instead of the 4 perfection level as the rumors outside suggested. Even so, he was sent flying by Yuan Tianyi with one strike nonetheless. Huang Xiaolong was indifferent, and he was not at all surprised by this result. Even he couldn't claim that he could battle Yuan Tianyi to a draw, even if he used all 13 elements power, Huanglong armor, and Huanglong twin blades. Then the main mystical pavilion master was a nobody compared to him. A moment later, the lava surface below burst into the air as the main mystical pavilion master, who was struck down, flew out. His face was pallid as this was the first time he was injured since coming to the Huanglong world, and this was the first time he suffered this degree of injuries. I didn't expect there to be an expert like you in the Huanglong world. He looked at Yuan Tianyi, but before he finished his words, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yuan Tianyi looked coldly at the main mystical pavilion master. What #1 on the extermination list? An ant just the same. The main mystical pavilion master's face reddened with fury. But he understood what mastering the 13 elements meant. Hence, despite his fury, he did not retort. Other experts of mystical pavilion did not matter to Yuan Tianyi, and therefore he arrived above the blood moon in a flicker and pushed both his paws down. Immediately, the blinding blood-red light from the blood moon's surface was forced back into the blood moon. Seeing this, the hearts of mystical pavilion's experts sank. They knew very well how hard it was to force the blood-red light back into the blood moon because they had tried various methods in the last 1,000 years to no avail. But Yuan Tianyi merely pressed down lightly, and he succeeded in forcing the blood-red light back into the blood moon. Huang Xiaolong watched Yuan Tianyi take away the blood moon without any interruptions because the blood moon couldn't be taken away so easily. It was obvious the mystical pavilion group had been here for many years, yet they had not succeeded so far. Huang Xiaolong looked at the main mystical pavilion master, although his words were directed at Di Shuang, Song Sun, and the rest. I'll deal with the mystical pavilion people. So you all lock down the immediate space and make sure the son of Mystic does not escape. Yes, your highness. Song Sun, Di Shuang, Lei Yu, and the others complied respectfully, and then each withdrew to the distance, blocking all paths of escape. The main mystical pavilion experts were outraged as Huang Xiaolong planned to deal with all of them alone, and killing intent boiled in their chests. All of you back down. I will deal with Huang Xiaolong. The main mystical pavilion master raised his arm to prevent others from taking action, and then looked frostily at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong, I know that you're strong enough to battle 9 beast kings alone, but do you think you can be my opponent because I am injured? In my eyes, you're child's play. With that said, his figure blurred and appeared right before Huang Xiaolong with his palms striking out. As his palms struck out, 10 elements of absolute power surged forth, giving everyone the feeling that the lands and rivers were being separated, and not even 10,000 great mountains could stop this force. Looking at the main mystical pavilion master's full force attack as if the fury in his heart could only be vented if he blasted Huang Xiaolong till nothing was left, Huang Xiaolong struck out with a single palm, similar to Yuan Tianyi's action. Palm-shaped space holes appeared in the blood moon space as if a playful child was splattering paint all over. The son of Mystic had just retreated to the distance when they saw the main mystical pavilion master sent flying once again. This time around, the distance was greater. Earlier, Yuan Tianyi had not used his full force, but Huang Xiaolong did not hold back at all as he exerted the full force of his 13 elements. Watching the 13 kinds of energies surging in Huang Xiaolong's palm, the son of mystic and experts from Mystical Pavilion were stupefied. Again, 13 elements. When Huang Xiaolong had battled the 9 beast kings, didn't he merely wield 7 absolute powers? Now, Huang Xiaolong actually mastered the remaining 6 elements. He had comprehended the power of time and space. An hour later, Huang Xiaolong looked at the half-dying main Mystical Pavilion master and summoned the Dragon of Creation to brand the creation mark. But to his astonishment, the branding failed. Huang Xiaolong was stunned for a moment. The main Mystical Pavilion master chuckled. Huang Xiaolong, you are very surprised, aren't you? You're not from the Huanglong world. Huang Xiaolong concluded in a bland tone because his Huanglong bloodline's creation mark was only effective on natives of Huanglong world. That's right. The main Mystical Pavilion master's mocking gaze circled around Huang Xiaolong's face. At least you're not stupid, so you'd better release us. If anything happens to us, the entire Huanglong world will be buried with us. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong remained indifferent and cold. Although the creation mark failed, Huang Xiaolong had other ways to search his soul. It would only be a little more troublesome. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong had read through the main Mystical Pavilion master and son of mystic's memories, and there were some surprising findings. The main Mystical Pavilion master was not the real one. He's actually the vice main Mystical Pavilion master. All these years, the real main Mystica Pavilion master had been scheming and plotting everything from the dark, while this fake main Mystical Pavilion master handled everything on the surface. The son of Mystic was the real one, and he was Huang Shuai's cousin. No wonder they have so many similarities in features. As for this fake main Mystical Pavilion master, he was the son of Mystic's second uncle, and the 4 of them hailed from another world's super clan. Their family stood at the top in another world, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were the first clan in the universe. The real main Mystical Pavilion master's strength was unfathomable. Even so, amongst the younger generation of this clan, he could only be counted in the top 20. As for this fake main Mystical Pavilion master, he ranked in the top 30 in the family. On top of that, from these 2 people's memories, Huang Xiaolong learned that his father's disappearance was related to their family. However, this vice main Mystical Pavilion master and son of Mystic did not know much useful information. Perhaps the real main Mystical Pavilion master knew where his father is. Huang Rong. Huang Xiaolong said the name out loud. Huang Rong was the main Mystical Pavilion master's name. Their clan had the same Huang surname, and they were also a dragon race clan. The only good news Huang Xiaolong obtained was that the main Mystical Pavilion master and Huang Shuai were still in the Huanglong world, and they had joined with another group of people and went to the outer world where the demon race was located, searching for the Huanglong heart. Huanglong heart is in the outer world. The son of Mystic had come to the origin lands in search of the blood moon, whereas the other group had gone looking for the Huanglong heart. Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he was not going to let Huang Shuai escape. If Huang Shuai escaped this time, he would very likely run back to his family, making it difficult for Huang Xiaolong to get back the Huanglong cape from Huang Shuai's hands. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yuan Tianyi, who was busy refining the blood moon in the air. He still wasn't Yuan Tianyi's opponent at this time, but if he had the Huanglong cape, things would be different. The Huanglong cape's speed was undefeatable. His speed would be greatly enhanced with the Huanglong cape, and he wouldn't be slower than Yuan Tianyi. Huang Xiaolong threw the vice Mystical Pavilion master and son of Mystic into the Sun-Moon Furnace, making them companions with Poison Bodak, Sword Venerable, and the others. I need to find a time to upgrade the Sun-Moon Furnace, Huang Xiaolong thought inwardly. Although the Sun-Moon Furnace was a top-grade cosmos artifact, its grade was low to be useful for Huang Xiaolong's current strength. If the Sun-Moon Furnace could be upgraded to the level of creation artifact, it would be more powerful. As for the rest of the Mystical Pavilion experts, they were native to the Huanglong world. Thus, they were not immune to the creation mark. When all these things were done, Yuan Tianyi was still happily occupied with the blood moon, and Huang Xiaolong watched Yuan Tianyi break out in sweat, trying to refine the blood moon unhurriedly. Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged on the side, snacking on Genesis-level pills. Half a day later, Yuan Tianyi, who had been working hard on the blood moon, was annoyed when he saw Huang Xiaolong relaxing not far away and snapped, "Huang Xiaolong, what do you mean by this?" Huang Xiaolong shrugged his shoulders at Yuan Tianyi. "Didn't you want to refine the blood moon? I won't compete with you." "You!" Yuan Tianyi was vexed. He had not expected the blood moon to be so difficult to refine. He had initially thought that with his comprehension of the 13 elements, he could easily refine and take away the blood moon, but now it seemed like that wouldn't happen within 10,000 years. 10,000 years? He remembered the scene where Huang Xiaolong had taken away the tree of origin after consuming several drops of blood essence. Yuan Tianyi forced out the anger and frustration in his heart, and finally said through gritted teeth, "Work with me to refine this blood moon. We'll share it to cultivate later." Huang Xiaolong looked at him, smiling whilst not smiling as he asked, "Are you sure?" After looking at Huang Xiaolong's smug expression, Yuan Tianyi was red with rising anger, and he yelled, "Huang Xiaolong, don't get smug. If I can't take away this blood moon, don't think that you'll be able to either." In the end, the two cooperated and finally took away the blood moon half a day later. Though it was cooperation, in truth it was more accurate to say it was taken away by Huang Xiaolong. Watching Huang Xiaolong easily refine the blood moon using his Huang Long bloodline's essence, Yuan Tianyi's face was extremely ugly. He finally understood that its origin was a pivotal starting point. What could he do when Huang Xiaolong had a good father? If Huang Xiaolong didn't have the god of creation Huang Long as his father and inherited the Huang Long bloodline, could Huang Xiaolong suppress him? After taking away the blood moon, Huang Xiaolong no longer delayed. He and the others exited the purplish-red space and re-emerged from the blood moon sea. Because Huang Xiaolong took away the blood moon, there were no more blood moon's energy seeping into the sea. Hence, the redness dominating the blood moon sea gradually receded and completely vanished several days later. Upon coming out from the blood moon sea, Huang Xiaolong decided to head to the outer world. Since he had learned the main mystical pavilion master Huang Rong and Huang Shui had gone there looking for the Huang Long heart, Huang Xiaolong naturally had no intention of wasting his time in the origin holy world. But before that, Huang Xiaolong took a quick detour to the Destiny Race's headquarters. Huang Xiaolong met with the Destiny Race's patriarch, Li Tianyi, and after some discussion, Li Tianyi was surprised after learning Huang Xiaolong's purpose. "Your Highness, you want to enter the Golden Spider Black region?" In the wider Huang Long world, there were two main races. One was the human race, and the other was the demon race. Places dominated by the human race were called holy worlds. For example, Divine Tua Holy World, Origin Holy World, and so on. Whereas, the demon race's side was separated by regions, such as the Demonic Buddha Black region, Heavenly Dawn Black region, Swordless Black region, and Myriad Devil Black region. The strongest place on the human race's side was the Origin Holy World, and on the demon side was the Golden Spider Black region. This explained why the Destiny Race's patriarch was surprised when he heard Huang Xiaolong wanted to go to the Golden Spider Black region. "And I know that Patriarch Li Tianyi has been to the Golden Spider Black region more than once, and you're more familiar with the Golden Spider Black region and the Golden Spider Race. Therefore, I would like to invite Patriarch Li Tianyi to accompany me," said Huang Xiaolong. The main mystical pavilion master Huang Rong and Huang Shui were looking for Huang Long heart within the Golden Spider Black region. There was a fleeting, complicated expression on Li Tianyi's face of melancholy, apprehension, doting, and anger. Clearly, these feelings were evoked by his memories with the Golden Spider race. "All right, I will make this trip with your highness." A while later, Li Tianyi gritted his teeth and agreed, as if he was determined about something. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded. "Then, we will set off in a bit." It was best that Li Tianyi, the Destiny Race's patriarch, agreed to go with him. Lei Yu stepped forward and sighed. "You're not going to see Meng Binglan?" Meng Binglan, the Ice Orchid Chamber of Commerce's president, had remained single for so many years because of Li Tianyi, in hope Li Tianyi would return to her one day. Li Tianyi stiffened. He then looked at Lei Yu and shook his head. "My heart is with Zhuer. Binglan knows this." Zhuer was his endearing term towards the golden spider race's princess. Lei Yu stopped talking, looking crestfallen. As there was nothing much to prepare, roughly half an hour later, the group set off to the demon territory. It was a long journey to reach the golden spider black region from the origin holy world. They needed to cross over 10 other regions. Hence, it was a risky and dangerous journey. However, these people were powerful experts, and they just needed to force back anyone coming at them. The purple lightning peak turned into a streak of light across the dark space, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. They soon exited the origin holy world and entered the demon territory. It would take several years to reach the golden spider black region. So Huang Xiaolong entered the sun-moon furnace with Yuan Tianyi to cultivate and further comprehend the 13 elements under the tree of origin. Under them was pure soil that radiated the power of radiance, and high above them was the blood moon, emitting blood-red light that continuously tempered their physical bodies and strengthened their bloodline's power. Several years later, when Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi exited the sun-moon furnace, the purple lightning peak entered the golden spider black region. Similar to other regions in the demon world, the golden spider black region was dim and dark, and it had darkness devil chi that was stronger than most regions, filling the air. The general human race cultivators would surely find it hard to adapt to this environment, for it was truly challenging for them to survive in this bleak environment with rich darkness devil chi. Although Lei Yu had stayed for a long time in the origin holy world in the past, this was his first time entering the golden spider black region that was hailed as the strongest amongst the demons, so excitement was seeping out from his eyes. "Your Highness, where should we head first?" Lei Yu asked, looking at the bleak and dark horizon before them and a land that seemed to swallow all light. There was a slight smile on Huang Xiaolong's face when looking at Lei Yu. "Go straight to the golden spider black region. I'll leave the golden spider race patriarch for you to deal with." Lei Yu blanked for a second, with his mouth agape, before he managed to utter an awkward response. "In front of the golden spider patriarch, my meager strength is nothing more than flicking his pinky. Thanks but no thanks. Better let Song Sun, Di Shuang, and the others have fun with the golden spider patriarch." Everyone erupted in laughter. As the strongest expert in the demon world, how could it be so easy to deal with the golden spider race patriarch? Even though Lei Yu usually acted haughtily, he had a clear understanding of his own capabilities. "Let's go. We're heading to the golden spider race headquarters." When everyone stopped laughing, Huang Xiaolong spoke. He retrieved the purple lightning peak and leaped onto Lei Yu's back. Lei Yu sped forward, and the rest followed closely. The golden spider black region was bigger than the origin holy world, and it was by no means an easy task to locate Huang Rong and Huang Shui in this vast region. Thus, Huang Xiaolong intended to borrow the golden spider race's power. As the strongest race in the demon world, the golden spider race was also the strongest powerhouse in the golden spider black region, with more than half of the entire region under their control. With help from the golden spider race, the burden of locating Huang Rong and Huang Shui would be greatly reduced. There was a chance that the golden spider race patriarch already knew of Huang Rong and Huang Shui's whereabouts. After hearing Huang Xiaolong say that they were going straight to the golden spider race headquarters, a complicated expression flickered across the Destiny Race Patriarch Li Tianyi's face. "Don't worry. When we get there, we would help rescue your Zhuer," Huang Xiaolong promised Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi looked gratefully at Huang Xiaolong, thanking him. "Thank you, Your Highness. Subordinate will do his best to repay Your Highness' grace." The group flew at high speed without stopping, traversing across the golden spider black region's mountains and lands. Half a month later, they finally entered the golden spider race's territory. The first thing that caught their eyes upon entering the golden spider race's territory was the fleet of flying ships in the air. Experts from every corner of the golden spider black region seemed to be there, and these flying ships seemed to be heading in the same direction of the golden spider race headquarters. The marriage alliance between golden spider race and Mao bull race is the biggest event of our demon world in recent years. Many of the neighboring region's super races came to attend the celebration. "We must hurry to the golden spider race headquarters, because if we're late, we won't even get a place to stand," Words from a passing-by group of demon race experts could be heard. The Golden Spider Race and Mao Bull Race's marriage alliance. Huang Xiaolong and the others were surprised to hear that. The Destiny Race patriarch Li Tianyi's face sank. If a demon race like the Golden Spider Race chose to form a marriage alliance, they wouldn't select any general disciples other than the Golden Spider Race patriarch. The status of the Golden Spider Race's princess was the highest and most noble. When the Golden Spider Race patriarch forcefully separated him and the Golden Spider Race's princess, the Golden Spider Race patriarch had been coercing the Golden Spider Race's princess to marry experts from the demon world. Could the person selected for the marriage alliance this time be? Watching the group of demon experts leave, Li Tianyi became agitated. In a flicker, he stopped in front of the demon experts, blocking their paths. The faces of demon experts in the group sank when someone deliberately blocked their path, and just as one of them was about to snap, Li Tianyi reached out and grabbed the strongest one among them and pulled him towards him. To that demon expert's horror, he couldn't put up any resistance at all. What's going on? Clearly, his cosmos energy was not restrained in any way, but he was unable to move. Upon seeing that his subordinates wanted to make a move, he shouted in a hurry, "Stop!" After stopping his subordinates from possible reckless actions, the demon expert respectfully faced Li Tianyi. "Lord, what can I do for you?" Because Huang Xiaolong, Li Tianyi, and others had converged their aura and cast a disguising illusion over themselves. None of the demon experts could tell that Huang Xiaolong's group was actually comprised of human race experts. Who is the person selected for the marriage alliance between the Golden Spider Race and Mao Bull Race? Li Tianyi's stern tone and the cold light in his eyes frightened the demon expert. The demon expert inwardly heaved with relief when he heard the subject of the question and hurriedly answered, "It's the Golden Spider Race's Princess Jin Zhu and the Mao Bull Race's patriarch, Princess Jin Zhu." It is really Zhuer. Hostility and a murderous aura exploded from Li Tianyi's body. Zhuer was his endearment term for the Golden Spider Princess, whereas Jin Zhu was her given name. The demon expert quivered under the surging murderous aura from Li Tianyi. "Lord, you? Isn't the Mao Bull Race patriarch already married? I remember he has more than one wife," Li Tianyi asked the demon expert. Instinctively sensing Li Tianyi's hatred towards the Mao Bull Race patriarch, the demon expert stammered, "To the Mao Bull patriarch has indeed married 6 women, but it is said that upon marrying the Golden Spider Race's princess, she would be the main wife, and others would be demoted to concubines." Hearing that, Li Tianyi's anger boiled. "Old fogey Xianxia, you unscrupulous old thing. I'm going to kill you, you old thing." Heaven-shaking killing intent swept out, tearing the immediate space into shreds. This was the horror of a perfection-level power of space. Li Tianyi had been cultivating like insane for all these years, and he had finally raised his power of space to a perfection level. Blood drained from the demon experts' faces under the pressure coming off Li Tianyi. Li Tianyi had a few more questions to ask the demon expert, and after he got the answers, he let them go. "Your Highness, I was too agitated just now." When he returned to Huang Xiaolong's side, Li Tianyi had a guilty look on his face. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Anyone would have a similar reaction." He paused briefly, then added, "Since the wedding is scheduled for half a month later, we can make it on time if we hurry over now." Based on their speed, they didn't need half a month to reach the Golden Spider Race headquarters. Even though they had more than enough time, the group did not dally or make any stop along the journey, and they arrived at the Golden Spider Race headquarters 10 days later. As the demon world's top existence, the Golden Spider Race princess wedding was indeed a grand event of the demon world. When the group arrived at the Golden Spider Race headquarters, the crowd was bigger than Huang Xiaolong had estimated. "Damn! So many experts! It looks like all the experts that could come have come, and even those from the neighboring regions." Sensing the many powerful auras, a shiver ran down Lei Yu's back. Even he couldn't help feeling pressured from a few of these auras. These experts could snatch a spot on the extermination list's top 10. Even Tsang Sun, and the other 9 overlords, Di Shuang, and other beast kings wore solemn expressions. In terms of one-to-one battle, none of them was afraid. However, there were too many demon experts here. How many experts were there in the Golden Spider Black region? And what was the number when one added the large number of experts from the neighboring regions? The total number of experts from the entire Origin Holy World, Death Beast's Peril Land, and the Origin Lands was not even close to the number of experts participating in the wedding celebration. Huang Xiaolong was astonished as well as he had not expected there to be so many demon experts. But he wasn't affected at all. He grinned and made an obvious comment. Looks like our rescue operation won't be a walk in the park. But the Destiny Race Patriarch Li Tianyi couldn't find it in him to muster a smile, as he too had not expected such a turnout of demon experts. Even though his power of space had reached perfection level, he felt unprecedented pressure. Yuan Tianyi stood without any expression, and only he knew what was going through his head. Let's go in, Huang Xiaolong said with a wave of his hand, stepping into the Golden Spider Race headquarters with everyone. At this time, experts from the Golden Spider Black regions and other regions were gathered inside the Great Hall of Golden Spider Race headquarters. Naturally, the Golden Spider Race Patriarch and Mao Bull Race Patriarch were among them. Those qualified to be seated in the Great Hall at this time were all top-tier races patriarchs. Needless to say, all of them were renowned experts. At the very least, they had the strength for a place on the extermination list. The Golden Spider Race Patriarch sat on the throne in the hall. He looked old with a face full of wrinkles. If it weren't for the two glistening golden runes on his forehead, he looked no different than the regular old men. No aura could be detected from him, and he looked like merely a feeble and weak old man. The Mao Bull Race Patriarch, Mao Cheng, was listening attentively to Xianxia speak, and he nodded his head occasionally. In the end, he promised, "Rest assured, Lord Xianxia, I definitely would treat Princess Xianxia well." Xianxia nodded his head, and a faint satisfied smile raised the corners of his mouth. "I'm assured because it's you." The Mao Bull Race Patriarch Mao Zheng was known as the most outstanding junior of the Golden Spider Black region during his younger days. He had never disappointed him. Mao Cheng had grown through the years, strong enough to become the top 3 experts in the Golden Spider Black region. Although there was still some gap between his strength and Xianxia's, Xianxia believed that it wouldn't be long for Mao Cheng to reach his level. He had been in many long seclusions in recent years, and was rarely handling the affairs of their race. Therefore, he had been intending to look for a successor. Mao Cheng was the person to inherit his position, and he was the most ideal candidate to take over the Golden Spider Black region. However, Li Tianyi has always been a concern of mine, Xianxia added. Unfortunately, he managed to escape from my hands several times. Mao Bull Race Patriarch Mao Cheng was quick to reassure him. "Rest assured, Lord Xianxia, there will be a day when I lead the army into the Origin Holy World, and deal with Lo-Yi once and for all. Even if he runs to the end of the world, I will hunt him down." The affair between Li Tianyi and the Golden Spider Race Princess Xianxia was no secret, and Mao Cheng had deep resentment towards Princess Xianxia's old flame. Xianxia nodded his head in appreciation, but just as he opened his mouth, his expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked coldly outwards. Noticing the sudden change in Xianxia's expression, everyone was baffled, and in this brief moment, screams sounded outside the hall. "Mao Cheng, a bull like you wants to kill me?" A harsh voice sounded. "What a big tone you've got." In the next moment, the people inside the hall saw a group of people walking in. Huang Xiaolong Li Tianyi and the others removed the illusion veiling their true faces, and they no longer conceal their auras. "It's you, Li Tianyi." In the great hall, more than a few demon experts' expressions turned unsightly as they jumped to their feet. Li Tianyi had sneaked into the Golden Spider Race headquarters several times, and he had fought quite a few of the present experts in the great hall more than once. Hence, many of the demon experts recognized Li Tianyi. When the Mao Bull Race Patriarch Mao Cheng saw Li Tianyi, he stood up. Cold glints of light flashed across his eyes despite his throaty laugh. "Li Tianyi, you've got some guts to show your face here days before my wedding. But, since you're here, don't think of leaving anymore." He was on the verge of attacking with that said. "Not so fast." The Golden Spider Race Patriarch Xianxia suddenly said, bewildering Mao Chang and other demon experts. Xianxia's attention was on Cang Sun and Di Shuang. Although he had not seen them before, he sensed the tyrannical force they possessed. Any one of the two was not weaker than him. There are such experts among the human race. Xianxia was surprised, but what astonished him was, Cang Sun, Di Shuang, Li Tianyi, and everyone else were walking behind a young man, just like followers. Even though he could tell that Cang Sun and Di Shuang were not weaker than him, he couldn't see through Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi's strengths. Who are all of you? Xianxia asked Huang Xiaolong, Cang Sun, Di Shuang, and the others. Cang Sun, Di Shuang. Cang Sun and Di Shuang stated, respectively. Most of the demon experts in the Great Hall had never heard of Cang Sun or Di Shuang, but their names rumbled like thunder in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia's expression turned dignified as he cupped his fists in greeting. The leader of the Origin Land's 10 overlords, Taoist friend Cang Sun, and the leader of the Death Beast's Peril Land's Taoist friend Di Shuang. Welcome. What? The leader of Origin Land's 10 overlords. The Death Beast's leader of the 10 Beast Kings. The patriarchs of demon races in the Great Hall seemed to pale upon hearing the two names, and even Mao Chang, who was raging to attack moments ago, was clearly taken aback. Although the Origin Land's 10 overlords and Death Beast's Peril Land's 10 Beast Kings were not listed on the extermination list, the top-tier race's patriarchs understood what the Origin Land's 10 overlords and Death Beast Peril Land's 10 Beast Kings meant. Then the others are? Xianxia asked as his gaze swept over Di Fan and the others. Merely the remaining 9 of the 10 Beast Kings, Di Fan introduced. Each one of the 9 Origin Land's 10 overlords also stated their identities. The introductions frightened the demon experts to gather closer, as if that made them feel more secure. The atmosphere in the Great Hall became heavy. Xianxia forced himself to calm down and said, May I know what's the purpose of you all coming here? We're here for 2 matters. The person who spoke was Huang Xiaolong. As Xianxia, Mao Chang, and the others listened, Huang Xiaolong continued, 1. It's about Li Tianyi and Princess Jinzhu, and we hope you can give Princess Jinzhu and Li Tianyi your blessing. 2. The main mystical pavilion master has entered the Golden Spider Black region, so we hope Patriarch Xianxia can get his whereabouts for us. What? Impossible! Before Xianxia spoke, Mao Chang blurted out in objection. Xianxia's eyes narrowed in scrutiny. And who might you be? Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong stated. Huang Xiaolong. Xianxia and Mao Chang looked baffled. It was obvious neither of them had heard of Huang Xiaolong's name, as Huang Xiaolong's rise in the Origin Holy World was a matter in the recent 1,000+ years. Not to mention the distance between Origin Holy World and Golden Spider Black region. It wasn't strange that Xianxia and the others had never heard of Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong chuckled when he heard that. If the Golden Spider Patriarch disagrees, he might have to suffer some torture of the flesh. Therefore, it is better for Patriarch Xianxia to agree. A cold light glinted in Xianxia's eyes, and a sneer escaped his lips. Even if there are the Origin Land's 10 overlords and 10 Beast Kings, so what? More than half of our Golden Spider Black region's experts and other regions' experts are gathered in this place, not to mention a mere 10 overlords and 10 Beast Kings. So, even if there are 100 of you, all of you will have to crouch on the ground. Huang Xiaolong wasn't angered by those words at all, and responded nonchalantly, In that case, we'll decide with our fists. Honestly, he had expected this result. Xianxia was the strongest expert in the demon world, and his status equaled that of an emperor, capable of gathering the whole demon world's experts with one word. How could someone like that listen to a human race youngster's word and release Princess Jinzhu? And it was even more impossible for him to give Princess Jinzhu and Li Tianyi his blessings. Xianxia wasn't afraid even if all the experts in the Origin Holy World and all the holy worlds in between the Origin Holy World and Divine Tua Holy World attacked the Golden Spider Black region. Would he be afraid of some 20+ people? Xianxia probably still won't agree to allow Princess Jinzhu to be with Li Tianyi, even if he knew Huang Xiaolong was the son of creation. Upon hearing Huang Xiaolong's decision to fight, the look in Jin Xian's eyes turned icy. In a flicker, he arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong with his palm outstretched. His whole body's cosmos energy and absolute power rushed out like a tsunami from his palm. The golden spider black region's power of darkness and devil energy seemed to gather in his palm. Similar to the Origin Holy World Master Xianxia, who could employ the Origin Holy World Source Energy and Grand Tao Energy. As the region master of the golden spider black region, Jin Xian could employ the entirety of darkness energy and devil energy of the region. As the demon world's #1 expert, Jin Xian's cultivation strength was stronger than Cangsun, Dishuang, or any one of them. When his strength was enhanced by the golden spider black region's darkness energy and devil energy, one could imagine how much more powerful he could be. Probably, experts like Cangsun and Dishuang couldn't take the strike and remain unscathed. Even if Cangsun and Dishuang joined hands, they would still fall downwind. Jin Xian could tell that Huang Xiaolong was the center of the group. Hence he planned to resolve Huang Xiaolong by catching everyone by surprise. With Huang Xiaolong gone, dealing with the rest would take half the effort. Unfortunately, he made an error in estimating Huang Xiaolong's strength. Seeing that Jin Xian intended to kill him off with one strike, the corners of Huang Xiaolong's mouth curled up in a disdainful sneer as he struck forward with his own palm. Two palm forces collided. The world shook, and it was not merely the Golden Spider race headquarters, but the entire Golden Spider black region trembled for a second. Mao Chang and other experts felt as if the world had been flipped upside down, and their blood flow reversed. The rivers of the Golden Spider black region seemed to hang from the galaxy, and mountains were raining from the sky. Jin Xian was sent flying out from the Great Hall, crashing in the middle of the banquet tables arranged outside. The floor cracked, while dishes and wine got splattered everywhere. Many demon experts failed to avoid it in time and exploded into blood mist from the impact. The collision of palms caused every piece of bone in Jin Xian's body to be broken, and he lay helplessly on the ground, unable to get up immediately. At this point, Jin Xian couldn't be bothered with the injuries on his body, and he looked at Huang Xiaolong with horror and exclaimed, 13 elements powers! On top of that, 6 elements have reached perfection level. In that attack just now, Jin Xian had exerted his full force with the intention of crippling Huang Xiaolong with one strike. Hunag Xiaolong, too, had not held back, circulating all 13 elements power and 3 small worlds cosmos energy in retaliation. Mao Chang and other demon experts quivered at Jin Xian's words. Originally, they were prepared to attack, merely awaiting Jin Xian's order. But now, all of them ran out from the Great Hall in horror, joining the crowd of experts outside. The power of nirvana enveloped Jin Xian's whole body, and seconds later, he could finally get up to his feet. However, his power of nirvana had yet to reach perfection level. Therefore, his recovery rate was much worse than Huang Xiaolong's. "Who are you?" Jin Xian demanded. His question barely came out, and golden light filled the skies as a giant golden-yellow dragon like a heaven-propping pillar appeared behind Hunag Xiaolong. Irresistible heavenly might caused Jin Xian to tremble. God of creation, Huang Long. Several days later, the wedding went on as planned, but the bride and groom were Princess Jin Zhu and Li Tianyi. The Mao bull race patriarch Mao Chang was appointed as the groom's best man, and the wedding was officiated by Jin Xian himself. The wedding celebration lasted for an entire month, and the many races patriarchs and experts finally left. In the dead of the night, Huang Xiaolong stood in the air above the Golden Spider race's main palace roof. Jin Xian had employed the resources in his hands within the Golden Spider Black region, as well as the neighboring regions to search for the main mystical pavilion master Huang Rong and Huang Shuai's whereabouts. Although Huang Xiaolong was in a hurry to find Huang Rong and Huang Shuai, he could only wait for news at this point. However, Huang Xiaolong wasn't idle as he waited. He, Cangsun, Dishuang, Yuan Tianyi, and the others entered the Sun-Moon Furnace and cultivated under the Tree of Origin, Parasol Tree, Tree of Beginning, and Blood Moon as they seeded on pure soil. Although there were Cangsun, Dishuang, and other additional people, the cultivation result was actually better. The addition of Cang Sun, Di Shuang, and others' energies sped up Huang Xiaolong's comprehension. Seeing this, Yuan Tianyi doubled his effort, circulating all his 13 elements to blend with Huang Xiaolong's 13 elements. With the addition of Yuan Tianyi, Huang Xiaolong's comprehension increased exponentially. A little over a month went by, and on this day, Xianxia's report came. They had found the main mystical pavilion master's whereabouts. Oh, at the Nether Grotto? Huang Xiaolong had not expected that to be the place. There was a city called the City of Nether within the Golden Spider Black region, and it was one of the largest famous cities in the region. The reason was that under the City of Nether was the entrance to the Nether Grotto. The Nether Grotto was a famous perilous land within the Golden Spider Black region, similar to the Origin Holy World's Death Beast's Peril Land. Living inside the Nether Grotto were various ferocious creatures of darkness and devils. But in addition to that, the grotto also contained abundant spiritual herbs and treasures. It was the choice of many experts to explore and gain experience. "It is so, Your Highness," Xianxia answered. "From our investigation about 1,000 years ago, a mystical pavilion team entered the Nether Grotto. This team is most likely led by the main mystical pavilion master. They have probably gone to the lowest level and haven't come out in so many years." The Nether Grotto consisted of 9 levels, and descending down was akin to going down another level of hell that was filled with dangers and death at every corner. The Golden Spider race's manpower was truly amazing. In a short 2 months, they could find out something from more than 1,000 years ago. Upon learning Huang Rong's group had entered the Nether Grotto, Huang Xiaolong decided to set off immediately to the City of Nether. Xianxia went on, "Subordinate is quite familiar with the Nether Grotto, so please allow this subordinate to be a guide for Your Highness." "All right." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head in agreement. With the Lord of the Golden Spider Black region accompanying them would make many things convenient. A few minutes later, a group of people set off from the Golden Spider Race headquarters, heading straight to the City of Nether. A month later, the group arrived at the City of Nether. "Your Highness' purple lightning peak speed is amazing." As they sped through the vast space, Xianxia praised the purple lightning peak. He was genuinely awestruck by its speed. Huang Xiaolong shook his head. "The purple lightning peak speed is still too slow. I am planning to reforge it sometime soon." In truth, Huang Xiaolong had long thought of doing that. In others' eyes, the purple lightning peak was fast, but the purple lightning peak's current speed was still a little slow for his taste. Therefore, after he had dealt with the main mystical pavilion master Huang Rong and Huang Shui, he was going to look for more Genesis-level materials to reforge the purple lightning peak. Xianxia was speechless when he heard that Huang Xiaolong actually thought that the purple lightning peak speed was slow, and he didn't know how to respond. When they reached the City of Nether, Huang Xiaolong's group wasted no time at all in rushing to the Nether Grotto. The entrance to the Nether Grotto was on the north side of the city, and it was tightly guarded by the City of Nether's army. Every cultivator wanting to enter the Nether Grotto was to pay a certain amount of Dao coins. But Huang Xiaolong's group was stopped at the entrance. Xianxia was going to show himself, but Huang Xiaolong shook his head and paid the fees accordingly. Xianxia, who had 2 layers of identities. One, as the Golden Spider Race Patriarch and the #1 expert of Golden Spider Black region. His appearance would naturally cause a commotion, and the news might reach Huang Rong's ears sooner than they'd have liked. Moreover, it was merely Dao coins, and this was one thing that Huang Xiaolong does not lack. The group went in without a fuss after payment was made. One step into the Nether Grotto, and frigid coldness and darkness energy rushed towards them in more ways than one. These waves of frigid coldness and darkness energy reminded Huang Xiaolong of the place Di Shuang had cultivated in the Black Frost Abyss. However, the frigid coldness and darkness energy here was much stronger than the Black Frost Abyss, and there was also a lingering nefarious devil chi here. Huang Xiaolong's group hurried on without stopping, and soon, they reached the 2nd level of Nether Grotto's entrance. The further down they descend, the stronger the darkness creatures and devils that attacked them became, and the surrounding gravity grew stronger as well. It took Huang Xiaolong's group over 3 months to finally reach the 9th level of Nether Grotto. The 9th level of the Nether Grotto was called the most dangerous place in the whole Golden Spider Black region. It was so vast that it was seemingly boundless, and it was definitely bigger than several heavenly caves combined. Darkness devil energy roiled like an angry sea, yet it did not muffle the roars of the ferocious beasts that lived on this level. Here, even a high-level Dao venerable expert would find every step taken taxing. However, Huang Xiaolong noticed that there were actually many experts that ventured into the 9th level. Xianxia found it strange that there were so many experts on the 9th level. Normally, there won't be so many experts coming down to the 9th level. After all, for many, the risks outweighed the probable gain on the 9th level, as 9th esteemed Dao venerables losing their lives here was common. Did some kind of treasure appear on this level that attracted these people here? The myriad formation devil thought that was the likest guess. Xianxia nodded. There is this possibility, as there are occasions when Genesis treasures appear on the 9th level of Nether Grotto, including the Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle. Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle! Several people exclaimed in unison. Yes, Xianxia added. Still, treasures like the Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle are rare, and it is hard to find one in 100 million years. Right at this time, a group of demon experts flew past them, and it was needless to say that they were blocked by Huang Xiaolong's group. Only then did Huang Xiaolong's group learn the latest news in the last couple of months. It was said that the glazed soil had appeared. Glazed soil! The experts in Huang Xiaolong's group exclaimed, and Huang Xiaolong himself was just as surprised. The glazed soil was similar to the pure soil he had obtained across the Sea of Skulls, and it was capable of purifying one's Dao body and Dao soul. Although the effects were slightly worse than pure soil, nonetheless it was precious enough for experts to fight head-to-head for it. Daoist friends are not aware that glazed soil appeared here? The group of demon experts asked in return, as they were confused. As Huang Xiaolong, Xianxia, and the others had disguised their features with an illusion enchantment, none of the demon experts recognized them. Huang Xiaolong smiled. We've been hurrying on the road in the last few months, so no, we are not aware of it. I see. One of the demon experts responded and extended an invitation to Huang Xiaolong, even promising if they found any glazed soil, they would divide it in half. Huang Xiaolong declined his invitation. Although glazed soil was precious, it wasn't important to him. His purpose in descending the Nether Grotto was the Huang Long Heart and the Huang Long Cape in Huang Shuai's hands. The demon expert did not insist after Huang Xiaolong declined his invitation, as he bid farewell and sped off with his group. In order to locate Huang Rong and Huang Shuai, Huang Xiaolong unleashed the power of his Huang Long bloodline to the limit. As long as the Huang Long Heart was in his vicinity, he could definitely sense it. The 9th level of Nether Grotto turned lively with the unexpected surge of experts. One could see fightings and killings everywhere. Amidst battles against darkness beasts and devils, there were also fights that broke out from snatching for treasures. Huang Xiaolong's group turned a blind eye towards all these, as their main focus was locating Huang Rong's group. 2 days later, there was a rumor circulating on the 9th level that someone had obtained glazed soil, but no one knew exactly who it was. The 9th level shook when the news spread, and it led to even more experts rushing into the 9th level, searching for glazed soil as if they had lost their minds. Some demon experts even resorted to barricading space and capturing the passing by experts and directly searching their souls. Huang Xiaolong's group also encountered more than a few groups that tried to stop and question them. These demon experts that tried to question Huang Xiaolong forcefully did not end up well. Even so, there were still a lot of people that came looking for trouble with them, that Huang Xiaolong had to have Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, Myriad Formation Devil, and others release their auras slightly. Only then did the endless disturbance stop. 5 days later, on this day, Huang Xiaolong's group stopped above a swamp area. Suddenly, Huang Xiaolong's Huang Long bloodline throbbed. After feeling momentarily dazed, elation rushed into Huang Xiaolong's chest. This absolutely is. Your Highness, could it be? Noticing Huang Xiaolong's expression, Song Soon couldn't help asking. Huang Xiaolong nodded heavily and inhaled deeply. Everyone, proceed with caution. Everyone was ecstatic and complied respectfully. Huang Xiaolong and the rest immediately converged their auras, and the group proceeded with high vigilance, following the direction in which he sensed the Huang Long heart. After they had flown a short distance, the myriad formation devil asked, "Your Highness, there's a big formation right in front." Huang Xiaolong's eyes glimmered as he commented, "It should be laid out by the Mystical Pavilion's people." Learning the Mystical Pavilion's group was here, Huang Xiaolong was in no hurry to rush in. He had the myriad formation devil break the formation whilst he, Song Sun, and the others arranged another formation over it. This way, Huang Rong, Huang Shui, and those with them wouldn't be able to flee from this space. The moment the myriad formation devil broke the Mystical Pavilion group's formation, a powerful and majestic voice sounded, "Who's there?" His voice boomed like 10,000 thunders, shaking half the Nether Grotto's 9th level. The demon experts in the 9th level, ferocious beasts of darkness, and devils were petrified. So scary. Who was it? This aura? Is it a human race expert? The demon experts exclaimed one after one another. Then, a pillar of flames rose up like a javelin aimed at the sky and exploded somewhere in the 9th level. Horrifying waves of flames swept out, turning the immediate surrounding into a sea of fire, burning away the darkness, coldness, and devil chi wherever the flames went. The sea of fire expanded rapidly, frightening the demon experts into a panic to scurry for their lives. Perfection level of absolute blaze power. Looking at the vigorous flames swirling towards him, Huang Xiaolong let out a cold harumph, and without doing anything more, absolute frost power came roaring out from his body, turning every inch of space it passed into a frosty blue world. Astounding frosty blue world collided with blazing flames. Zizizizla. Sizzling sounds of flames being extinguished went on endlessly. It was a draw, and the battle came to an abrupt halt. "Ei!" The exclamation of surprise rang in everyone's ears. No wonder the formation I had laid out was broken. Then, a huge golden palm appeared from the horizon, crossed the distance, and it appeared right above Huang Xiaolong's group. This huge golden palm was condensed from the power of metal, and the harsh light from the power of metal blinded many demon experts on the 9th level, making them unable to open their eyes. Watching the huge golden palm slamming down on them, Huang Xiaolong retaliated with a palm strike of his own. An enormous lightning element palm shot upwards, and the dark nether grotto became bright as the day as the terrifying destructive power of lightning sizzled the air. Rumble! The lightning palm and golden palm collided hard in the air. Perfection level power of lightning. Excellent! The instant the voice sounded, an attack in the form of finger force containing an absolute power descended from the horizon. This finger force contained power of radiance, and bright light covered the land, purifying all darkness and expelling coldness. The demon experts in the 9th level escaped to the far edge of the grotto, extremely terrified that they would be tainted by the radiance energy. For demon experts that lived their lives in darkness were most afraid of the power of absolute radiance, and even someone like Xianxia felt palpitations. Huang Xiaolong let out another cold harumph as he too shot out a ray of force from his finger that also contained the power of radiance. The two opposing forces collide again. The power of radiance clashed with the power of radiance and exploded into crepuscular rays. The space in the 9th level of Nether Grotto seemed to be on the verge of being torn to shreds by the power of radiance, and everything within the site was submerged by the exploding radiance as tragic screams rang in the air. The weaker ones were purified by the power of radiance, and the others barely escaped from the onslaught of radiance rays with frightening burns on their skins, and they looked grotesque and unrecognizable. Then, a curtain of numerous ice arrows of darkness energy appeared on the horizon. These ice arrows were a combination of absolute darkness power and absolute frost power. This attack was more powerful than the waves of flames, golden palm, and finger of radiance. With a casual wave of his hand, Huang Xiaolong condensed rows of ice arrows out of absolute darkness and absolute frost power. This time around, Huang Xiaolong's ice arrows crushed all of the other side's ice arrows and forged ahead towards the horizon. Unlike Huang Xiaolong, the opponent's power of darkness and power of frost had yet to reach perfection level. In the time it took to blink, Huang Xiaolong and the opponent had exchanged over a dozen moves. During these exchanges, there were times the two sides were at a draw, and the rest of the time Huang Xiaolong gained the upper hand. Huang Xiaolong did not allow Tsang Sun or the others to interfere, parrying and attacking the opponent all on his own. From the beginning until now, the other side had used 11 elements energies, and 7 of them had reached perfection level. Huang Xiaolong also used 11 elements to deal with the opponent. However, he merely has 6 elements at perfection level. Even so, Huang Xiaolong gained the upper hand because he had 3 small worlds. In the beginning, the opponent's attacks showed disdain, but as time passed, he grew serious, for Huang Xiaolong's strength had greatly exceeded his estimation and startled him. The attacks stopped after a dozen exchanges. Excellency is? The opponent actually used an honorific. Huang Xiaolong answered calmly, Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong. There was something strange in the other person's tone, and disbelief, as if he had not expected Huang Xiaolong to be here, much less possess strength that surpassed what was reported. So it's you. After a moment of silence, came a slow response. Yes, it's me, Huang Xiaolong stated in a flat tone. Huang Rong. I know what you and Huang Shui are here in the Nether Grotto for. Hand over the Huang Long Heart and Huang Long Cape, as neither of you would be able to escape. Huang Xiaolong's opponent was none other than the main mystical pavilion master, Huang Rong. However, Huang Rong had achieved 7 elements perfection, which surprised Huang Xiaolong. Huang Rong currently mastered 11 elements of absolute powers, leaving only the power of space and power of time. If Huang Rong had comprehended all 13 elements like him, it would be extremely difficult for him to contain Huang Rong there. Huang Rong chuckled sarcastically when he heard Huang Xiaolong demand that he hand over the Huang Long Heart and Huang Long Cape. Huang Xiaolong, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectation, but you've got guts to brag in front of me with merely 6 elements perfection? I've long wanted to deal with you once and for all, but I was delayed by various matters. Since you're here now, there's no need to leave anymore. The space in front of Huang Xiaolong rippled as a person appeared. This person was none other than the main mystical pavilion master, Huang Rong. Huang Rong was physically stalwart, with a height of almost 2 meters. The size of Huang Rong's head stood out. So did his eyes that were twice as big as the average person. His pupils seemed to pull people in, making others afraid to look directly into his eyes. Huang Xiaolong's eyes narrowed looking at Huang Rong, who suddenly appeared a few meters away from him, using the power of space. Since he had also mastered the power of space, he could sense that Huang Rong had used the power of space to appear in front of him. Counting the other 11 elements, Huang Rong had mastered 12 elements. Moreover, Huang Rong's power of space was also at minor completion like him. 12 elements? Huang Xiaolong's face turned solemn looking at Huang Rong. Huang Rong's gaze shifted from Huang Xiaolong to Tsang Sun, Di Shuang, and the rest, and he felt surprised inwardly. But on the surface, he grinned widely. The Death Beast's peril lands 10 Beast Kings, and the Origin lands 10 Overlords, as well as the Golden Spider Black Region's #1 expert, Xianxia. Huang Xiaolong, no matter what, you're the Huang Long World's son of creation. Do you have nothing better but these old and weak soldiers by your side? Not even one slightly more formidable-looking expert. Huang Rong mocked. In others' eyes, the 10 Beast Kings and 10 Overlords were overwhelmingly powerful existences, but in the eyes of the main mystical pavilion master Huang Rong's eyes, they were nothing but old and weak soldiers. He didn't even put the Golden Spider Black Region's #1 master, Xianxia, in his eyes. Huang Rong's mocking words did not anger Huang Xiaolong. He looked indifferently at Huang Rong and said, "The ones by my side are weak and feeble soldiers, and you, as the mighty main mystical pavilion master, only have garbage beside you." Huang Rong's face sank when he heard Huang Xiaolong say there was only garbage by his side. But then again, Huang Xiaolong's words were not unreasonable. In comparison to the 10 Overlords and 10 Beast Kings, the experts on his side were indeed much worse. The sole expert who could be taken out of the garbage list was the vice main mystical pavilion master, who was his second younger brother. Huang Rong, aren't you curious about how I learned that you've come to the Golden Spider Black region? Huang Xiaolong asked suddenly. Huang Rong's pupils were needled by the question. Because the people that knew he had come to the Golden Spider Black region were the ones he had come with, and then there was his second younger brother. Right at this time, a light flashed around Huang Xiaolong as two people appeared. They were the son of Mystic and the vice main mystical pavilion master. Fenger, second brother. Seeing that his son and second younger brother had fallen into Huang Xiaolong's hands, Huang Rong's face was unprecedentedly gloomy. His minor completion power of space surged, and he appeared almost instantaneously in front of his son and younger brother. However, just as Huang Rong wanted to grab them away, a palm strike suddenly landed on Huang Rong's chest at a speed that was not slower than Huang Rong's. Huang Rong was startled, and in this situation he couldn't take care of the two people anymore. He quickly twisted his body and slapped out with his palm. Two palms met in the air, and Huang Xiaolong was sent tumbling miserably. As a result, Huang Xiaolong had exerted his full strength in this palm stroke, using all 13 elements' power and 3 small worlds' energy compressed into this strike. Huang Rong's movements stagnated for a split second, and his blood flowed chaotically, as blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. He was severely injured. 13 elements of absolute power. Huang Rong stared at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief, and he was shocked to the point that he couldn't manage his facial expression anymore. Moments ago, he had thought 11 elements power was Huang Xiaolong's full strength, and never did he imagine that Huang Xiaolong had actually comprehended all 13 elements. Despite his injuries, he still denied that Huang Xiaolong had successfully comprehended 13 elements of absolute power. He had begun to pay attention to Huang Xiaolong ever since he had defeated Huang Shui at the time of the creation ceremony in the Divine to a Holy World. At that time, Huang Xiaolong's cultivation was merely at the first esteemed Dao Venerable realm. In his eyes, that was no different than the smallest, insignificant shrimp. He thought that it would take less than the snap of his fingers to kill Huang Xiaolong. However, his disregard had given Huang Xiaolong the time to grow. In his opinion, it would give him more pleasure and satisfaction to squash Huang Xiaolong to death when Huang Xiaolong had grown to a certain strength. But never did he imagine that in a short 2,000 to 3,000 years, Huang Xiaolong's strength would reach this extent, to the point that he had managed to comprehend the 13 elements' energies. Huang Xiaolong, I've underestimated you. Shock and rage roiled in Huang Rong's eyes as he glared at Huang Xiaolong. Had I known this, I would have gone to the divine to a holy world and pinched you to death myself. His gut twisted with regret for not nipping a trouble in the bud which had given Huang Xiaolong the time to grow instead. Huang Xiaolong sneered, "You won't be able to escape, so just hand over the Huang Long heart and Huang Long cape," as he said that he threw the son of Mystic and the vice main mystical pavilion master back into the sun-moon furnace. Huang Rong exuded icy coldness at Huang Xiaolong's action. Huang Xiaolong, do you really think you're invincible after comprehending 13 elements of absolute powers? Since you know who I am, you should know the strength of the family behind me. If you know what's good for you, release Fenger and my brother right now. If anything happens to them, not only you, but the entire Huang Long world will be buried with them. Is that so? Huang Xiaolong's tone was tepid. Huang Rong added, "Even if they die, my family can resurrect them at any time." It was because there was more than one expert in his family that had mastered the power of time and space at perfection level. Huang Xiaolong wasn't affected by Huang Rong's words at all, and he responded nonchalantly, "Power of space and time at perfection level can resurrect the dead, but it consumes a lot from the caster, and it's not a small price to pay. Do you think your family would be willing to pay such a price to resurrect your son and your younger brother?" Huang Rong's heart sank, but he had to admit that what Huang Xiaolong said was true. Resurrecting the dead was difficult, to say the least, and there was definitely a hefty price to pay for it. In a family such as theirs, even if a core disciple died, there was no chance of them being resurrected, unless it was a core disciple who was set to be the next patriarch. To be set as the family's next patriarch, one needed to have comprehended the 13 elements of absolute power, and all of them had to have reached perfection level. Only such a monstrous genius disciple was worthy of their family to pay the price of a resurrection. Therefore, not to mention his son and his younger brother, but even if he was the one who died, the family would not choose to resurrect him. Huang Xiaolong, even if my son and younger brother won't be resurrected by the family after they die, my family won't spare you. Huang Rong pointed out coldly. In the boundless universe, whoever goes against my family has no good ending. The strength of my family is not someone like you can imagine. So you'd better think it through really well before acting. Think it through. Huang Xiaolong let out a harsh chuckle. And in the next moment, he appeared right in front of Huang Rong with both his palms striking out. As the force surged from Huang Xiaolong's palms, Huang Rong panicked when he sensed his immediate surroundings were frozen in time. Even the movements of his own actions were much too slow for his liking. This was the power of time. Huang Xiaolong's power of time had also reached minor completion. Thus he was able to control the time flow within a certain radius, and within this area, he could both accelerate or slow down time. Almost at the same time as Huang Xiaolong's strike landed, Huang Rong pushed his power of space to retreat, but he was still a step too slow. Boom! Huang Xiaolong's palm strikes merely brushed past Huang Rong's chest, and even so, sounds of breaking bones could be heard, and at the same time, Huang Xiaolong's figure blurred away and appeared once again in front of Huang Rong with the Huang Long blades in his hands. The rest of you go look for Huang Shuai. He mustn't escape. Huang Xiaolong ordered Cang Sun and the rest as he swung out the blades in his hands. After so long, neither Huang Shuai or anyone else have shown up so far, which indicated that they were trying to refine the Huang Long heart while Huang Rong delayed Huang Xiaolong. As expected, when Huang Rong heard Huang Xiaolong's order, panic flashed across his face, but being besieged by the Huang Long blades in Huang Xiaolong's hands, he did not have the luxury of worrying about others. He could only watch Cang Sun, Di Shuang, and the rest fly away. As for Yuan Tianyi, he stood and watched Huang Xiaolong and Huang Rong battle from the side with a cold, indifferent gaze. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by the Huang Long and Huang Long cape, but after the miserable lessons from the Tree of Origin and Blood Moon, Yuan Tianyi understood deeply that even if he took action, he wouldn't be able to refine the two treasures. Therefore, it was better for him to not see the two treasures. The weapons in Huang Rong's hands were two huge blades that had just blocked the Huang Long blade's attack, yet there were two big cracks running down them. Huang Rong was shocked, but he also noticed Yuan Tianyi, standing still. Could it be that this person is not in the same group as Huang Xiaolong? While Huang Xiaolong battled Huang Rong, Cang Sun, Di Shuang, and the rest quickly found Huang Shuai and the group of mystical pavilions experts. Huang Shuai and these experts were seated in a circle around an enormous heart that exuded a rich dragon qi, and also low-sounding dragon roars. Huang Shuai and every mystical pavilion expert's heart tightened when they sensed a group of experts rushing towards them. Attack! Cang Sun and Di Shuang shouted in unison as they simultaneously attacked Huang Shuai. The Huang Long cape was on Huang Shuai. Hence, anyone from the mystical pavilion could be allowed to leave, but absolutely not Huang Shuai. The two of them had blocked off all of Huang Shuai's paths of retreat even before they attacked, and the land quaked and rumbled under their overwhelming force. The instant they attacked, a fluttering golden-yellow cape emerged from Huang Shuai's shoulders, and on the surface of the cape was an intimidating giant yellow dragon that looked very much alive. A resounding dragon roar reverberated in the air as its four claws reached out and tore the space that was locked down by Cang Sun and Di Shuang. Then, the giant dragon wrapped up Huang Shuai and escaped through the torn space. Yai! Cang Sun and Di Shuang were astonished, as it had never occurred to either of them that Huang Shuai would be able to escape their two-layered locked space. Looking at the escaping Huang Shuai, Cang Sun and Di Shuang bellowed as they attacked again, exuding supreme coercive pressure with a flip of their palms. Heaven and earth seemed to shrink in size. Huang Shuai immediately felt space tighten around him, restraining his movements, his Tao soul, his bloodline, and the small world in his body, and he was unable to move. Huang Shuai was startled and pushed the Huang Long cape to the limit with cosmos energy. But his small world was restrained. How was he going to activate the Huang Long cape? If the Huang Long cape's speed advantage couldn't be utilized, then he was no different than an ant in front of Congsun and Dixuang. Congsun's palm enlarged rapidly as it pressed down above the crown of Huang Shuai's head. Mystical Pavilion experts scrambled to assist Huang Shuai's escape, but their attempts were hindered by the other 9 Beast Kings and 9 Overlords. They could barely take care of themselves, much less extend a hand to help Huang Shuai. Congsun clenched his fist, and instantly, the space around Huang Shuai shattered, as well as the protective arrays around him. Finally, Huang Shuai was held up by Congsun. Bright light rippled all over Huang Shuai as layers of runes appeared, and these runes contained terrifying power, which enabled Huang Shuai to break free from Congsun's grip. In a flicker, Huang Shuai was fleeing again. Both Congsun and Dixuang were astonished. They could tell that those runes were refined by a supreme expert for Huang Shuai. That expert had integrated the runes into Huang Shuai's body, and they had become a part of Huang Shuai's Dao physique and Dao soul. When Huang Shuai was in mortal danger, these runes would appear to save him. Looking at Huang Shuai, who was on the run again, Congsun and Dixuang snorted coldly and acted to capture Huang Shuai. Blinding rays of several thousand meters shone from their bodies. These rays of light turned into a sea of light with vengeful towering waves that swore to drown the land and submerge the space Huang Shuai was in. Bang! Hit by the light waves, Huang Shuai plummeted from the air to the ground, and his robe was torn in various places. His armor had broken into pieces from the crash, leaving him almost completely and miserably naked. Fury was written all over Huang Shuai's face. In the next moment, Congsun and Dixuang reached where Huang Shuai was. Huang Shuai's eyes were spewing fire as he glared at them. "You two lowly bastards, since you're bent on seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish." Terrifying destructive energy surged from his body. This destructive power was so overwhelming that Congsun and Dixuang felt as if the air was robbed out of their lungs. Their faces paled, and at the same time, both shouted, "Retreat!" Both retreated in haste. But the destructive power expanded faster than Congsun and Dixuang's speed, and they felt death breathing down their necks. In a moment of desperation, they roared and circulated every last strand of energy they could muster and attacked Huang Shuai. But their effort was futile against the destructive power that was akin to the light of a firefly, trying to compete with the moon, and the gap was simply unbridgeable. With their eyes widened in shock, they watched the destructive power swallow them. At the very last moment, before Congsun and Dixuang completely disappeared in the waves of destructive force, time and space came to a halt, and a radiant light flashed before their eyes. The next thing they knew was that they had escaped from being swallowed by the destructive force. There was another person by their side, and it was none other than Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong rushed over after dealing with the main mystical pavilion master Huang Rong, and just as he arrived, he saw Congsun and Dixuang in danger. Therefore, he quickly rescued them. "Huang Xiaolong!" Huang Shuai stared in shock at Huang Xiaolong, who appeared in front of him, with a fleeting, complicated gaze of jealousy, hatred, resentment, envy, and rage. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong was inwardly a little shocked by Huang Shuai's strength. Huang Shuai was already a 9th esteem Dao Venerable. Then again, he himself had advanced to the peak of late 9th esteem Dao Venerable realm and comprehended 13 elements of absolute powers. Therefore, it was nothing surprising that Huang Shuai's cultivation had reached the 9th esteem Dao Venerable realm. Huang Shuai and the main mystical pavilion master Huang Rong were cousins from their father's side. In their universe's first-ranked family, the Huang family, his status was higher than the son of mystic. "Hand over the Huang Long cape," Huang Xiaolong stated directly, as he had no interest in reminiscing the old days with Huang Shuai. Huang Shuai's face became distorted, and he snorted, "Huang Xiaolong, do you think that you've won? At least, it doesn't seem you have a chance to escape in this situation." Huang Xiaolong pointed out indifferently. His attention was locked on Huang Shuai and Huang Rong. Other mystical pavilion experts could escape, but not Huang Shuai and Huang Rong. Huang Xiaolong wouldn't permit it. If these two people escaped, the behemoth family behind them would be a disaster for Huang Xiaolong in the days to come. Huang Shuai chortled when he heard that, and with a twisted expression, he sneered, "Huang Xiaolong, with the protective runes talisman my father has refined for me, you wouldn't be able to break it unless you have achieved perfection in the 13 elements. What can you do to me then? Is that so?" Huang Xiaolong snickered. "Your protective runes talisman is indeed amazing, but how many times can it protect you? Don't tell me that these runes' power is endless. Even a god of creation couldn't refine a protective talisman with unlimited usage." Huang Shuai's face turned extremely gloomy. Right at this time, Huang Rong appeared beside Huang Shuai with one hand gripping Huang Shuai's shoulder as he tried to take him away. But would Huang Xiaolong let them escape? The two of them barely moved an inch when Huang Xiaolong transformed into a dragon of creation. His 4 claws flexed, locking the immediate surroundings and refining the space. Space melted like iron. Space was an intangible existence, but now it was being melted as if it was a solid entity. Huang Shuai and Huang Rong crashed to the ground. Upon seeing this, Huang Xiaolong's 4 claws slammed down, and just as his attack was about to hit Huang Shuai and Huang Rong suddenly let out a resounding dragon's roar. Blinding golden light burst out from his body as an enormous golden-yellow dragon appeared behind him. "This is..." Huang Xiaolong was shocked. "Huang Long bloodline. Huang Rong also possesses the Huang Long bloodline?" Although the bloodline's purity couldn't be compared to him, it was certainly the same Huang Long bloodline as him. Whilst Huang Xiaolong was still in shock, Huang Rong also transformed into a dragon of creation in a flash. The land quaked violently, and the sky above swayed. Overwhelming destructive power swept in the 4 directions. Everyone backed away in a panic, including Tsang Sun and Di Shuang. Pressure coming from the 2 dragon of creation's transformations caused the dry land in the 9th level to crack and sink. The 9th level of Nether Grotto's land cracked as if it was punched by numerous giant fists, causing the land to sink several hundred meters. All the darkness, ferocious beasts, and devils in the 9th level crouched on the ground, trembling in fear, and their tongues hung out from the sides of their mouths. Not only those beasts of darkness and devils couldn't resist the pressure from the 2 in the air, but even Lei Yu, Black Devil Shadow, and others with strength rivaling experts on the extermination list were pressed to the ground. Li Shuo, 10 Beast Kings, 10 Overlords, Jin Xin, and others fared slightly better than Lei Yu. Even so, all of them were panting, and had retreated as far to the edge as possible. Huang Shuai was protected by layers of golden runes which blocked off the overwhelming coercive pressures from Huang Rong and Huang Xiaolong. Whereas most of the mystical pavilion experts were the same as Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, and others as they were pressed to the ground and unable to move an inch. Merely a handful of them forcefully remained standing. Only Yuan Tianyi looked relaxed under the double pressure. Then again, there was a protective layer of 13 elements around him to block off the destructive energy from Huang Xiaolong and Huang Rong's collision. "Kill!" A resounding growl thundered from Huang Rong's dragon mouth as he pounced towards Huang Xiaolong in attack. Even before Huang Rong's claws reached Huang Xiaolong, space fissures appeared all around Huang Xiaolong. A new round of battle started. The 9th level of Nether Grotto seemed to be struck by thousands of divine lightning due to the repeated collisions and outswept destructive force. Tsang Sun, Di Shuang, and the others watched the land break, mountains getting reduced to crumbles, and forests and rivers disappear. The original land had turned into bottomless abyss in various places. Ferocious darkness beasts and devils exploded to their deaths in blood mists. Strong stench of blood permeated the entire 9th level. "Want to run?" Huang Shuai was so close to escaping through the entryway when an enormous dragon claw slammed down on him, sending Huang Shuai flying in the opposite direction. Even with the powerful protective runes shielding him, he was reduced to a sorry state. Huang Rong once again rammed towards Huang Xiaolong while laughing crazily. "Huang Xiaolong, you're so great that you're bullying a junior." "Junior?" Huang Xiaolong ridiculed. "Huang Rong, I've merely cultivated for several thousand years, and you have the cheek to claim to be my junior?" Huang Rong's laughter choked in his throat. The two started another round of battle, exchanging several hundred moves in moments. Although Huang Rong had transformed into the body of a dragon like Huang Xiaolong, It remained a fact that the purity of his Huanglong bloodline was lower than Huang Xiaolong. The dragon of creation he transformed into, in terms of defense and power, both were weaker than Huang Xiaolong. Not to mention, he had merely comprehended 12 elements power that he was suppressed and beaten by Huang Xiaolong. Huang Rong tumbled back uncontrollably. Huang Shui had tried escaping several times, but he was struck back by Huang Xiaolong each time. The protective runes inside Huang Shui's body began to weaken, and Huang Shui grew increasingly anxious as he watched the protective runes barrier dim, because he knew very well that once the protective rune's power was exhausted, he would die. But no matter what methods he used, he was unable to escape Huang Xiaolong's control. Every time he was close to the exit, Huang Xiaolong would appear by his side inexplicably and send him flying the other way. Huang Shui was incensed and filled with apprehension while he cursed and swore at Huang Xiaolong and his 18th-generation ancestors. Despite cursing until his throat burned, he was powerless to change reality. Several hours later, the 9th level of Nether Grotto was full of craters and deep abysses, and destructive energy from Huang Xiaolong and Huang Rong's battle churned in the air. Huang Rong was struck under his chin by Huang Xiaolong's claw, and he was sent flying into the distance. The entire 9th level shook when Huang Rong crashed into the broken land, and Huang Rong's transformation lost its effect, reverting into his human form. Huang Rong struggled to stand on his feet, and there was hardly a part of his body that was uninjured with several hundred blade cuts. His armor was chipped and broken in many places as if he was hanging a piece of iron that was bitten by a mastiff twice over. Huang Xiaolong returned to his human form as he descended, and strode slowly towards Huang Rong. Huang Rong stared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong without a trace of fear in his eyes, and there was only venomous hatred. Huang Xiaolong, I will return one day, and that day will be the day you die. Today's humiliation, I will return it to you 10,000 times in the future. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank, and just as he was about to resolve Huang Rong, resplendent rays shone from Huang Rong's body as a small golden dragon flew out and wrapped around him. Waves of powerful energy belonging to a god of creation swept out. This small golden dragon was actually a rune created by a god of creation expert. When the small golden dragon finished wrapping itself around Huang Rong, it turned into a streak of light as it transported Huang Rong away right before Huang Xiaolong's eyes. Huang Xiaolong's face darkened. His 3 Dao souls spread out, trying to detect Huang Rong's presence, but Huang Rong's presence had completely disappeared. That creation dragon rune had most probably transported Huang Rong out of the city of Nether, maybe even out of the golden spider black region. Fear and panic spewed out from Huang Shui's eyes when he saw Huang Rong disappear. Huang Shui had placed all his hope on Huang Rong, but now that Huang Rong had fled without him, it had extinguished the hope in his heart. Huang Rong was rewarded with that creation dragon rune when he made a great contribution to the family one time, and that creation dragon rune could only take away one person. Huang Shui's mind was in chaos when a figure appeared in front of him. When he looked up, he saw Huang Xiaolong, and quickly backed away in a fluster. Huang Xiaolong, what do you want to do? What do you think? Huang Xiaolong sneered as grabbed Huang Shui with one hand, and he directly sealed Huang Shui's strength and cut off Huang Shui's connection with the Huanglong cape before throwing Huang Shui into the sun-moon furnace. A low sigh escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips as he looked at the glimmering Huanglong cape in his hand. He had traveled from the divine Tua holy world to the origin holy world, until the golden spider black region, and the Huanglong cape was finally in his hands. There was also the Huanglong heart. Huang Xiaolong raised his head to look at the Huanglong heart in the air that was emitting ripples of golden light. Despite the intense battle between Huang Xiaolong and Huang Rong, the Huanglong heart wasn't affected or damaged in any way. Song Sun, Di Shuang, and others subsequently captured the remaining mystical pavilion experts and brought them up to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong easily subjugated them. In a single step, Huang Xiaolong reached the Huanglong heart in the air. He reached out and his hand passed through the layers of golden light with ease. His fingers traced the surface of Huanglong heart and felt a close connection. It was a warm connection as the same blood. Father! Huang Xiaolong called out in a low voice. The Huang Long heart seemed to have heard Huang Xiaolong's call. The golden light around it throbbed. Although the Huang Long heart wasn't really his father's heart, it was refined from the blood essence taken from his father's heart. Huang Xiaolong squeezed a drop of blood essence onto the Huang Long heart immediately, and the Huang Long heart emitted a burst of radiant light. Huang Xiaolong then sat cross-legged as he began refining the Huang Long heart. With his Huang Long bloodline, and because the Huang Long heart was refined by his father, it wasn't difficult for Huang Xiaolong to refine the Huang Long heart. It didn't take Huang Xiaolong long to refine the Huang Long heart. The Huang Long heart gradually shrunk in size until it was the size of a human heart, then shot into Huang Xiaolong's chest towards his heart position. It slowly integrated into Huang Xiaolong's heart flawlessly, becoming a natural part of Huang Xiaolong's body. Seeing Huang Xiaolong successfully refine the Huang Long heart, a complicated emotion flashed across Yuan Tianyi's eyes. He had naturally hoped Huang Xiaolong would fail, but he also knew that it was not something he could stop. Sensing the pulsing Huang Long heart in his chest, sending vigorous energy through his body, joy swam through Huang Xiaolong's veins. As the Huang Long heart's energy would continuously temper his body, his grand Dao physique would become increasingly stronger. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong, Cangsun, Di Shuang, Lei Yu, and the rest returned to the surface from the Nether Grotto. The intense battle between Huang Xiaolong and Huang Rong had not only turned the Nether Grotto's 9th level into ruins, but the entire Nether Grotto and city of Nether had suffered damage to a certain extent. The streets were broken in various sections, and many of the buildings and shops had crumbled. Many had already fled the city, and there was barely anyone left. When they had come, the city of Nether was a prosperous, bustling city, and it was a stark contrast to the current atmosphere. It seemed like all the cultivators in the city of Nether were frightened by the shockwaves from Huang Xiaolong and Huang Rong's battle, and they had fled the city. Then again, this was nothing strange, as everyone was afraid of death. It is said that the city of Nether's Nether restaurant is the best restaurant in the 9 Spider Black region. I originally wanted to have a taste, but it looks like that won't happen today. Huang Xiaolong jested with the others. Although main mystical pavilion master Huang Rong fled, it was a fact that he had defeated Huang Rong, and also the creation set was complete. These two matters put Huang Xiaolong in a good mood. Xianxia grinned. If your highness wants to taste the Nether restaurant's wine, I will send someone to contact the owner and tell them to come back. The Nether restaurant was the best restaurant in the 9 Spider Black region, so one could imagine the force behind it. However, Xianxia being the absolute sovereign of Golden Spider Black region, the Nether restaurant's owner would have no choice but to comply to his order. If it's too troublesome, then forget it. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand. Xianxia smiled amiably. Nothing troublesome about it. He then issued an order, and a reply soon came. Xianxia read the message and reported to Huang Xiaolong, Your Highness, let's go to the Nether restaurant now. The owner will arrive within the hour. The timing is just right. All right. Huang Xiaolong nodded. The group headed to the Nether restaurant without another word. Many things crossed Huang Xiaolong's mind as he reflected on recent events. Although he had defeated Huang Rong this time, he also noted that he still wasn't strong enough. Among the talented juniors of Huang Rong's Huang family, Huang Rong was merely in the top 10. If Huang Rong was strong enough to enter the top 5, top 3, or even the first place, to what extent Huang Rong's strength could have been. Not to mention the strength of the Huang family patriarch Huang Rong belongs to. Therefore, he needed to cultivate the 13 elements to perfection level as soon as possible. When he goes back this time, he planned to enter a long seclusion. Your Highness, we're here. An hour later, Xianxia said as he pointed at a building not far ahead to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong put his thoughts away and looked where Xianxia pointed to. It was a typical ancient architectural building, yet it was grand and luxurious. Right outside the restaurant's main entrance stood a middle-aged man with bushy brows and a prominent face, and this person was none other than the restaurant's owner. Spotting Xianxia arriving with Huang Xiaolong's group, the owner hurried forward and knelt before them. Liu greets His Highness, Son of Creation, and Lord Xianxia. Clearly, he had gotten prior instructions to serve Huang Xiaolong and Xianxia. Huang Xiaolong had the Nether restaurant's owner stand up, and under the owner's respectful invitation, Huang Xiaolong, Jin Xin, Yuan Tianyi, and the rest walked into the restaurant. The facade outside was ancient and solemn, but when Huang Xiaolong's group stepped inside, the interior was tastefully decorated, revealing the owner's carefree personality, which enhanced the mood of enjoying wine in this atmosphere. Although many of the buildings in the city were damaged due to the battle between Huang Xiaolong and Huang Rong, not a brick of the Nether restaurant was cracked, and one could imagine how strong the building's defenses were. There were no other customers in the restaurant. Huang Xiaolong's group were the first customers for the day. Huang Xiaolong chose a table near the window where he could see the view outside. When everyone was seated down, Lu Yu personally brought the wine and several small dishes to them. The scent of wine permeated the air when the cork was pulled off. Since most of the people in the city were frightened away by the battle, Huang Xiaolong's group had the entire place to themselves. Everyone let go and enjoyed to their heart's content. There was no danger of getting drunk no matter how much they drank. Even Yuan Tianyi couldn't resist the lure of wine and joined the crowd. 3 days and 3 nights later, the small party ended. Huang Xiaolong's group left the restaurant and left the city of Nether. Huang Xiaolong stayed a few days at the Golden Spider Race headquarters, then left the Golden Spider Black region completely. The Destiny Race's Li Tianyi chose to stay with the Golden Spider Race. Back in the Origin Holy World, Huang Xiaolong stayed for 6 months before he set off to return to the Divine Tua Holy World. Naturally, the 10 Overlords, 10 Beast Kings, Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, Myriad Formation Devil, and the others were with him. Seeing Huang Xiaolong return, Zhangqiong Old Man, Fenyanzi, Fengyu, and Yinyu were overjoyed, and it was especially so for the 3 ladies Fei Yanzi, Fengyu, and Yinyu. What? Xiaolong? You say you want to go back to Zhangqiong Holy World? When Zhangqiong Old Man heard Huang Xiaolong say he was planning to go back to Zhangqiong Holy World several days later, he was surprised and shocked. Fei Yanzi too looked at Huang Xiaolong with wide eyes. When she had first followed Huang Xiaolong to Divine Tua Holy World, she had never thought there would be an opportunity to return to Zhangqiong Holy World, simply because it was too difficult. Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded. Yes, I plan to make a trip back, Master. Yanzi, what do you two think? Zhangqiong Old Man hesitated only briefly, then nodded his head. I've come to the Divine Tua Holy World for many years. It would be nice to go back and see some old friends. Fei Yanzi nodded her head dazedly. As for Fengyu and Yinyu, they expressed they wanted to follow Huang Xiaolong to Zhangqiong Holy World. Huang Xiaolong smiled wryly. All right then, we'll set off a few days later. He naturally had his own plans in returning to Zhangqiong Holy World. Zhangqiong Holy World was the place he had ascended to from the lower world. Thus, when the Huang family, Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others were to ascend, they would definitely arrive at Zhangqiong Holy World. Therefore, he was going back to enter a long seclusion while waiting for his family to ascend. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong set off with his master, Zhangqiong Old Man, the 3 ladies, 10 overlords, 10 beast kings Li Shua, Black Shadow Devil, Lei Yu, and the others to Zhangqiong Holy World. To reach Zhangqiong Holy World from the Divine Tua Holy World, they needed to pass through several Denman Worlds regions. To others, it would be an arduous journey, but to Huang Xiaolong, it was no different than crossing flat plains. 2 years later, Huang Xiaolong's group finally reached Zhangqiong Holy World. Sensing the familiar, thin spiritual energy, Huang Xiaolong seemed to have found his footing as he was finally back. From Zhangqiong Holy World to Divine Tua Holy World, and from there to Origin Holy World, these years felt like a lifetime ago. Xiaoying, are you doing well? Huang Xiaolong asked inwardly. He had intended to bring Lin Xiaoying with him to the Divine Tua Holy World, but Lin Xiaoying had refused, saying that she didn't want to become a burden by his side. He felt like memories of long ago had happened just yesterday. Zhangqiong Old Man and Fenyanzi were excited to be back in Zhangqiong Holy World. Master, shall we head to the Holy Heavens headquarters? Huang Xiaolong asked Zhangqiong Old Man. Zhangqiong Old Man smiled. All right, let's go to the Holy Heavens headquarters. It's been a long time since I last met my 4 old friends. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he directed the purple lightning peak in the direction of the Holy Heavens headquarters. The Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Wu, are you all doing well? Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. With the purple lightning peak speed, a few days later, the Holy Heavens headquarters outline could be seen in the horizon. At this time, on one of the snow mountains in the clear snow palace headquarters, sword lights crisscrossed in the air. Tan Wan, Ji Sini, and Lin Xiaoying were practicing the clear snow palace's sword technique. A while later, Lin Xiaoying suddenly stopped, looking crestfallen and out of sorts. Seeing her expression, both Tan Wan and Ji Sini also stopped practicing. Xiaoying, are you thinking about Xiaolong? Tan Wan asked softly. Lin Xiaoying nodded mutely. Ji Sini curled her lips and snorted. That Huang Xiaolong is really a heartless scumbag. Second senior sister, it was me that refused to follow Xiaolong to the divine to a holy world, so you cannot blame him for this. Lin Xiaoying shook her head and clarified for Huang Xiaolong. Ji Sini was aware of that, but after seeing Lin Xiaoying feeling down because of Huang Xiaolong, she naturally had some resentment in her heart. Thus, she complained about Huang Xiaolong. I don't know how's Xiaolong doing in the divine to a holy world? Lin Xiaoying sighed with her gaze lost at the horizon, as if trying to see through everything and hoped to see Huang Xiaolong. Tao venerable experts in the divine to a holy world are as many as the leaves in the forests. What if Huang Xiaolong ran into trouble? He's a little impulsive, straightforward, and unwilling to endure any injustice. Tan Wan and Ji Sini looked at each other, feeling speechless. Based on the terrifying strength Huang Xiaolong had shown in the past, he probably wouldn't fall into danger no matter how many Tao venerables he was up against, right? Tan Wan comforted, Junior sister, don't worry too much. With Xiaolong's strength and talent, maybe he's already broken through to high-level Tao venerable realm. Not to mention, his battle prowess surpasses even peak late 9th esteem Tao venerable. Lin Xiaoying shook her head sadly. Maybe there are existences that have surpassed the Tao venerable realm in the divine Tua holy world? Neither Tan Wan nor Ji Sini knew how to respond to this. It was at this time, someone flew towards the three ladies, and this person was none other than their master, the clear snow palace master, Xuelingyun. The urgency on their master's face baffled the three ladies. Master! The three ladies saluted. Xiaoying, Xiaolong's back. The three ladies had not even reached her, but Xuelingyun had already shouted the news to them, and there was obvious joy on her face. Lin Xiaoying froze, looking thunderstruck. Xiaolong's back? She couldn't believe it. Didn't they say it is very difficult to return to Zhangqiong Holy World? Tan Wan and Ji Sini too stood dazed, thinking they might have misheard. Yes, Xiaolong's back. Xuelingyun repeated as she nodded her head with a beaming smile on her face. It was as if she had expected the three ladies' reaction. Master, has the news been verified? Didn't they say it's difficult to return once you cross to the divine to a holy world? Unless they encounter a space crack. Tan Wan couldn't help asking. Xuelingyun answered confidently. It's been verified. Xiaolong's at the Holy Heavens headquarters this very moment. His master, Zhangqiong Old Man, is with him, and Fei Yanzi as well. It seems they flew back directly. Flew back? Is that possible? They found it hard to believe. But when Lin Xiaoying reacted, she shot out like an arrow. Xuelingyun chuckled, seeing that, and grumbled good-naturedly. This girl, she threw her master aside after hearing her beloved has returned. Then she, Tan Wan, and Ji Sini went after her. The news of Huang Xiaolong's return to the Zhangqiong Holy World soon reached every corner of the world, including the World River. In a short while, the entire Zhangqiong Holy World was boiling as experts rushed to the Holy Heavens headquarters to pay their respects to Huang Xiaolong. The Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow laughed heartily for a long time when Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of them. Less than a week after that, Huang Xiaolong saw the clear snow palace master Xuelingyun and her three disciples. Disregarding others' eyes, Lin Xiaoying ran into Huang Xiaolong's embrace like a swallow returning home, leaving an awkward Huang Xiaolong to deal with the teasing glances all around. In the next couple of years, Huang Xiaolong traveled around Zhangqiong Holy World with Lin Xiaoying and Fei Yanzi, enjoying the many sights and the various facets of life to grind their perception. A few years later, Huang Xiaolong entered seclusion. Although Lin Xiaoying was a little sulky after learning that Huang Xiaolong was going to enter a long seclusion, she didn't make too much fuss. She knew about Huang Xiaolong's battle with Huang Rong and understood that Huang Xiaolong was anxious to improve his strength. Before entering seclusion, Huang Xiaolong exhorted the various forces of Zhangqiong Holy World to pay attention. If any of the Huang family members, Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, or Yao Qi ascended, the matter needed to be reported to him immediately even if he was in seclusion. After dividing large amounts of Genesis-level pills to Lin Xiaoying, Fei Yanzi, the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, and others, Huang Xiaolong entered the Sun-Moon Furnace with Yuan Tianyi, the 10 Overlords, 10 Beast Kings, Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, and the rest to focus on cultivating. Huang Xiaolong and the rest spread out, sitting cross-legged under the Tree of Origin, Tree of Beginning, and the Parasol Tree, with the blood moon shining down rays of blood-red light that was reflected by the pure soil on the ground. Light waves of absolute energies flowed out from Huang Xiaolong, Yuan Tianyi, Song Sun, Di Shuang, Lei Yui, and the rest of the 26 people, merging with each other and turning into a sea of myriad lights. Huang Xiaolong and 26 others were submerged within the light sea of various absolute energies. As the lights glistened, there seemed to be a golden dragon swimming around, or king of beasts galloping, behemoths roaring at the heavens, and even lightning beasts roaring. As time flowed by, several thousand years had passed in the blink of an eye. Under the continuous tempering from more than 20 people's absolute energies during these several thousand years, there were obvious changes to the Sun-Moon Furnace. The furnace's space had grown much bigger, and there were signs it was gestating something amazing. Even the furnace surface had become brighter. Huang Xiaolong's major completion power of darkness had reached perfection level, whereas his minor completion power of absolute metal, wood, wind, and earth had reached the major completion stage. Not only Huang Xiaolong, Yuan Tianyi, Song Sun, Di Shuang, Lei Yu, and the other strengths had also improved at varying degrees. When Di Shuang was cultivating at the bottom of Origin Land's Black Frost Abyss, his power of darkness was close to reaching perfection level, but it was interrupted by Huang Xiaolong. During the seclusion this time, Di Shuang's power of darkness finally achieved perfection level. Thousands of years went by. On this day, Huang Xiaolong was once again enshrouded by a burst of bright light. Golden, green, azure, and yellow lights shone bright at the same time like suns of different colors were exploding. The light of 4 elements simultaneously shone from Huang Xiaolong's body, forming an overwhelming energy vortex that caused the entire Sun-Moon Furnace to shake violently. Yuan Tianyi, Song Sun, Di Shuang, Lei Yu, and the others were sent tumbling away by the abrupt burst of energy from Huang Xiaolong's body. Even Yuan Tianyi stared at Huang Xiaolong in unconcealable shock. 4 perfection levels. Huang Xiaolong's power of absolute metal, wood, wind, and earth had reached perfection level. All 4 elements had advanced at the same time. Song Sun, Di Shuang, Lei Yu, and the others were frightened and speechless. This is literally a wonder of the world. No, this is a universe's miracle. They had lived for a long time, ascended to higher realms, and gone to many big worlds, but never had they seen or heard anyone who could advance 4 elements of absolute powers at the same time. Even the sons of creation of other worlds didn't have this level of talent. Other big worlds also had the treasures like Tree of Origin and Blood Moon, and those big world sons of creation also possessed treasures of similar levels. Even so, sons of creation with similar level treasures couldn't cultivate 4 of their absolute powers to reach perfection level at the same time like Huang Xiaolong. A wry smile crept up Yuan Tianyi's face as he looked at Huang Xiaolong, as he was enshrouded by brilliant absolute energies. Originally, he had intended to suppress Huang Xiaolong after reaching 8 elements perfection by cultivating under the Tree of Origin. Now, this thought was completely extinguished. Before Huang Xiaolong's power of darkness had advanced to perfection level, he already had 7 elements perfection. Now, with the power of metal, wood, wind, and earth reaching perfection level, there were already 11 elements of perfection. 11 elements perfection. Yuan Tianyi's thoughts were in a mess. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong did not merely have 11 elements perfection, But he also had 3 small worlds, and the full creation set artifacts. Though it wasn't 13 elements perfection, it wasn't far from it. The bright lights enshrouding Huang Xiaolong gradually converged into his body in the span of several days. The sun-moon furnace stopped shaking, and Huang Xiaolong happened to glance in Yuan Tiany's direction. It was merely a glance, but Yuan Tiany felt an overwhelming pressure that made him feel that he was no better than a worm crawling on the ground. Yuan Tiany thought he had estimated Huang Xiaolong's strength at a higher point, yet he finally realized at this moment how big of a gap there was between him and Huang Xiaolong. Even going all out in desperation, putting everything in his most powerful attack of the epic's collapse, he was incapable of injuring Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong could defeat him with one hand. Yuan Tiany's expression was gloomy to the extreme, and the light in his eyes dimmed as he completely let go of the thought of fighting Huang Xiaolong. On the other hand, Huang Xiaolong didn't know that these thoughts were going through Yuan Tiany's head. He was immersed in joy as he felt the vigorous energy within his body, and everything in the Huang Long world felt clearer and closer to him. Never had there been a time that he had this feeling of sovereignty, as if he could hold the entire Huang Long world in his hand by just reaching out his hand. Seemingly, with a mere thought, he could get anything he wanted within the Huang Long world. If he just released a little bit of energy from his body, he could fill the entire Zhangqiong holy world. No, more like the entire Zhangqiong holy world would explode from his energy. For the first time, Huang Xiaolong had the feeling that the Huang Long world had become smaller. In the past, the Huang Long world was a vague concept in his mind. He couldn't grasp how vast it was. But now, he could feel exactly how big Huang Long world was. He wasn't able to see through Huang Xiaolong, but now everything within Huang Long world, every living creature, yin and yang, reincarnation, all these were clearly displayed in his mind with a thought. For the first time, Huang Long world felt like a restraint to him. He wanted to break free from this restraint to a far wider sky. Strength. For the first time, he touched the border of God of creation realm. There was an impulse to create his own heaven and earth. Your Highness! Songsun, Di Shuang, and the others flew towards Huang Xiaolong and saluted respectfully with cautious expressions on their faces. Stand up, Huang Xiaolong said. His deep voice rolled deep through space. Songsun, Di Shuang, and the others complied. Huang Xiaolong looked at Yuan Tiany. Yuan Tiany hesitated but yielded in the end as he crouched before Huang Xiaolong in salute. Half a day later, Huang Xiaolong and the others exited the sun-moon furnace, and saw his masters, Zhangqiong Old Man, Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, Elder Crow, Fei Yanzi, Yin Feng Yu, and Lin Xiaoying. Huang Xiaolong's seclusion this time had lasted for almost 10,000 years. Before he entered seclusion, Huang Xiaolong had given Zhangqiong Old Man, Heavenly Master, his other masters, and the ladies many pills and herbs. Thus, when Huang Xiaolong came out, he noticed all of their cultivation had improved, especially the 4 ladies. The 4 ladies were naturally delighted, seeing that Huang Xiaolong had come out from his seclusion. Huang Xiaolong asked Zhangqiong Old Man and 4 ladies about the latest situations, and also asked about the Huang family. We've already exhorted the various holy lands. If your parents and the others ascend, they must report the matter immediately, Zhangqiong Old Man said and added. But there is no news from any of the holy lands so far. Huang Xiaolong nodded. It had barely been 10,000 years since his ascension, and even if people in the lower realm could gather the 9 lightning pools, they wouldn't be able to cross the 33 gates without sufficient strength. To open the 33 gates and cross the lightning storm region, it would take more than a little time. Xiaolong, you won't be going back into seclusion again after a few days, right? Lin Xiaoying asked Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong was baffled, looking at Lin Xiaoying's shining eyes. He smiled and answered, no, and he added through voice transmission, I'll accompany you 1,000 nights before that. 1,000 nights? Lin Xiaoying reacted and her face flushed red as an apple, and she shot a fierce but amorous glare at Huang Xiaolong. Noticing Lin Xiaoying was suddenly blushing, how could Fei Yanzi not know Huang Xiaolong must be secretly spewing ambiguous secrets? Despite complaining inwardly, she was also dejected. She had followed Huang Xiaolong for so many years, yet they still had not broken that thin barrier of being friends. In the subsequent several years, Huang Xiaolong spent most of his time guiding the four ladies in their cultivation. As for his masters, Zhangqiong Old Man, Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, and the others were left to Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, and others to guide. Tyrant Chu also noticed this and chided. This brat has forgotten his masters after seeing his women. Zhangqiong Old Man and the others laughed good-naturedly. When Huang Xiaolong chose to give Lin Xiaoying guidance in her cultivation, it was usually at night. Without asking, Fei Yanzi, Yin Yu, and Feng Yu knew what was going on, and at times, the three would deliberately say they wanted to spend the night with Lin Xiaoying just to cast Huang Xiaolong aside. Lin Xiaoying laughed inwardly watching Huang Xiaolong's depressed face. A few years later, Huang Xiaolong once again entered seclusion with Yuan Tianyi, Lei Yu, and the others. Huang Xiaolong planned to be in seclusion for an even longer period this time, until both his power of time and space reaches perfection level. With his 3 small worlds, once his power of time and space reached perfection level, then he would be truly invincible below the God of Creation realm. In the absence of a God of Creation expert, he would be the sole monarch. He won't even need to fear the Huang family Huang Rong belonged to. Seeing Huang Xiaolong enter seclusion once more, Lin Xiaoying, Fei Yanzi, Feng Yu, and Yin Yu were in a low mood. After a while, Fei Yanzi's eyes turned as an idea came to her. She smiled and asked Lin Xiaoying, "Sister, what techniques and grand Tao art Xiaolong has been teaching you at night these years? Can you talk about it with us sisters?" Lin Xiaoying blushed until her ears, and she snorted at Fei Yanzi and reached out to tickle her in revenge. "Sister Yanzi, you're so bad. Asking something that you already know." Fei Yanzi laughed as she jumped around to dodge Lin Xiaoying's evil claws. "We really don't know. Sister Feng Yu? Sister Yin Yu? Do you know?" Feng Yu and Yin Yu both shook their heads smilingly. "We know nothing. Sister, just tell us. What did Xiaolong teach you?" Fei Yanzi persisted as her laughter rang in the air. The yard was filled with the 4 ladies' laughter as they fool around. "If you want to know, have Xiaolong teach you all when he exits seclusion. We don't want Xiaolong to teach us. We just want to hear you say it." Inside the sun-moon furnace, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged under the tree of origin, absorbing the origin qi coming from the tree, and comprehending the various energies contained within the origin qi. The tree of origin was the source of all forms of energies between heaven and earth. The origin qi not only contained the 13 elements energies, but also many other forms of energies such as yin and yang energy, fortune energy, devil energy, karma, nefarious energy, death energy, and so forth. Huang Xiaolong, who was enshrouded in brilliant rays of myriad lights, looked like jade that exuded 10,000 lusters from afar. While comprehending the various energies within the origin qi, the 3 small worlds inside Huang Xiaolong's body were going through rapid changes, enveloped in bright, flickering lights. The surface of the 3 small worlds resembled Huang Xiaolong on the surface, enshrouded in a myriad of brilliant lights as if something amazing was going to break out. As time passed, the 3 small worlds shone even brighter. Several thousand years later, various manifestations appeared around Huang Xiaolong. There were golden dragons frolicking around him, archdevils battling, god of death creating a ghost realm, great gods shaking heaven and earth, and auspicious beasts worshipping the heavens. These manifestations that appeared around Huang Xiaolong flabbergasted Yuan Tianyi, and everyone inside the sun-moon furnace. "Senior Tianyi, His Highness is?" Song Soon couldn't resist asking. There was an unfathomable look in Yuan Tianyi's eyes as he pondered before he answered. "His Highness' situation slightly resembles Epiphany." "Epiphany?" Song Soon, Di Shuang, and the others exclaimed softly, and the surprised expressions on their faces mirrored each other. Yuan Tianyi nodded in affirmation. That must be it. Once one enters a state, his comprehension towards the Grand Tao improves by leaps and bounds in a single day. It can be said in His Highness' current state, and his progress in a year is greater than us comprehending Grand Tao for 10,000 years. "What?" Song Soon, Di Shuang, and the others exclaimed loudly this time. Then, If His Highness can maintain this state for 100 years, doesn't that equal to us cultivating for 1,000,000 years? Lei Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Yuan Tianyi stated solemnly, more or less so, but it's hard to say if His Highness can maintain this state for 100 years. Some lasted for several decades, some even less. Of course, there were also those that were in this state for several hundred years. I too have experienced a similar state once. Shocked gazes fell on Yuan Tianyi. But I could only remain in the state for several decades, and it was at that time that I comprehended the power of time. Yuan Tianyi went on. If it wasn't for the epiphany that time, who knows how much longer I would have needed to comprehend the power of time. Everyone was envious. Noticing the envious faces around him, Yuan Tianyi said, some people did not enter this kind of state in their lifetime, and not only it depended on one's talent, but it also depended on their own chance. Worried they would somehow disturb Huang Xiaolong in this state, everyone stopped cultivating and sat in a protective circle around Huang Xiaolong. Several thousand years passed. The brilliant rays enshrouding Huang Xiaolong had intensified over the years, and the various magical manifestations around him had not dissipated in so many years. On top of that, the manifestations actually spread into a bigger area, forcing Yuan Tianyi and the others to move further away to the edge. Even so, they were still affected by the sea of manifestations around Huang Xiaolong because they had filled the entire sun-moon furnace's space. Submerged by Huang Xiaolong's manifestations, Yuan Tianyi, Song Sun, Di Shuang, and the others trembled as they vaguely sensed a kind of ethereal energy entering their bodies. Yuan Tianyi was the first to react, and he quickly closed his eyes and tried to comprehend this ethereal energy. Seeing this, Song Sun, Di Shuang, and the others emulated Yuan Tianyi. All of them calmed down and sat cross-legged as they attempted to grasp the unfamiliar energy. When Huang Xiaolong woke up from the epiphany state, it was 30,000 years later. Huang Xiaolong had maintained that state for 30,000 years. Counting the seclusion time before he entered epiphany, his seclusion time had greatly exceeded 30,000 years. All in all, since Huang Xiaolong returned to Zhangcheng Holy World, he had spent more than 40,000 years in seclusion. As Huang Xiaolong opened his eyes this time, there was a deeper understanding of the universe, and he had a new perspective towards the Grand Tao, and so was his understanding of all living creatures. From the last seclusion, 11 of his absolute powers had reached perfection realm, and had peaked into the God of Creation realm, but it was merely a peak. The feeling he had was extremely blurry, but now, everything felt so clear. In comparison, after the last seclusion, there was still the distance of one heavenly cave between him and the God of Creation realm, whereas this time the distance had shortened to within the same heavenly cave. Huang Xiaolong had gained a lot from the seclusion this time. He now understood the various kinds of energies between heaven and earth, and he had higher mastery of use towards the 13 elements of absolute powers, including integrating the 13 elements. On top of that, the power of time and space had reached major completion, almost reaching the peak of major completion. Unfortunately, just a little bit more. Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. If he could have maintained the epiphany state for several 100,000 years, his power of time and space definitely could have reached perfection level. Without the epiphany state, it would probably take him 100 million years or more to achieve that, will it? At the latter stages, it was harder to advance the power of time and space, and the difficulty exceeded Huang Xiaolong's estimation. Huang Xiaolong had thought with the Tree of Origin, both his power of time and space could reach perfection level with 10,000 years of seclusion, but who knew that after entering the epiphany state and cultivating for 30,000 years, his power of time and space would merely reach major completion. 100 million years? Huang Xiaolong's head ached, thinking it might take 100 million years for his power of time and space to reach perfection level. 100 million years. He couldn't wait that long, and even if he could, Huang Rong wouldn't, and the family behind him wouldn't either. Then again, Huang Xiaolong understood that some things couldn't be rushed. Hence, he exited seclusion with Yuan Tianyi and the others. After coming out of seclusion this time, Huang Xiaolong had no plans to enter another round of seclusion soon. He and the four ladies set out for another trip around Zhangcheng Holy World while he waited for Shi Xiaofei and his family to ascend. He wasn't completely idle either, but he delved into the Tao of formation. We've finally ascended. This is the holy world. We've finally arrived in the holy world. Someone cheered loudly. If Huang Xiaolong was here, he would know that the person cheering loudly was none other than his younger brother in the lower realm, Huang Xiaohai. Next to Huang Xiaohai was Huang Xiaolong's younger sister, Huang Min, and her family. There were also his father, Huang Peng, and his mother, Su Yan. Next to his mother was a group of ladies consisting of Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu Yao Qi, the Silver Fox Commerce's Bei Xiaomei, the Fortune Palace's Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao. Even his master, Old Man Grand Mist, his senior brother, Grand Mist Emperor Jiang Hong, the Fortune Emperor Fang Qian, the pillar of the lower realm's demon world, the Little Cow, the Silver Fox Commerce President, Bei Lingyang, and many other top characters had ascended together. Though it didn't seem like a lot of people, it was still quite a large group of 50 to 60 people. After crossing the lightning storm space, everyone looked quite miserable, but the joy and excitement of successful ascension eclipsed all else. The spiritual energy here is so rich. Her granny's cow. This holy world's spiritual energy is really good. There are various elements, so this cow would be able to break through to the venerable sovereign realm soon. While everyone was looking around excitedly, the little cow laughed sonorously, looking like she was one step from standing at the top of the world. Seeing her, the other ladies all laughed. But all of them were familiar with the little cow's temperament. It was nothing new to them. This holy world is so big. Where could Xiaolong be? Grand Mist Old Man lamented. The holy world's heaven and the earth was a higher realm and bigger than they could imagine. Let's go to the nearest city and settle down first, then inquire about Xiaolong's whereabouts, Huang Peng suggested. Huang Peng was Huang Xiaolong's father. Since he had said so, others had no objection. Thus they chose a direction and sped away towards the closest city. The group flew forward for almost 10 days before seeing a city on the horizon. What a big city! Looking at the city walls that resembled mountains before them, the little cow wowed in amazement. Even cities in the holy world were bigger than those in Hell, Radiance World, Divine World, and one of the cities in the 33 heavens. Others grinned and chuckled watching the little cow's reaction. The group soon entered the city. Standing on the city's street, the group looked around in curiosity and awe. The techniques of forging cities in the holy world were many times higher than those in the lower realm. Not to mention, the materials used were more expensive. They could see some precious materials, which they were reluctant to use in the lower realm, were used to build residence walls here. After going around the city for several hours, the group passed by a restaurant and decided to go in for a rest. But their path was blocked by a staff. Sorry, our restaurant does not entertain beggars. Beggars. There was anger on everyone's face. During the ascension, they had to cross the lightning storm space, which had caused severe damage to their armors, but it had not reached the point of being treated as beggars by a restaurant staff. Clearly, the staff was deliberately humiliating them by calling them beggars. Out of my way! Bei Lingyang's authoritative aura shocked the restaurant staff. He, as the lower realm's Silver Fox Commerce's president, who possessed insurmountable wealth, was actually labeled as beggar by a mere waiter? Bei Lingyang's momentum shocked the staff for a moment, but his gaze swept over the group, and he said, "To enter our restaurant, the lowest consumption fee is 100 holy bills. Can you take out 100 holy bills?" That somewhat caught everyone off guard. Holy bills? They had just arrived, so there was no way they could have any holy bills on them. Their expressions did not escape the restaurant staff, and he sneered. "Here I was thinking you're a group of rich customers, but who knew you can't even take out 100 holy bills?" The group was angered once more. Originally, they had prepared a lot of pills, herbs, and other treasures for their ascension. A few days ago, they had discovered that everything that they had brought was destroyed when they had passed through the lightning storm space. Their initial plan in entering the restaurant was to inquire for some news and look for a way to earn some money. Who would have known that they would be insulted by a restaurant staff that had his eyes on top of his head? What's going on? At this time, a group of expensively dressed disciples was entering the restaurant, and one of them asked the restaurant staff. When the restaurant staff saw the disciple asking the question, he hurriedly answered, "Young Master Chan, It's just a trivial matter about a group of beggars that doesn't even have 100 holy bills. I will usher them away so as not to affect young Master Chen's mood. It seemed like the young Master Chen was a regular patron of this restaurant that the restaurant staff recognized him immediately. Quickly leave. Don't block our entrance and hinder our honorable customers. Or it won't be enough even if you die 100 times. The restaurant staff snapped as he glared at Bei Lingyang's group fiercely. Bei Lingyang's group stared at the restaurant staff, but Huang Peng still forced down the anger in his chest and said to the group, "Let's go." They were new here, it was better to keep a low profile for now. Moreover, one could tell there was a big backing behind this restaurant. However, when Huang Peng's group was about to leave, young Master Chen stopped them. "Wait!" Huang Peng and the others stopped. Chen Su's gaze kept going around Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, Bei Xiaomei, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao with amazement in his eyes. Shi Xiaofei and other ladies were all great beauties, and each possessed their own different charms, and as they stood together, they were truly a sight to behold. Sovereign realm. Chen Su chuckled as he looked at the ladies. "Not bad. I lack some pretty maidservants by my side, and you all are suitable." Faces turned solemn, and Shi Xiaofei and the other ladies were infuriated. Huang Peng stared coldly at young Master Chen, then repeated, "Let's go." When the group took a step, a shadow flickered and their path was blocked. A guard by young Master Chen's side was standing in their way. "Granny's cow, what do you want to do?" The little cow's momentum rose and purple-colored streaks of lightning crackled between her golden horns. Everyone also circulated their energy to the limit. Yet Chen Shui merely chuckled. "Just a group of sovereign realm worms. I advise you better not attack recklessly because if you do, I have 10,000 ways to make you die miserably." The two guards behind Chen Su also released their auras, overwhelming Huang Peng's group. Venerable Sovereign Expert. Huang Peng, Old Man Grand Mist, and the others' faces tightened with a bad feeling. No one had expected there to be venerable sovereign guards by this young Master Chen's side. The venerable sovereign realm was something they could only dream about for a long time. The restaurant staff stepped forward and said to Huang Peng's group, "You all must have come from some backward place, so why don't you go ask around about the Chen family? Let me tell you that the Chen family is our prosperous Peace City's #1 family. Not just that, but in the whole of Deer Spring Sacred Land, they are considered as one of the hegemons. The Chen family's old ancestor is a peak half-true saint expert that even the Deer Spring Sacred Land's patriarch had to show some respect. Young Master Chen Su is one of the most talented disciples amongst the Chen family's core disciples. So if you offend young Master Chen Su, no one can save you all. Prosperous Peace City's #1 family." Huang Peng's group tensed, looking even more solemn. The Chen family's old ancestor is a peak half-true saint? Is that the realm above venerable sovereign? To them, the venerable sovereign realm was already the realm they could only dream of, but the Chen family's old ancestor had transcended the venerable sovereign realm. Although they did not know how big the Deer Spring Holy Land was, since the Chen family was one of the hegemons of Deer Spring Holy Lands, it spoke volumes of their power. This was not someone they could provoke at this stage. Even guards beside a core disciple were venerable sovereign experts, and the Chen family could easily kill them 100 times and more simply by sending a few venerable sovereign experts. Smugness crept up Chen Su's face when he saw Huang Peng, Shi Xiaofei, and the others' nervous expressions, and he directed his words at the group of ladies. "All of you follow me into the restaurant. There is a generous reward waiting if you serve me well, otherwise I would punish you, have you stripped naked and throw you into the streets." Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, Bei Xiaomei, Fang Xianxian, and Peng Xiao were incensed. Insolent. Many of the 33 heavens rulers were enraged. Insolent. Chen Su sneered as he raised one hand and slapped across space. The several 33 heavens rules exploded to their depths. Pieces of flesh and bones splattered all over the place, creating a hair-raising scene. Huang Peng and the others were startled. Chen Su was also a venerable sovereign expert. "Do it!" Chen Su ordered his guards as he waved his arm forward. Far, far away from the Deer Spring Holy Land, in the vast space, Huang Xiaolong, Lin Xiaoying, Fei Yanzi, Feng Yu, and Yin Yu were having a good time traveling around in the purple lightning peak. Xiaolong, your father and mother, how are they like? Also, would elder sister Xiaofei and other sisters dislike us? Such questions suddenly popped out of Lin Xiaoying's cherry lips. In recent days, the four ladies had been asking quite a lot about Huang Xiaolong's family as well as Shi Xiaofei and other ladies. Despite having described and explained to them many times, they would still ask, rendering Huang Xiaolong speechless. Looking at the apprehensive Lin Xiaoying, Huang Xiaolong smiled reassuringly and said, "My father and mother are easy to get along with. Xiaofei's personality has always been very good. Relax, they will like you all." As Huang Xiaolong spoke, his 3 Dao souls spread out, covering the various sacred lands in the 4 directions. When Huang Xiaolong had ascended to the Holy World in the past, he had arrived at the Zhuiyuan Holy Lands. Hence, while traveling around Zhangsheng Holy World, Huang Xiaolong would always go to places near Zhuiyuan Holy Lands and spread his Dao soul senses out to check the surroundings. According to his estimation, his family would appear in these nearby areas when they ascended. Huang Xiaolong was checking the surroundings out of habit, but when his 3 Dao souls spread out, his face blanked for a second before joy rushed up. He was excited, thrilled, even laughing out loud. Lin Xiaoying, Fei Yanzi, and the other 2 ladies were bewildered by Huang Xiaolong's abrupt excitement and sonorous laughter. "Xiaolong," Fei Yanzi called out. Huang Xiaolong suddenly looked over his shoulder and excitedly informed the 4 ladies. "It's father, mother, and the others. They have ascended. Xiaofei. And the others are with them as well." "What?" The 4 ladies were astonished and excited at the same time. All of a sudden, Huang Xiaolong's face turned frosty with killing intent. "Damn these people! Xiaolong, what's going on?" The 4 ladies were baffled. "We're heading there now." Huang Xiaolong didn't have the time to explain. The power of space surged as he brought along the 4 ladies and traversed through space, leaping over one holy land after another, and reaching the Deer Spring Holy Land in the blink of an eye. Under Chun Su's command, the several Qin family's guards leaped towards the Huang family's group. The Huang family's group was inevitably flustered, and although all of them were sovereign realm experts, they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered if they went up against the Chun family's guards. They were excited, ecstatic, and filled with hope after successfully arriving in the Holy World. But who'd have thought something like this would happen? Especially Shi Xiaofei and the other ladies. They had come to this stage holding on to the belief that they would soon be reunited with Huang Xiaolong. Yet, a split second before the fight broke out, all the Chun family's guards suddenly exploded to their deaths, leaving blood mist in the air as it scattered on the ground. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Xiaohao, the little cow, Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, and the others stood blankly on the spot. What's going on? Not only the Huang family's group were dumbfounded, but Chun Su and the 2 guards behind him were stupefied by this sight as well. Whilst everyone had yet to react, bright lights flickered as several figures appeared in front of them. When these people turned, Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others trembled, and their red-rimmed eyes filled with excitement and disbelief. "Big brother! Xiaolong!" Huang Xiaohai and the little cow cried out in joy as they rushed towards Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong embraced his younger brother Huang Xiaohai, laughing heartily. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Old Man Grandmist, Bei Lingyang, and others were overjoyed and hurried to Huang Xiaolong's side. "Father, mother, master!" Huang Xiaolong greeted them one by one. He could barely conceal the joy on his face. "Good, good!" Huang Peng, Su Yan, and Old Man Grandmist were just as ecstatic. The despair from moments ago had been blown away, replaced by a joyous atmosphere. Chun Su's expression was darker than murky water. He glared fixedly at Huang Xiaolong. "Punk, you're the one who killed my guards?" Huang Xiaolong ignored Chun Su and walked towards Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, and Yao Qi's side. He spread out his arms and wrapped it around them. It felt as though he was reuniting with them after separating for a lifetime. Seeing Huang Xiaolong ignore him and go to embrace the women he had just taken fancy to, Chun Su was furious. "Punk, you're courting death." Before Chun Su could finish his words, Huang Xiaolong casually pointed a finger towards his back, and Chun Su turned into blood mist silently, frightening everyone. Huang Peng approached and said, "Xiaolong, he seems to be a core disciple of some Qin family," and the restaurant staff said the Chun family is this prosperous Peace City's most powerful family, one of the Deer Spring Holy Land's hegemons. Their old ancestor is a peak half-true saint. There was heavy worry in his voice. "Yes, Xiaolong, we better leave this Deer Spring Holy Land as fast as possible," Shi Xiaofei persuaded with concern. Lin Xiaoying, Fei Yanzi, Feng Yu, and Yin Yu watched on strangely. Half-true saint? One of Deer Spring Holy Land's hegemons? The two remaining Chun family's venerable sovereign experts sneered. "Our Chang family's power reaches every corner of the Deer Spring Holy Land. Where can you run to? Young Master Chun is our patriarch's nephew. You all only have one ending, die. Xiaolong, you take Xiaofei and the others away first. We'll follow up soon," said the little cow righteously as she raised her chest. Looking at the little cow's torso that had grown a lot since he last saw her, Huang Xiaolong laughed inwardly while on the surface. He reassured them, "Don't worry, they are merely peak half-true saints." Originally, Old Man Grand Mist, Fortune Emperor, and the others wanted to persuade Huang Xiaolong to leave first with the ladies. But when they heard Huang Xiaolong's words, all of them were dazed on the spot. Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, Fang Xianxian, Bei Xiaomei, and Peng Xiao stared at Huang Xiaolong with astonishment. "Xiaolong, could it be you?" Shi Xiaofei was still in disbelief even as she asked the question. Huang Xiaohai suddenly gasped loudly, "Big brother, could it be that you're stronger than a peak half-true saint?" Stronger than a peak half-true saint. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Old Man Grand Mist, Bei Lingyang, and everyone else looked at Huang Xiaolong, including the Chun family's two remaining venerable sovereign guards and the restaurant staff. Clearly, the Chun family's two guards and the restaurant staff were shocked. Could this young man be stronger than a peak half-true saint expert? They had witnessed this young man kill the First Order Venerable Sovereign Chun Su, so maybe this young man was really stronger than a peak half-true saint expert. Huang Xiaohai's loud laughter broke the tense atmosphere. "Didn't I tell you that with Big Brother's talent? After tens of thousands of years, he must be a great expert, haha." A chuckle escaped Huang Xiaolong's lips. This brat. Hearing Huang Xiaohai's words, the two Qin family's guards exchanged a glance and one of them sneered at Huang Xiaohai. Tens of thousands of years? In other words, several tens of thousand years ago, he was merely a venerable sovereign like you guys. You think he can be stronger than a peak half-true saint in that time? Let me tell you that it's impossible even for our Deer Spring Holy Land's #1 genius. Each small order advancement from sovereign realm to venerable sovereign realm is as hard as ascending to the sky, especially after entering Ninth Order venerable sovereign realm, and advancing into half-true saint is even harder as one has to survive the tribulation. Even so, that's only the First Order half-true saint, Second Order half-true saint, all the way up to the Ninth half-true saint realm. At peak half-true saint, one must successfully grab Saint Fate, integrate with Saint Fate before one can break through to true saint realm. The Huang family, Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, and the others listened with agape expressions. The Chun family's guard continued with a derisive sneer on his face. "Take our Deer Spring Holy Land's Saint Luchuan, an unparalleled genius, and even so, he cultivated for several million years before breaking through to true saint realm. So do you think your brother can do better? What a joke! It's the biggest joke in the world," he said while pointing at Huang Xiaolong. His words were like a basin of cold water over Huang Xiaohai's head, chilling him to the soul. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Old Man Grand Mist, and the others' newly born hope and joy was quickly extinguished, and the smiles on their faces stiffened. The restaurant staff clearly exhaled in relief, as he had really thought that Huang Xiaolong might be a true saint expert. In the end, he was just a bumpkin who had only cultivated for less than 100,000 years. Huang Xiaolong merely smiled at the Qin family guard's words, as he couldn't be bothered to explain to a guard, and it was unnecessary. Even if he explained, the guard might not know about the Tao Venerable Realm, or what were absolute powers, much less about the God of creation. Huang Xiaolong pulled over Lin Xiaoying, Fei Yanzi, Feng Yu and Yin Yu, introducing them to Huang Peng and Su Yan. Father, mother, let me introduce my friends to you, he added with a chuckle. Don't worry so much. All of them are experts stronger than true saints. That so-called Chun family's old ancestor. Any one of them can deal with him using a pinky. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Shi Xiaofei, and others looked awestruck. Stronger than true saint. What realm is that? Then came a harsh snicker from one of the Chun family guards. Stronger than a true saint? Punk. Are you telling me these women are primal ancestor experts? There are countless primal ancestor experts in our Xianxia holy world, and each one of them are hidden experts. The real pillars of our Xianxia holy world. Even the Deer Spring Holy Land's patriarch, Saint Luchuan, has never met a primal ancestor expert, and you're saying these few women are primal ancestor experts? On top of that, they are your friends? Someone like you, who isn't even a true saint, is friends with primal ancestor experts. I've seen people brag, but no one brags like you do. The guard firmly refused to believe that Lin Xiaoying, Fei Yanzi, Feng Yu, and Yin Yu were primal ancestor experts. If the guard knew that Feng Yu and Yin Yu were existences above primal ancestor experts, he would have died from having his gallbladder bursting from fear. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Shi Xiaofei, and the others, who had yet to recover from their shock, were hit with another bolt of shock. Lin Xiaoying, Fei Yanzi, and the other two ladies looked at the Chun family guard with hostility. But Huang Xiaolong did not say anything, and the four ladies did not want to leave a bad impression on their future father-in-law and mother-in-law, or else they would have sent the guard to Reincarnation long ago. Huang Xiaolong continued to introduce the four ladies to his family, Shi Xiaofei, and the others, ignoring the Chun family guard's sarcastic remarks. The four ladies were extremely nervous and shy facing Huang Peng and Su Yan. Huang Peng was beaming, but Su Yan shot Huang Xiaolong several fierce glares which made Huang Xiaolong slightly embarrassed. Big brother, we'd better leave quickly. Huang Xiaohai couldn't help urging. Huang Peng and Su Yan also joined in. Huang Xiaolong was speechless, and it looked like his parents did not believe his words. Right at this time, suddenly, several sounds of rapid whistling winds came from the air. From the horizon, a group of experts clad in dark blue brocade robes were flying towards the city. There were several hundred people in the group. Seeing this group of people, the Huang family's group paled. The group of experts' attire identified them as Chun family's experts, and no one had expected them to come so fast. Seeing the group, the two remaining Chin family guards laughed triumphantly. It's our patriarch. Our patriarch has come in person. Let me tell you that although our patriarch is not a peak half-true saint, he's still a supreme existence of an 8th order half-true saint, and he is one of the Deer Spring Holy Land's top 10 experts. One of the Chen family guards lauded. 8th order half-true saint. One of Deer Spring Holy Land's top 10 experts. Everyone in the Huang family's Ascension group paled. According to the Chun family guard's explanation, they already had an understanding of what an 8th order half-true saint meant. Above the 9th order venerable sovereign was 1st order half-true saint. To them, an 8th order half-true saint was a monstrous existence. Moments later, the Chun family patriarch arrived on the scene with many of Chun family's experts. Originally, the Chun family patriarch was leading a group of experts out for another matter when he had suddenly received a report that his nephew, Chun Su, was killed. He had hurried over immediately, hence their response was speedy. We greet the patriarch. The two guards hastened forward to salute. The Chun family patriarch looked icily at the two guards and said, Failing to protect your master, you'll receive punishment when you go back. The two guards trembled but did not dare to make any excuses. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Shi Xiaofei, and the others felt horror facing the Chun family experts' collective killing intent. Huang Xiaolong looked coldly at the Chun family patriarch who was peering down at him and his family condescendingly from midair and uttered 3 words. Get down here! Get down here! These 3 words exploded like 10,000 echoes of thunder. The entire Deer Spring Holy Land's sky rumbled, frightening many experts that they were kneeling on the ground in reverence. In the next second, the Chun family patriarch crashed to the ground as if he was struck by a great impact, and the several hundred experts with him fell to the ground like drops of rain. Miserable screams reverberated in the air as if it would never end. Blood sprayed out from the several hundred Chen family experts' mouths. Patriarch Chen's flesh split in various places, and his armor exploded to smithereens, revealing the net-like bloodlines that ran all over his body. His hair was disheveled, and blood flowed out from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. He was a stark contrast to his inviolable majestic appearance a moment ago. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Xiaohai, the little cow, Old Man Grandmist, Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, and the rest watched with dumbfounded eyes. With disbelief was written on their faces as they looked dazedly at the several hundred Chen family experts and the Chen family patriarch. This is not an illusion, right? Huang Xiaohai stuttered stupidly. Huang Xiaolong landed a kick on Huang Xiaohai's backside and snorted. Illusion your ass. Huang Xiaohai protected his backside. Then as he realized something, he yelled loudly in joy, looking especially thrilled. Big brother. You're really a true saint expert? He thought that if Huang Xiaolong wasn't a true saint expert, how could he possibly make the Chen family patriarch fall from the air? Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others looked at Huang Xiaolong in pleasant surprise. Huang Xiaolong smiled. You can say so. I already said it earlier, but no one believed me. Huang Xiaohai scratched his head, feeling as awkward as the others. The two Chen family guards, who had mocked Huang Xiaolong repeatedly, stared at Huang Xiaolong with petrified faces. This young man is really a true Saint Realm expert. There was SSHNG sounds from the restaurant staff's pants. When the others turned to look, they saw a yellow puddle under his feet. You! The Chen family patriarch was terrified as he looked at Huang Xiaolong, and then quickly scrambled to his feet and knelt before Huang Xiaolong. Lord, have mercy, have mercy! He kowtowed incessantly. In general, not even a peak ninth order half-true saint could exert such might with merely his voice. Thus the young man could only be a true Saint Realm expert. Although the Chen family was considered as one of the big families in Deer Spring Holy Land, he, the Chen family patriarch, could only prostrate humbly in front of a true Saint Realm expert. Huang Xiaolong's gaze swept past the Chen family patriarch as he reached out and pulled a silver-haired old man out from the void. The old man crashed to the ground, and when the Chen family patriarch saw this silver-haired old man, he cried out, "Old ancestor!" Huang Peng, Shi Xiaofei, and the others were genuinely shocked when they heard the Chen family patriarch calling the silver-haired old man old ancestor. Lord, please show mercy. After rolling out from the void, the Chen family's old ancestor knelt towards Huang Xiaolong in fear, not knowing what had happened. Saint Luchuan and I have been friends for many years, and we're familiar old friends. I beg Lord to please spare the Chen family looking at the sake of Saint Luchuan. Chen family's old ancestor pleaded. There was no temperature in Huang Xiaolong's eyes as he listened to the Chen family's old ancestor use Saint Lucian to pressure him. Huang Xiaolong once again reached to the void and pulled out another person clad in holy robe, and exuded a majestic momentum exceeding the Chen family old ancestor. Saint Luchuan! The Chen family's old ancestor and patriarch gasped. Saint Luchuan, Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others looked extremely skeptical. Saint Luchuan was terrified half to death after being pulled out from his secret chamber to this place by Huang Xiaolong, and he knelt in salute and asked respectfully, "Lord, you are?" Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong stated in a tepid tone. Chen family's old ancestor might have been unaware, but this Saint Luchuan had to have heard of him. As expected, when Saint Luchuan heard Huang Xiaolong's name, he crawled towards Huang Xiaolong with a terrified face. I didn't know it is the World Master. I beg for the World Master's pardon. World Master. Not only Huang Peng's side was dumbfounded, but even the Chen family's old ancestor and those that noticed the commotion there were stupefied. Go check the matters of the Chen family, deal with it and report to the holy heavens. Huang Xiaolong ordered Saint Luchuan. Yes, Lord World Master. Saint Luchuan kowtowed as he complied. Father, Mother, let's go. Huang Xiaolong turned around and said to his family. He took out the purple lightning peak, expanded it, and brought everyone inside. the sky-eclipsing purple lightning peak, and everything that happened that day were too much to take in for Huang Peng, Su Yan, and the others. When they finally reacted, the purple lightning peak had turned into a streak of purple lightning and disappeared from the Deer Spring Holy Land. Big brother, that Saint Luchuan calls you Lord World Master? As usual, Huang Xiaohai was the first to ask questions. Everyone turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Facing the curious and doubtful glances, Huang Xiaolong smiled and admitted, "Yes, I am the World Master for this holy world." Although most of them had guessed it, it was still shocking and surprising to hear it straight from Huang Xiaolong. "Big brother, does that mean you're the biggest boss in this holy world?" Huang Xiaohai asked with brightly shining eyes. Huang Xiaolong could guess what his younger brother was thinking without the need to ask, and he chided good-naturedly, "I am the biggest here, but if you make a mistake, you'll be punished just the same." "Ah!" Huang Xiaohai's jaw dropped in disbelief, causing others to laugh at him. Roughly 2 weeks later, the group reached the Holy Heavens headquarters. Huang Xiaolong and the four ladies took the time to explain about the subsequent cultivation realms, such as the True Saint Realm, Primal Ancestor Realm, Tao Venerable Realm. They also explained what absolute powers were, as well as the various forces of Xianxia Holy World, Origin Holy World, and Divine Tua Holy World to the newly ascended group. Hence, they were repeatedly shocked and amazed. When they reached the Holy Heavens headquarters, Xianxia Old Man, the Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow had already led a large group of experts waiting to welcome them. That night, there was a large feast at the Holy Heavens headquarters, and wine flowed endlessly in the merrymaking. For a period of time, Huang Xiaolong remained at the Holy Heavens headquarters with his family and friends. During the day, he would give guidance in their cultivation, and the night was naturally allocated for his women. Huang Xiaolong poured all his feelings into action. Every night, and amorous noises could be heard. Several hundred years went by quickly. In these several hundred years, under various spiritual pills, herbs, and Huang Xiaolong's help, everyone who had ascended broke through to Venerable Sovereign Realm. Huang Xiaolong also used the Blood Moon, Pure Soil, and Absolute Powers to strengthen and improve everyone's physique and talent. After everyone had successfully broken through to Venerable Sovereign Realm, Huang Xiaolong was not in a hurry to enhance their cultivation further for the time being. He talked about the Grand Tao with them every day, whilst improving their bloodline, talent, and physical body with his Huang Long bloodline, the Blood Moon, and Pure Soil. If Huang Xiaolong wasn't free, he would send Yuan Tianyi or the 10 overlords or the 10 beast kings in his place to guide the Huang family, Shi Xiaofei, and the others. As someone with experience, Huang Xiaolong was aware how crucial it was to build a solid foundation in Venerable Sovereign Realm. A strong foundation in the Venerable Sovereign Realm was the first step in the successful integration with a high-order Saint Fate, or even more than one high-order Saint Fates. This would then help to forge a stronger body and condense a higher-quality Tao soul. Once one broke through to True Saint Realm, everything would be too late to change. Therefore, after everyone had broken through to Venerable Sovereign Realm, he was not in a hurry to raise their cultivation further for the time being. Others took one step at a time, whereas Huang Xiaolong made them take the same step 10 times. Even so, with the superb cultivation surroundings provided by the Blood Moon, Pure Soil, Huang Long bloodline, along with endless supply of Genesis-level pills and herbs, many of them soon advanced to second-order Venerable Sovereign Realm. Naturally, while helping everyone to improve, Huang Xiaolong did not let go of his own cultivation. As usual, Huang Xiaolong, Yuan Tianyi, and the others would cultivate under the Tree of Origin, Blood Moon, and Pure Soil. Huang Xiaolong also kept up with studying the art of formations. Thousands of years passed in this seemingly mundane routine. With the various resources supplied by Huang Xiaolong, in less than 100,000 years, Shi Xiaofei, who was innately talented, was the first to step into Half-True Saint Realm, followed by Fang Xianxian, Li Lu, Old Man Grand Mist, the Little Cow, Grand Mist Emperor, and then Yao Qi. In the end, except for some of the 33 Heavens rulers, everyone's cultivation had advanced to the peak late 9th Order Half-True Saint Realm. Although Huang Xiaolong also spent time and resources to cultivate the 33 rulers, who had ascended with his family, he did not improve their talent using his Huang Long bloodline. Hence, these people's cultivation speed couldn't catch up with the rest. When everyone's cultivation had reached the peak of 9th Order Half-True Saint, Huang Xiaolong had everyone compress the energy within their bodies while cultivating under the blood moon and pure soil as they waited for the saint fates to appear. Another several thousand years went by when the time for the saint fates to appear arrived again. Unfortunately, there were merely 20+ saint fates this time, and only 10 of them were high-order saint fates. In the end, Huang Xiaolong chose to let his father, mother, young brother, younger sister Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, Fang Xianxian, Bei Xiaomei, and Peng Xiao to integrate with high-order saint fates and break through to true saint realm. Old Man Grand Mist, the Little Cow, Grand Mist Emperor, his father-in-law, Bei Lingyang, and the others could only wait for the next opportunity. Despite there being mid-order saint fates to be chosen from, they were far from comparable to high-order saint fates, and Huang Xiaolong did not want his master, Old Man Grand Mist, and the others to integrate with mid-order saint fates which would limit their future achievements. After the Huang family and ladies integrated with their own high-order saint fates, and advanced to true saint realm, Huang Xiaolong began bringing them around Zhangqiang Holy World, World River, and even the outer world. Several hundred years passed. Huang Xiaolong and his family had almost traveled to every corner of Zhangqiang Holy World, and the surrounding places before returning to the Holy Heavens headquarters. Deep into the quiet night, silvery moonlight was the only source of light. In the air above the Holy Heavens headquarters was Huang Xiaolong standing with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the vast starry space. His bright eyes seemed to see through time and space, through one holy world after another, as well as the demon world's various regions, and outwards to a vast universe. Although he had been cultivating steadfastly, assisted by the Tree of Origin, Blood Moon, Pure Soil, Parasol Tree, Tree of Beginning, as well as Yuan Tianyi and the others' absolute powers, his power of time and space had not improved much. When the Huang family ascended to the Holy World, his power of time and space were close to reaching the peak major completion stage, and it was the same today. All these years, he had also been searching for Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle in the Zhangqiang Holy World, and the demon world, but the result was paltry. It's time to set off, Huang Xiaolong thought to himself. He was planning to leave Huanglong World for the bigger Blazing Dragon World where Huangrong was. In the boundless universe, the Blazing Dragon World, where Huangrong was hailed as this universe's most powerful world. As far as he knew, there were 30+ worlds like Huanglong World, and the Blazing Dragon World was the earliest world in the universe. It was also the strongest big world. No contest. Whereas the Pangu world where his father came from ranked fourth. When morning came, Huang Xiaolong gathered everyone in front of him and told them his plans to head to the Blazing Dragon World. Everyone was genuinely surprised by Huang Xiaolong's abrupt plan. Especially Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, and Yao Qi. Their crestfallen looks were obvious. Although Huang Xiaolong had accompanied them for more than 10,000 years, who knew how long it would take for him to come back after going to the Blazing Dragon World? This time was different. Huang Xiaolong was leaving Huanglong World instead of ascending. It would be difficult to meet again in the future. Big brother, I want to go with you to the Blazing Dragon World, Huang Xiaohai suddenly said. Sure. Just when everyone thought Huang Xiaolong would refuse, he actually nodded his head and agreed. Everyone was too shocked to react. Xiaolong, you? Huang Peng asked, looking at Huang Xiaolong with a baffled expression. Huang Xiaolong looked at the others and said, I've thought it over, and this time, I'll take anyone with me to the Blazing Dragon World, as long as they want to come. There was a prolonged silence in the hall for about 10 seconds, before a cheer erupted as Huang Xiaohai jumped and shrieked, Long live Big Brother! He hugged Huang Xiaolong and jumped around, refusing to let go. Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, Bei Xiaomei, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, Lin Xiaoying, Fei Yanzi, Feng Yu, and Yin were just as happy and broke into tears as they hugged each other. Huang Xiaolong felt extremely guilty seeing this, knowing that he wasn't very attentive in the past. In truth, one of the reasons Huang Xiaolong considered taking everyone with him was because he didn't know when he would come back, and it might be more dangerous to leave them here in the Huanglong World. Who knows when Huangrong would return to Huanglong World while he was gone? Although the Blazing Dragon World was the enemy's lair, there was a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest place. In a big world like the Blazing Dragon World, It was a pipe dream if Huang Rong thought he could easily find his family. Apart from that, it would be easier for him to continue raising their cultivation. Hence, after considering various aspects, Huang Xiaolong decided to bring everyone. Preparations were swiftly made when it was decided everyone would be going to the Blazing Dragon World. The journey to the Blazing Dragon World was unlike any other journeys he had made in the past, so it was naturally better if they could prepare more resources. In truth, as early as several hundred years ago, when Huang Xiaolong had brought his family around Xianxia Holy World and Demon World, he had begun collecting as many Genesis-level pills, herbs, and spiritual veins. Huang Xiaolong had even collected many high-grade cosmos artifacts. High-grade cosmos flying artifacts and pill furnaces took up a large number. No matter which world one was in, high-grade flying cosmos artifacts and pill furnaces were rare treasures. From the Son of Mystic and Huang Shuai's memories, the Blazing Dragon World also used holy coins and Dao coins as currency. Still, they were different from the holy coins and Dao coins used in the Huanglong World. Therefore, Huanglong World's holy coins and Dao coins were useless in the Blazing Dragon World. However, precious resources such as Genesis-level pills, herbs, and spiritual veins held their value no matter which world they were in. This was why Huang Xiaolong did not bring any holy coins or Dao coins with him. On the other hand, the space inside the Sun-Moon Furnace was filled with various Genesis-level spiritual pills, herbs, spiritual veins, and cosmos artifacts. 1 month later, the group set off. Apart from the Huang family, Shi Xiaofei, and other ladies, there were Old Man Grand Mist, Little Cow, Grand Mist Emperor Bei Lingyang, Fortune Emperor Fang Qian, and those who ascended from the lower realm following Huang Xiaolong. Zhangqiong Old Man, Heavenly Master, Tyrant Chu, Lord Long, and Elder Crow also chose to go to the Blazing Dragon World with Huang Xiaolong. Of course, there were also Yuan Tianyi, the Origin Land's 10 Overlords, Death Beast's Peril Land's 10 Beast Kings, Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, Myriad Formation Devil, Li Shua, and a few others. However, before heading to the Blazing Dragon World, Huang Xiaolong made a trip to the Divine Tua Holy World and Origin Holy World. They went to the Divine Tua Holy World so that Feng Yu and Yin Yu could bid farewell to their masters, and if their masters wanted to go to the Blazing Dragon World, Huang Xiaolong would welcome them as well. However, their masters decided to stay in the Divine Tua Holy World to protect the creed. In the Origin Holy World, Huang Xiaolong met with the Origin Holy World Master, Xiao Tianqi. After exhorting certain matters to Xiao Tianqi, Huang Xiaolong left the Origin Holy World. The Huanglong World was a big independent space in the universe. The Holy Worlds and Demon World existed within the Huanglong World space. To leave the Huanglong World, Huang Xiaolong needed to traverse numerous Holy Worlds and Demon Worlds regions. When Huang Xiaolong's group reached the boundary of Huanglong World, several hundred years had already passed. They finally entered the vast universe after crossing the Huanglong World's boundary. "So beautiful!" the little cow exclaimed in awe. Others turned to look at the little cow's exclamation. The vast universe space before them was midnight blue and boundless, with scattered specks of light, exuding a unique, unfathomable charm. The moment they crossed over the boundary and entered the vast universe, everyone felt their bodies lighten, as if the Huanglong World's shackles on them had been taken off. No one had experienced this feeling at all when they were still in the Huanglong World, but now the feeling was so obvious. Everyone felt that, even more so Huang Xiaolong. Frankly, when Huang Xiaolong's 11 elements of absolute powers reached perfection level, he had vaguely sensed the limit of Huanglong World's sky. Now, upon entering the universe space, even with his 13 elements energies and 3 Dao Souls power circulated to the limit, he was unable to sense the limit of the universe. The universe was bigger than he could imagine, and up until now no one knew how big the universe was. Not even the pinnacle of God of creation. The Huang family's old ancestor, the family to which Huang Rong once belonged to, flew around the Blazing Dragon World's circumference. It was said that the old ancestor flew for 1,000,000 years, yet he still did not find where the end of the universe was. Huang Rong's old ancestor was the universe's most powerful expert. Despite that, he didn't find the universe's boundary after 1,000,000 years. Thus many people claimed that the universe was boundless. In other words, there was no end. This was something many experts believed. Huang Xiaolong turned to take another look at the Huanglong world behind him with a complicated gaze. The various experiences ever since he was reborn in the Huanglong world from the Panga world's Earth felt like yesterday. Earth. Huang Xiaolong spoke the word like a prayer. The Panga world was located on the other side of the Blazing Dragon world, and if he wanted to return to Earth, he would need to cross the Blazing Dragon world. It was a brief stop after crossing the boundary, and then the purple lightning mountain turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the vast starry space. In the last 20 to 30,000 years, Huang Xiaolong had reforged the purple lightning peak and sun-moon furnace with the 13 elements energies and various Genesis-level materials. Therefore, the purple lightning peak speed had more than doubled compared to the past. And the sun-moon furnace was successfully upgraded to creation artifact. In order for the sun-moon furnace to upgrade to creation artifact, Huang Xiaolong had spent a lot of Genesis-level treasures and effort. Still, everything was worth it because after the sun-moon furnace was upgraded to creation artifact, it could support the refinement of higher-grade pills with a higher chance of pill condensation. Of course, when facing an enemy, the sun-moon furnace could be used as a weapon for both defense and attack. The days ahead would be a long space travel. Even though the purple lightning peak speed had doubled, Huang Xiaolong estimated it would take 50,000 years to reach Blazing Dragon World. The distance between Huanglong World and Blazing Dragon World was considered short, as some other big worlds would take millions of years of travel to reach the Blazing Dragon World. Based on the purple lightning peak speed, it would take at least 3 to 4 million years to reach the furthest big world. Then again, the purple lightning peak speed would reach another level when it got upgraded to creation artifact. Traveling in the vast universe space was extremely dangerous. A peak late ninth esteemed Dao Venerable would be shredded to pieces if he encountered a cosmic storm. But luckily, Huang Xiaolong's group didn't need to worry about cosmic storms with the quasi-creation artifact, such as the purple lightning peak. Apart from cosmic storms, there were many unknown dangers in the vast space. Thus Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless even for a moment, and reduced the fluctuations caused by the purple lightning peak to the minimum when flying. There were terrifying giant beasts in the universe space that could swallow 10 sacred lands in one go. Some of these beasts were so powerful that the current Huang Xiaolong was no match against them at all. Still, this level of beasts were few in number, and unless the person was really unlucky to encounter one. As it would take at least 50,000 years to reach the Blazing Dragon World, Huang Xiaolong seized the time to raise his cultivation. Hopefully, by the time they reached the Blazing Dragon World, there would be an improvement in his power of time and space. Huang Xiaolong built several hundred buildings in the belly of the purple lightning peak. There were more than enough rooms for him and everyone on board to cultivate and live in. When cultivating, Huang Xiaolong and his ladies would cultivate inside the buildings in the mountain's belly, and at other times, he would bring the ladies up to the peak to enjoy the universe's ever-changing sceneries. The days were idyllic, carefree, and sweet. Xiaolong. If days like this can last forever, how wonderful would that be? Xianxia said as she leaned in and rested her head on Huang Xiaolong's shoulder with gentleness overflowing from her eyes. Huang Xiaolong embraced Xianxia with one arm and promised with a smile. One day, we will live this kind of life forever. Even if the universe shatters, and the heavens no longer exist, we will still be together. Other ladies also leaned towards Huang Xiaolong. Xiaolong, look, what's that? Suddenly Yao Qi pointed towards the front. Everyone turned to look. In the vast space before them was a huge, suspended starfield of black particles. This starfield was formed from the accumulation of these black particles that were roughly the same size as the origin holy world. In the midst of space, it was right in the purple lightning peak's line of path. This is a cosmic dust starfield, Huang Xiaolong explained with furrowed brows. In space, experts traveling across space can face the risks of encountering a cosmic storm that can wreck the entire flying ship into pieces, reducing them into black grain-like particles like that. Xiaofei, Li Lu, and the others listened with amazement. Is the space within this cosmic starfield livable? Yao Qi asked. Other ladies also looked at Huang Xiaolong with anticipation in their eyes, as clearly all of them were interested to take a look around. Huang Xiaolong said, "The space within this cosmic dust starfield is not easy to enter. Moreover, after those experts died, the particles their bodies turned into carried an astounding amount of spiritual energy. After all, most of these experts were 9th esteemed Dao Venerable Realm experts and above. Materials used to build those flying ships were definitely Genesis-level materials, and even after being pulverized by cosmic storm, the spiritual energy in these particles is comparable to the remains of those experts. That's why the space within this kind of starfield has rich spiritual energy, like those top-tier holy worlds. All the ladies' eyes lit up. Seeing that these ladies still had not figured out the cosmic starfield's danger, Huang Xiaolong added, after those experts' physical bodies were destroyed, their Dao souls remained, floating in the vast space, and many of them would choose to hide within starfields like this. The majority of cosmic dust starfields like this are actually particles of corpses. It has a certain amount of death chi and corpse chi, and those wandering Dao souls would be affected when they cultivate. Over time, those Dao souls would turn into fierce souls that like to feast on cultivators' flesh. The ladies, who were originally interested in exploring the cosmic dust starfield, paled at Huang Xiaolong's words. Huang Xiaolong went on, therefore, generally experts would avoid cosmic dust starfields. These fierce souls are powerful experts to begin with, and they would only grow stronger as time passed. Once they sense prey approaching the cosmic dust starfield, they come out in droves, and even an extermination list expert would have a hard time trying to outrun them. The ladies turned another shade whiter. A long time had passed since they had ascended to the holy world, and they already knew what an expert on the extermination list represented. Xiaolong, then we should quickly make a detour, Fang Xianxian urged with worry. Huang Xiaolong smiled reassuringly. It's fine. Those fierce souls can do nothing to your husband. We'll just fly through it. Taking a detour would have greatly increased the distance. With Huang Xiaolong's current strength, there were very few existences that could threaten his life. More importantly, a cosmic dust starfield like this would have a lot of Genesis-level spiritual herbs. Huang Xiaolong didn't mind exploring inside. If they encountered suitable fierce souls, Huang Xiaolong might even tame them as guards to protect his family. Thus Huang Xiaolong directed the purple lightning peak towards the cosmic dust starfield. Even though they had Huang Xiaolong beside them, the ladies couldn't help feeling nervous as they got closer to the cosmic dust starfield, including Fengyu and Yinyu, who were already Dao venerables. When compared to experts on the extermination list, they were as insignificant as ants. Just as the purple lightning peak got close, sharp roars sounded. The roars sounded more like a howl whilst not, neither resembling a beast nor human, causing the ladies to inch closer to Huang Xiaolong in fear, and even more. In the meantime, Yuan Tianyi, the 10 overlords, 10 beast kings, Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, Myriad Formation Devil, Li Shua, Old Man Grand Mist, Huang Peng, and the rest also came out. Right at this time, a giant black shadow rushed out from the cosmic dust starfield, straight towards them. This black shadow looked like it was slobbered with a thick layer of black ink, and its eyes were completely crimson like blood. This was a Dao soul corrupted by death chi and corpse chi, a fierce soul. A Dao soul was originally an intangible entity, but after years of consuming the flesh of numerous experts in the universe, these fierce souls had gradually become corporeal over time as their entirety was filled with a black matter which gave them form. Before the fierce soul arrived, terrifying death chi and corpse chi rolled towards the purple lightning peak with overwhelming pressure. This fierce soul was not weaker than those on the mystical list. Before the fierce soul got anyone, it was zapped by the streaks of purple lightning from the purple lightning peak. The purple lightning penetrated through the rolling death chi and corpse chi and struck the fierce soul. The horrifying fierce soul didn't even have the chance to let out a cry, and the purple lightning sent it flying millions of miles away. The ladies were surprised, as none of them had thought that the purple lightning peak's lightning could send such a terrifying fierce soul away so easily. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised at all. Not to mention, it was a fierce soul with the strength to enter the mystical list, so even if it was 100 times stronger, the result would be the same. Not even an existence on the extermination list could withstand the purple lightning peak's lightning attack. Through years of reforging, the purple lightning peak's grade had reached the peak of quasi-creation artifact, and there was no doubt that its attack had also increased significantly. Second after the fierce soul was sent flying, several fierce souls rushed over from the cosmic dust starfield. This time, purple lightning chi enveloped the entire purple lightning peak as it accelerated forward, knocking away the several fierce souls in an instant. The purple lightning peak proceeded unhindered. Huang Xiaolong didn't even need to move a finger, as the lightning chi from the purple lightning peak was enough for them to cut into the cosmic dust starfield, and when Huang Xiaolong detected any Genesis-level spiritual herbs, he would collect them into the sun-moon furnace with a single thought. Originally, Huang Xiaolong had planned to tame some of these fierce souls as bodyguards for his family, and although these fierce souls were strong, it was a pity they did not meet Huang Xiaolong's requirements. Huang Xiaolong passed through the cosmic dust starfield, but he did not tame even one fierce soul. In the blink of an eye, 20,000 years had passed. The purple lightning peak sped ahead in the vast space, passing through numerous cosmic dust starfields, and they encountered even more fierce souls. They also encountered many universe behemoths along the way. 20,000 years and a little more, Huang Xiaolong saw a few suitable universe behemoths and fierce souls, and these were all tamed by him. Although not many, in the last 20,000 years, he had tamed 100+ fierce souls. The number of space behemoths was lower, merely 20+. These fierce souls and universe behemoth strengths were comparable to the top 50 on the extermination list. The Golden Fox region lord, Jin Hongyuan, was merely in the top 60 on the rankings. There were a few fierce souls and universe behemoths that could enter the top 10 rankings. Even if Lei Yu and the Black Shadow Devil joined hands, they would fail to suppress these few fierce souls and universe behemoths. It was a pity that he didn't come across any stronger fierce soul or universe behemoths. These fierce souls and universe behemoths did not originate from the Huanglong world. Hence Huang Xiaolong's creation mark was useless on them. After capturing them and suppressing them, Huang Xiaolong resorted to his old method, the puppetry art, and also grand mist parasitic medium to control them. As Huang Xiaolong's strength had risen and his understanding of various energies, his puppetry art and grand mist parasitic medium had also become more refined. Even so, the two couldn't compare to the Huanglong bloodline's creation mark. Huang Xiaolong had to exert quite some effort to suppress and tame these fierce souls and universe behemoth beasts. Your Highness, there's a small world in front. Huang Xiaolong was studying the art of formations with the myriad formation devil when he heard Li Shua's report. In the vast universe space, other than big worlds like the Huanglong world, Pangu world, Blazing Dragon world, there were also many small worlds created by other experts. A Dao Venerable Realm expert could open a small world of their own, but these small worlds opened by these Dao Venerables could only exist within big worlds like the Huanglong world, Pangu world, and so on. Only experts that had comprehended absolute power to perfection level could open a world of their own in the vast universe space, withstanding the galaxy storm. In these 20,000 years, Huang Xiaolong's group had come across several similar small worlds, and they had also stopped in such small worlds before. Let's avoid it, Huang Xiaolong said. Generally speaking, this level of small worlds had little resources, and definitely they wouldn't have the things Huang Xiaolong needed. Li Shua complied respectfully. Huang Xiaolong and the ladies entered seclusion, and the purple lightning peak's helm was handed to Li Shua. With Li Shua's comprehension in the power of time and space, he was more sensitive towards the potential dangers around them as they traveled, and he would correct the route whenever necessary. One of Huang Xiaolong's biggest harvest was the dozen stalks of Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation thistles. Big worlds like the Huanglong world were capable of nurturing treasures such as the Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation thistle, and it was not strange that the universe space could also nurture similar treasures. In the vast universe space, one could even find creation-level spiritual herbs. However, it depended on one's luck and fortune. 50,000 years later, the purple lightning peak stopped moving. In front of Huang Xiaolong was an indescribable world that exuded layers of fiery light. They couldn't see the end of this big world, and its fiery light dyed the dark space crimson for millions of miles. According to Huang Xiaolong's estimation, it would take another 10 days to really reach the Blazing Dragon world. Despite the millions of miles distance, everyone felt the overwhelming power that shook them to the core. Before this power, all of them were so small and insignificant, and all living beings were akin to dust. This was what everyone clearly felt. "This is the blazing dragon world?" Yuan Tianyi asked in awe. If one used a tree as a metaphor compared to this blazing dragon world, the Huanglong world was merely a little more than a seedling. "This is the blazing dragon world," Huang Xiaolong confirmed, staring into the distance. After a 50,000 years of journey, the blazing dragon world was finally before them. Still, there were some complex emotions roiling in Huang Xiaolong's heart, looking at the big world in front of him. His father Huanglong's disappearance was likely to be connected with the Huang family that Huang Rong belonged to. His father could very well be somewhere within the blazing dragon world. As a precaution, Huang Xiaolong collected the purple lightning peak and flew towards the blazing dragon world with the rest. A little over 10 days later, Huang Xiaolong's group passed through the world boundary and entered the blazing dragon world. Such amazing spiritual energy! The moment they crossed over, Lei Yu sighed in amazement. This blazing dragon world's grand Tao laws are more compact, Yue Tianyi pointed out with a solemn expression. More compact meant that the blazing dragon world's grand Tao laws were more complete, and the creator of this world had a tighter reign over the living beings of this world. At the same time, everyone could feel that the restraints in blazing dragon world were stronger than the Huanglong world. Even Huang Xiaolong felt a stronger restraint over him. As the Huanglong world's son of creation, he could exert his full power anywhere in the Huanglong world, but in the blazing dragon world, he could exert 90% of his strength, maybe less. But Huang Xiaolong wasn't overly concerned about this, and at his current strength, even with 90% of his full strength, no one was a match for him under the God of Creation realm. "Let's settle down in the nearest city," Huang Xiaolong said to everyone as his Tao soul spread to find the nearest city. He wanted to settle down first and plan his next moves. After all, the blazing dragon world was not a small place, and it was not a matter of a year or two to locate his father. A while later, Huang Xiaolong's group flew towards the city closest to them. Though the blazing dragon world was a big world like the Huanglong world, one of the differences between the two was that the blazing dragon world did not have a demon world time and space. It had tens of millions of holy worlds like a chain of pearls, densely scattered through the blazing dragon world space. Even the son of Mystic had no idea how many holy worlds there were inside the blazing dragon world, and only the God of Creation, who had created the blazing dragon world, would know. Huang Xiaolong and his group soon arrived at Megacity. This megacity was actually a medium-sized city in the Lingqian Sacred Lands territory. As for which creed or which holy world it belonged to, Huang Xiaolong and the others had no idea for now. They could always inquire about it later. Upon entering the city, Huang Xiaolong's group headed to a large chamber of commerce and traded one of the lowest-grade holy herbs for holy coins that was used to purchase a spacious residence in the city. Although the land space of this residence was quite big, in Huang Xiaolong and the others' eyes, it was no different than a hut. Then again, no one minded. They had a lot of spirit stones, spiritual plants, and spiritual veins, so they could redecorate the residence as they desire. In the next couple of days after moving into the residence, Huang Xiaolong, Yuan Tianyi, Song Sun, Di Shuang, Lei Yu, and Myriad Formation Devil began reconstructing the entire residence. Huang Xiaolong had all the garden rocks and spirit stones changed to Genesis-level spirit stones and spiritual veins. All the spiritual plants were also changed into Genesis-level spiritual plants, the kind that enhanced cultivators' cultivation. From the outside, it was still the same residence, but inside, it had changed completely. Huang Xiaolong even used Genesis-level iron ores to refine the residence's buildings all over. At the same time, Huang Xiaolong and the Myriad Formation Devil, Hezhen cooperated to lay out a grand formation that enveloped the whole residence. Subsequently, Huang Xiaolong and Hezhen laid out a grand formation that enveloped the entire city. While refurbishing the whole residence, Huang Xiaolong had Li Shuo and Black Shadow Devil gather information. The two went out and returned several days later. "Your Highness, from the information we've gathered, we're currently in the Fire Cloud Creed's territory, and the Lingqian Sacred Land is one of medium-sized sacred lands. The Fire Cloud Creed is a big creed, the second most powerful force in this Guangzhong Heavenly Cave. We still haven't found out which holy world this is," Li Shuo respectfully reported. The Black Shadow Devil also reported his findings related to the Guangzhong Heavenly Cave. Huang Xiaolong nodded as he listened. The strength of Guangzhong Heavenly Cave's region lord was not too bad, and based on the Blazing Dragon World's extermination list, his strength was comparable to experts in the top 30. A region lord with the strength of an expert on the top 30 in the extermination list was a high praise. On the other hand, the Fire Cloud Creed's patriarch's strength was roughly at par with the top 80. Finding out this information merely in a few days was quite a good result. In the coming years, Huang Xiaolong's group kept a low profile. Most of the time was spent cultivating indoors, and only occasionally, Huang Xiaolong would accompany the ladies outside for a stroll. Though the Gathering Stars city was merely one of many cities of a sacred land, it was comparable to many main cities of a top-tier creed. In the last few years, Huang Xiaolong had bought the neighboring residences in the area and expanded the size of his initial residence by several times. Although the Huang family had been keeping a low profile, rarely going out, they still attracted the attention from the Gathering Stars city's local forces, and even some neighboring cities' forces. As the Huang family's residence expanded over the years, the number of spies stationed around also increased. Huang Xiaolong naturally knew about these spies, but he was too lazy to deal with them. These spies' average strength was at half-true saint, and there were a few who were only high-level venerable sovereigns. Because Huang Xiaolong did not give any orders, Yuan Tianyi, Song Sun, Di Shuang, Lei Yu, and the others too couldn't be bothered to deal with these existences. Due to the Huang family's lack of response, over time, the number of spies around the residence increased, and their behavior became unscrupulous. In the beginning, these spies were watching from the dark, but as time passed, these spies began moving about in the broad daylight, and when Huang Xiaolong went out with the ladies, they even dared to follow behind them. Everyone, these people are becoming more unscrupulous. Let me do it. I'll pack them up in one go. On this day, Huang Shaohai ran in angrily and complained to Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong and the ladies were trailed when they went out. Huang Peng and the others were also followed when they stepped out of the residence. Once or twice was nothing. By the third and fourth time, Huang Shaohai couldn't stand it any longer. Huang Xiaolong smiled, watching Huang Shaohai fuming in anger. You lost your patience so fast? Huang Shaohai scratched his head irritatedly. These people are getting more and more arrogant. Clearly, they are coveting our Huang residence. He snorted and added, Can the things of our Huang residence be taken so easily? In these couple of years, due to the Huang residence's continuous expansion, and the Huang family going out to exchange holy herbs and other precious treasures intermittently had turned the Huang family into a fat sheep in the eyes of the local forces and forces from the neighboring cities. To the Huang family, holy herbs were similar to rubbish, but to many Gathering Stars cities' cultivators, and even the entire Lingqin's sacred land, these were precious treasures. Although the supply of holy herbs in most of Blazing Dragon World's sacred lands were not as tight and scarce compared to the Huanglong world, it was a big temptation to many true saints in the Lingqin sacred land. Huang Xiaolong asked Li Shuo and Black Shadow, Do you know who sent these spies? Li Shuo and Black Shadow Devil were the two main stewards of Huang residence, handling most of the affairs related to the residence and assisting Huang Peng, the patriarch of Huang family. On the surface, Huang Peng was the patriarch, and Huang Xiaolong was Huang Peng's eldest son, the eldest young master. These spies are sent by the Gathering Star cities local the Chu family, and also from the neighboring cities. Li Shuo replied respectfully, and explained to Huang Xiaolong in detail the connections and backings of these forces. Amongst the forces who sent these spies, the strongest one was the Gathering Stars city's Chu family. Chu family's influence was not limited to the Gathering Stars city, as the Chu family was also one of the big families in the Lingqin sacred land. The Chu family's patriarch was a 6th-order true saint realm expert, and the Chu family's old ancestor was a 7th-order true saint expert. 7th-order true saint realm was the pinnacle of such a sacred land. Moreover, the Chu family has links to the Fire Cloud Creed, as the eldest son of the current Chu family patriarch was a core disciple of the Fire Cloud Creed, and he was also one of the Hall Master's personal disciples. After hearing the report, Huang Xiaolong said to his younger brother, All right, you can go ahead and deal with those spies. Give the Chu family and those Lingqin sacred lands forces a small warning, but you're not allowed to use your fierce soul and golden-horned lizard. In the 50,000 years journey to the blazing dragon world, Huang Xiaolong had subjugated 100+ fierce souls, and almost 100 universe behemoths. Therefore, the Huang family and the ladies, even Old Man Grand Mist, the Little Cow, Grand Mist Emperor, Fortune Emperor, and others were given a fierce soul and golden-horned lizard as bodyguards. Hearing that, Huang Xiaohai laughed. "Deal, big brother. I'll take care of it myself." Huang Xiaolong smiled and nodded, as letting Huang Xiaohai deal with the matter was also a form of training in handling various matters. After all, he wouldn't always be there by their side in the future. Therefore, he couldn't resolve everything for them. He hoped his younger brother Huang Xiaohai and the others would stand on their feet at any time when needed. Huang Xiaohai left the residence happily and summoned his high-order Saint Fate, instantly suppressing all the spies in the area. Huang Xiaolong smiled as he watched the progress outside. According to his younger brother's temper, he had definitely given these people a good beating before releasing them. Huang Xiaolong looked away and continued comprehending the power of time and space. Huang Xiaolong did not lax on his cultivation in the 50,000 years of journey. By adding a dozen stalks of flower of time and void reincarnation thistles he had found, Huang Xiaolong's power of time and space had improved significantly, especially Huang Xiaolong's power of space. He had a feeling that within 100 years, his power of space could reach the major completion stage. He decided to leave once his power of space reached the major completion stage and make his name in the blazing dragon world. Huang Xiaolong continued to have Li Shua and Black Shadow Devil gather information from outside. The holy world they were currently in was called the Heavenly Sword Holy World. There were numerous creeds within the Heavenly Sword Holy World, and the Guangzhong Heavenly Cave was one of the famous heavenly caves. Huang Xiaolong was currently located in this heavenly cave. The Guangzhong Heavenly Cave's overall strength ranked high amongst other heavenly caves within the Heavenly Sword Holy World. Moreover, the Guangzhong Region Lord was a famous general under the Heavenly Sword World Master. Through the son of mystic Huang Feng and Huang Shuai's memories, Huang Xiaolong knew a little about the Heavenly Sword Holy World. The Heavenly Sword World Master was quite famous for his strength. The Origin Holy World was the strongest holy world within Huanglong World, and the Origin Holy World's World Master, Xiao Tianyi, was ranked 3rd on the extermination list, and he had comprehended the power of absolute earth, wind, water, and blaze to perfection level. However, the Heavenly Sword World Master had comprehended 5 absolute powers to perfection level. 5 elements at perfection level. This was rare even in the entire blazing dragon world. Thus, the Heavenly Sword World Master was a top expert even in the entire blazing dragon world. Then again, compared to the leader of the 10 Beast Kings, Di Shuang, who also had comprehended 5 elements to perfection level, the Heavenly Sword World Master was slightly weaker. Di Shuang's 5 elements at perfection level included the power of darkness, poison, metal, frost, and wind, whereas the power of his absolute blaze had reached a major completion stage. On the other hand, the Heavenly Sword World Master's 5 elements at perfection level included the power of darkness, lightning, frost, wood, and earth. The Heavenly Sword World Master would be much lower on the rung when compared to the 10 Overlords leader, Song Sun. After all, Song Sun was slightly stronger than Di Shuang. No doubt, in the blazing dragon world where experts were as many as the leaves in a forest, the Heavenly Sword World Master was merely an expert who barely entered the rankings. The blazing dragon world was the oldest world in the universe, and even if a genius in the blazing dragon world had the same level of talent as a genius in the Huanglong world, the number of experts who wielded absolute powers in the blazing dragon world would be higher than the Huanglong world. It was because they had cultivated for a longer time than experts in the Huanglong world. In the same sense, the number of experts with perfection-level absolute power in blazing dragon world exceeded the Huanglong world. Experts who wielded 2, 3, 4, or even 5 elements were also more than Huanglong world. The blazing dragon world had 3 God of Creation realm experts. 3 gods of creation in one world. This was more than enough to deter the entire universe. Only when one reached Huang Xiaolong's realm, who had already touched the boundary of the God of Creation realm, they understood better how terrifying the strength of a god of creation was. However, the blazing dragon world's three gods of creation weren't united. Moreover, as the strength of the Huang family's old ancestor, which Huang Rong belonged to, had become stronger, the blazing dragon world's three gods of creation had become even warier of each other. On the surface, they were the blazing dragon world's three pillars, but underneath, they were surging currents, and it wouldn't take long before war raged in the blazing dragon world. Although the blazing dragon world had three gods of creation, the god of creation who had created the blazing dragon world was not the Huang family's old ancestor, where Huang Rong was. Therefore, even though the Huang family was powerful, it wasn't to the point that it could cover the sky with one hand. The blazing dragon world's three gods of creation had built the three celestial empires. These three celestial empires resemble the Pangu world's heavenly court, and the entire blazing dragon world was under these three celestial empires' governance. The three celestial empires were Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire, and True Dragon Celestial Empire. The Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire was the strongest celestial empire in the Blazing Dragon world, and the Blazing Dragon world was created by the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire's old ancestor. The Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire was the second celestial empire, and the third celestial empire was the True Dragon Celestial Empire, created by Huang Rong's old ancestor. Although the Huang family's old ancestor was the last person amongst the three to break through to the god of creation realm, his cultivation speed was the fastest amongst the three. Hence, the Huang family's old ancestor was recognized as the #1 expert of Blazing Dragon World. On top of that, generations of Huang family's juniors were outstanding, pushing the Huang family to the top of the Blazing Dragon World. Huang family's old ancestor was the #1 expert of Blazing Dragon World. Still, the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire's old ancestor was the first person who had stepped into the god of creation realm. His strength was unfathomable. Thus, the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire was not weaker than the True Dragon Celestial Empire. Instead, it was the Heaven Extreme Celestial Empire that was the weakest one amongst the three. The Heavenly Sword Holy World, where Huang Xiaolong was currently residing in, was located within the Blazing Dragon World. The Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire had numerous holy worlds under it. However, the Heavenly Sword Holy World was not far away from the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire's celestial capital, and it was merely a distance of 30 to 40 holy worlds away. 30 to 40 holy worlds distance seemed a long way, but how vast was the Blazing Dragon World? Therefore, 30 to 40 holy worlds distance was considered close. Huang Xiaolong could settle down in peace and cultivate in Lingqian sacred land after learning they were in the Blazing Dragon World. Had they been on the Huang family's True Dragon Celestial Empire, Huang Xiaolong would have fled with his family early on. While Huang Xiaolong was comprehending the power of time and space, outside the residence, Huang Xiaohai brushed his hands as he appreciated his handiwork on the several spies. He smiled sheepishly and said, "Scram and go back to tell your masters that if you send any more people here, I won't be so nice anymore. At that time, I'll even take care of your masters once and for all." These spies from various forces did not dare to talk back, and some had already fled in a sorry state. In the Gathering Stars City Chu family's main hall, the Chu family patriarch Chu Xingfeng's face was extremely sullen looking at the sorry state of the spy he had sent out. "First Order True Saint?" Chu Xingfeng asked. "It is so, Patriarch. The Huang family's third young master is likely to be a first-order true saint. Currently, we have yet to find out the Huang family patriarch Huang Peng's strength." One of the spies hurriedly answered. "Tell me what happened in detail," Chu Xingfen ordered. The several spies complied. When the several spies finished, Chu Xingfeng's expression was a little ugly. "He really said he'll take care of your masters as well?" "Yes, Patriarch. We do not dare to exaggerate. Everything we've reported is the truth," one of them answered. Chu Xingfeng harumphed coldly, and the several spies below seemed to be struck by a blow, and blood sprayed from their mouths, frightening them to their knees. "Just a first-order true saint." Chu Xingfeng's gaze was frosty. "Does he think that's capital to swagger in this Lingqian sacred land?" "Patriarch, Why don't we request eminent Elder Chu Bai to deal with them? One of them cautiously raised his head and said, Chu Bai was the Chu family's third strongest expert after Chu Xingfeng, a fifth-order true saint. Chu Xingfeng's eyes glimmered, but he waved his hand. It's not necessary for now. Continue to investigate this Huang family and find out the strength of their patriarch. If his strength is merely at low-level true saint, it won't be too late to make a move then. But patriarch, that Huang family patriarch rarely comes out, and the residence has a very sophisticated formation surrounding it, so we're unable to find out his strength, the same spy said. Chu Xingfeng was nonchalant. Don't worry. That Huang family patriarch cannot possibly stay inside forever. He would have to come out one day, so make your move then and check out his strength. Report back to me. Yes, patriarch. In the subsequent days, Huang Xiaolong continued to stay inside the residence, comprehending the power of time and space. At the same time, he also continued delving into formation with the myriad formation devil Hejin. In these years, while Huang Xiaolong continued to improve his strength, his proficiency in formation had also improved, though not as fast as his cultivation. Even so, his formation skills had almost caught up to Hejin, and it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Hejin. After Huang Xiaohai taught those spies a lesson, calmness returned to the Huang family, and those arrogant spies were not so unscrupulous anymore. A month soon passed. On this day, Huang Xiaolong and Hejin were studying formations when Li Shua came in to report that Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, Huang Xiaohai, Shi Xiaofei, and the others were attacked by a group of half-true saints when they went outside. Although none of them was injured, Huang Xiaolong's face did not look very good as anger and killing intent boiled in his heart. Everyone has a reverse scale, and the Huang family and the ladies were Huang Xiaolong's reverse scale. Even though those spies loitered around the residence and followed them whenever they went out, they did not attack, so Huang Xiaolong let them be. But now they dared to attack. This was a different matter altogether. Have you found out who did it? Huang Xiaolong asked Li Shua. The Chu family, Li Shua answered respectfully. Chu family. Just as Huang Xiaolong was about to take action across the void, Li Shua quickly said, Your Highness, the third young master has already rushed to the Chu family in anger. Huang Xiaolong was stunned, and then he chuckled. This brat. His reckless temper will never change. Then let the third brother deal with the Chu family. With a fierce soul and universe behemoth rivaling experts in the top 50 of the extermination list, his younger brother wouldn't come to much harm, and Huang Xiaolong wasn't worried either. As for the Fire Cloud Creed backing the Chu family, if the Creed was also involved in this, then he would deal with the Creed once and for all. This place wasn't within the true Dragon Celestial Empire, hence Huang Xiaolong didn't need to have so many scruples in his actions. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Huang Xiaolong, who was sitting cross-legged inside the sun-moon furnace, absorbing origin qi, suddenly became blurry, and finally, there was only his shadow left. That's right, only Huang Xiaolong's shadow remained. But Huang Xiaolong's body could not be seen. As time passed, even Huang Xiaolong's shadow turned blurry, as if it had seeped into the surrounding space, gradually merging with space, and it completely vanished. At this time, if there was an expert who wielded the power of space at the Fire Cloud Creed, he would notice that there was a shadow that was continuously teleporting in the air, shifting between sacred lands. At 1 second, the shadow was above one sacred land. In the next second, the shadow appeared above another sacred land. On top of that, the shadow was moving at a faster speed that one couldn't distinguish if the shadow was real or merely an illusion. In a few minutes, Huang Xiaolong had gone through every sacred land within the Fire Cloud Creed. There were tens of thousands of sacred lands under the Fire Cloud Creed, and going through every sacred land in mere minutes was simply unbelievable. Then, Huang Xiaolong's shadow within the sun-moon furnace reappeared clearly, and finally, Huang Xiaolong himself in the flesh, synchronizing with his shadow. Finally, the power of time has reached the peak major completion stage. Huang Xiaolong exhaled in relief. The purple lightning peak speed had been raised to another level after he had reforged it. Now, even without the Huang Long cape, his own speed had surpassed the purple lightning peak. Now, his power of space was only one step away from attaining perfection level. Though attaining perfection level was harder than one could imagine, Huang Xiaolong could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Unfortunately, there was no improvement in his power of time. Huang Xiaolong stood up, and now that his power of time had reached the peak major completion stage, it was time for him to make a move. It was time to go to the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire's capital. It was the most prosperous place in the whole Blazing Dragon world. It was also the gathering place of experts as many as the clouds. It was also the place that produced many of Blazing Dragon World's treasures. Although the Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle were rare, even in the Blazing Dragon World, if one was lucky enough, one could encounter an auction or even trade them. The Blazing Dragon World had many experts traversing the universe, and finding the Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle was nothing strange. If they did not need it, the items could be taken to the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire for auction, or to be traded. More importantly, as the #1 capital of Blazing Dragon World, it would be easier for him to inquire about his father Huang Long. When the others heard that Huang Xiaolong was going to the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, all of them were surprised. "Big brother, I want to go with you." Huang Xiaohai quickly followed up. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, Shi Xiaofei, and the others looked expectantly at Huang Xiaolong. "Not this time." Huang Xiaolong refused. It was inconvenient to bring his family to the Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital with him. Huang Xiaohai and everyone were disappointed, especially the ladies. Huang Xiaolong said to his family and the ladies, "It's not like I won't come back after going to the Celestial Capital. Moreover, the Celestial Capital is not that far away. Don't worry. After I find my father, I will return immediately." Everyone nodded in understanding. In the next few days, Huang Xiaolong spent the day with his family, strolling around the Gathering Star City and the neighboring cities, while the nights were reserved for the ladies. In the last 100 years, the Huang family had resolved the Chu family, and the entire Lingqian sacred land was under the Huang family's control. After dealing with the Chu family, the Fire Cloud Creed's Hall Master had wanted to help his disciple avenge his family, but he too was taken care of by the Huang family. The Fire Cloud Creed Patriarch had personally come to apologize to the Huang family, and Huang Xiaolong did not make things difficult for him. He merely confiscated half of the Fire Cloud Creed treasury. Since then, the Huang family and Fire Cloud Creed had been coexisting peacefully. Huang Xiaolong did not want his family to stand out too much and let Huang Rong hear winds of his family's whereabouts in the Fire Cloud Creed, because it would be troublesome. After staying a few days with his family, Huang Xiaolong set off to the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. He only brought a few people with him, including Yuan Tianyi, Myriad Formation Devil He Zhen, Li Shua, and 100 Fierce Souls. The 10 Overlords, the 10 Beast Kings, Lei Yu, Black Shadow Devil, and the remaining Fierce Souls and Universe Behemoths remained at the Gathering Stars City to protect the Huang Manor. With Cang Sun, Di Shuang, and the others, there was nothing to be afraid of even if the Heavenly Sword Army came attacking. The Huang family, the ladies, Old Man Grand Mist, Bei Lingyang, and the others watched the small group disappear in the horizon. Huang Xiaolong brought along the Myriad Formation Devil He Zhen because he wanted to continue improving his mastery of formation, whereas having Li Shua, who wielded the power of time and space, made things convenient. Of course, bringing these 100 Fierce Souls was to ensure the safety of Huang Xiaolong and his group. Huang Rong had seen Yuan Tianyi, Myriad Formation Devil He Zhen, and Li Shua before. Thus it was better if the three of them did not make any moves that could expose them. If they encountered any ambush, Huang Xiaolong would have the 100 Fierce Souls deal with it. These 100 Fierce Souls were powerful, and who knew how long they had been cultivating in space. They could be older than Lei Yu and the Myriad Formation Devil He Zhen. Moreover, these Fierce Souls existed in their soul form, making them almost indestructible existences, and the weakest among them was comparable to an expert in the top 20 of the extermination list. The most powerful Fierce Soul was stronger than the 10 Overlords' leader, Cang Sun. Huang Xiaolong exerted quite some effort to suppress this particular Fierce Soul. After suppressing this Fierce Soul inside the Sun-Moon Furnace, Huang Xiaolong spent several years subjugating it. Before long, the purple lightning peak left the fire cloud creed behind it. Letting Li Shuo and He Zhan to helm the purple lightning peak, Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi cultivated under the tree of origin inside the sun-moon furnace. With Yuan Tianyi's 13 elements interaction, whenever they practiced over the years, had greatly raised Huang Xiaolong's comprehension and mastery of the 13 elements. Yuan Tianyi had accompanied the tree of origin for half his life and had been cultivating for a very long time. It could be said that Yuan Tianyi was Huanglong world's oldest living creature, and his mastery of the 13 elements was definitely the best. Then again, Huang Xiaolong's current mastery of the 13 elements was not far behind Yuan Tianyi. Half a month later, when Huang Xiaolong was passing by the Guangzhong Region Lord Manor, he stayed there for 2 days. Although Huang Xiaolong had a lot of Genesis-level spiritual herbs, pills, spiritual veins, and high-grade cosmos artifacts, he lacked Blazing Dragon World's Dao coins, and having insufficient Dao coins was always an inconvenience. Hence, when they were passing by the Guangzhong Region Lord Manor, Huang Xiaolong visited the Guangzhong Heavenly Cave's big chambers of commerce, and traded some of his Genesis-level spiritual herbs for traveling expenses. Huang Xiaolong went to 10 chambers of commerce headquarters, and traded items worth 100 billion Dao coins. 10 chambers of commerce, that's 1 trillion Dao coins. Huang Xiaolong's actions alerted the entire Guangzhong Heavenly Cave's super forces and chambers of commerce. Even the Guangzhong Region Lord received a report on the matter, and he was shocked while he listened to the report. 1 trillion Dao coins? Even he would have a hard time taking out this amount. Have you found out that young man's identity? Guangzhong Region Lord asked. Not yet. The subordinate shook his head. Where is he now? That young man left after trading 1 trillion Dao coins worth of items. He was seemingly in a hurry to go on his way, and judging from the direction he left, he's heading to the Spirit Heavenly Cave. The Spirit Heavenly Cave was one of Guangzhong Heavenly Cave's neighbors. What does that young man want to do with so many Dao coins? Guangzhong Region Lord's brows creased as he fell into contemplation. If he knew that Huang Xiaolong had exchanged so many Dao coins for traveling expenses, what would he think? That young man has attracted too much attention with his actions. With 1 trillion Dao coins, anyone would be tempted. It is said the Phantom Desire Creed and a dozen other creeds already have their eye on him. Ho Zun's group is already waiting in ambush for him. The subordinate shook his head. I don't think that young man would be able to leave. The Phantom Desire Creed ranked 4th in the Guangzhong Heavenly Cave, and was never one to follow the righteous paths. Strengths of other creeds that targeted Huang Xiaolong were comparable to the Phantom Desire Creed. Whereas Ho Zun, he was an infamous bandit that ran rampant in the Guangzhong Heavenly Cave and the neighboring Heavenly Caves. His whereabouts had always been elusive, and robbing was second nature to him. The Guangzhong Region Lord and other region lords had no good way to deal with Ho Zun. Hearing that Ho Zun and his group were already waiting in ambush for Huang Xiaolong, the Guangzhong Region Lord lit a candle for Huang Xiaolong in his heart. Ho Zun was not weaker than him, and he wielded the power of radiance and wind at the major completion stage. However, a day later, shocking news spread through the Guangzhong Heavenly Cave. What? The Phantom Desire Creed and the dozen creeds experts were all annihilated. Ho Zun and his subordinates, the 18 tyrants, were all killed. When the Guangzhong Region Lord heard the news, he was stunned for half a day. At this time, Li Shuo and He Zhan were busy tabulating the harvests they had collected from the Phantom's Desire Creed, Ho Zun's group, and others. As the 4th-ranked creed in the Guangzhong Heavenly Cave, the Phantom Desire Creed's experts did carry a lot of good stuff on them. Even more so Ho Zun's group of bandits. The harvests from them beat others. After counting their harvests, Li Shuo reported to Huang Xiaolong, Your Highness, there's more than 230 billion Dao coins, a dozen Genesis-level spiritual herbs, but no Genesis-level pills. He then recited a long list of treasures. Yuan Tianyi said to Huang Xiaolong, That's a big business. From now on, every time we pass by a place, we'll exchange a large batch of items in a high-profile manner, and then leave. Let them ambush us on the way. Huang Xiaolong, He Zhan, and Li Shuo grinned at the thought. We're idle on the way anyways, so let's do it. Huang Xiaolong laughingly agreed. Although 230 billion Dao coins wasn't a lot to Huang Xiaolong, the amount would be shocking after passing through 30 to 40 heavenly caves. By the time they reached the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't have to worry about food, clothing, and housing. The Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire was the most prosperous place in the Blazing Dragon world, and everything there was expensive. If an average residence's cost within an average city started at 10 billion Dao coins, then how much would the residences in the main cities cost? With that decided, every time they passed through a heavenly cave, Huang Xiaolong was bound to head to the Chambers of Commerce headquarters to trade Genesis-level spiritual herbs for Dao coins. By the time Huang Xiaolong reached the Heavenly Sword World Master Manor, just the income from robbing was over 1 trillion Dao coins. Counting the Dao coins Huang Xiaolong had traded along the way, he had accumulated 500 to 600 trillion Dao coins. Huang Xiaolong had Li Shuo and He Zhen keep the 1 trillion gained from robbing, so when they went about running errands for him, they could use it wherever necessary. They did not stop for long at the Heavenly Sword World Master's Manor, and were already on their way to the Taichin Holy World a few days later. Although the Taichin was next to the Heavenly Sword Holy World, in terms of strength it was at the far bottom of the rung. The Heavenly Sword World Master's strength could barely enter the rankings, but the Taichin World Master's strength was much lower, and amongst his 5 elements of absolute powers, only 3 had reached perfection level. This level of strength was lower than the Origin World Master Xiaotianqi's in Huanglong World, and it was more at the Myriad Formation Devil He Zhen's level. After passing through more than 30 holy worlds and 4 years later, Huang Xiaolong finally arrived at the Blazing Dragon Holy World. The Blazing Dragon Holy World was the biggest holy world in the Blazing Dragon world with numerous heavenly caves within. The Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital was located in the centermost of Blazing Dragon Holy World. Merely the Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital was as big as several heavenly caves put together. Upon entering the Blazing Dragon Holy World, more troops could be seen along the way. These troops naturally belonged to the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire's army. Some troops rode on mounts of star behemoths, while others patrolled on flying ships. These armies consisted of only Dao Venerable experts, led by a high-level Dao Venerable, and some generals were 9th esteem Dao Venerable. Star behemoths were all Dao Venerables as well. And all the flying ships were Cosmos artifacts, but most of them were low-grade and mid-grade Cosmos artifacts. One rarely saw any high-level Cosmos artifact flying ship army. At a glance, the entire Blazing Dragon Holy World space was filled with various top creeds and chambers of commerce's flying ships. These flying ships came in various shapes and sizes. Huang Xiaolong's purple lightning peak that took the shape of a mountain could be considered unique. But here, there were even more unique-looking flying ships. There was a flying ship refined from an ancient giant shark, and there were a few desolate giant dragon flying ships, and even the branches of a tree. Huang Xiaolong even saw a few sword-shaped flying ships. There was also a Genesis-level pearl that was refined into a sphere-shaped flying ship. There were also cultivators, who used a kind of beast that resembled an earthworm to refine their flying ships. In this eclectic mix of flying ships, Huang Xiaolong's purple lightning peak looked more normal. Yuan Tianyi, Li Shuo, and He Zhen watched with wide-eyed surprise as the earthworm-shaped flying ship passed by them. This hobby is really uncommon. Yuan Tianyi made a rare joke. Huang Xiaolong chuckled. The world is so big, and everyone's preference is different, so it's not that strange. Let's head to the Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital first, and then start inquiring for information. The 3 complied respectfully. The purple lightning peak turned into a streak of lightning, flying straight towards the Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital in the central region. In order to keep a low profile, Huang Xiaolong converged the purple lightning peak's aura and disguised it as a peak-level Cosmos artifact. Even so, the purple lightning peak still attracted many eyes as it zoomed past. Peak-level Cosmos artifact flying ships were rare even in the Blazing Dragon Holy World. High-grade Cosmos artifact flying ships were far from comparable to peak-level Cosmos artifact flying ships. Generally, only the superchambers of commerce or families possessed peak-level Cosmos artifact flying ships. Who's that young man? I don't remember hearing about anyone with a giant peak-level Cosmos artifact flying ship, a World Master Manor's young patriarch said as he pointed at Huang Xiaolong, who was standing on the peak of Purple Lightning Peak. This young patriarch was the Purple Vision Holy World Master Manor's eldest young master, Zi Juedao. The Purple Vision Holy World was a very powerful holy world under the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. The Purple Vision World Master was as strong as the Heavenly Sword World Master, or probably slightly stronger. Zi Juedao was a famous cultivator amongst the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire's younger generation. His strength was higher than many top-tier creeds patriarchs, and he wielded major completion stage power of Radiance, Blaze, and Wood. An elderly man beside Zi Juedao looked at Huang Xiaolong with a serious expression and slowly said, "That young man is not simple." Not simple? Zi Juedao was stunned. Uncle Zhenglong was one of the 10 great experts of their Purple Vision World Master Manor. Someone being described as not simple by Uncle Zhenglong had to be extraordinary. Does Uncle Zhenglong mean to say that this young man is as good as me? Zi Juedao looked at Huang Xiaolong with a new perspective. But the elderly man Zhenglong shook his head and corrected, "No, he's stronger than me." Zi Juedao was shocked. "What? That young man is stronger than Uncle Zhenglong." His Uncle Zhenglong had comprehended 4 elements of absolute powers, and all 4 elements had reached major completion. Especially his power of darkness was only one stop from reaching perfection level. Another black-haired elderly man beside Zi Juedao chimed in, "Not only is he stronger than you, he's also stronger than me." Zhenglong's judgment was limited, but he could see that the young man was stronger than that. Both Zi Juedao and Zhenglong were genuinely flabbergasted. "Elder brother, he's really stronger than you?" Zhenglong gasped. His elder brother, Zheng Shifeng's strength was only under the Purple Vision World Master, and his elder brother was stronger than many World Masters. But that young man was said to be stronger than his elder brother. Zheng Shifeng looked extremely solemn as he observed Huang Xiaolong. "Unfathomable." He uttered only one word, but this one word was self-explanatory. Zi Juedao and Zhenglong sucked in a breath of cold air. They were already shocked when Zheng Shifeng said the young man was stronger than him. But who knew that Zheng Shifeng would actually say that the young man was unfathomable? Unfathomable and stronger than Zheng Shifeng were 2 different concepts. Zi Juedao stared at Huang Xiaolong dazedly. "Does that mean he's an expert at the same level as my father?" His father, the Purple Vision World Master, had comprehended 6 elements of absolute powers with 5 of them at perfection level. Zheng Shifeng did not say any more. In truth, he could only sense that the young man's strength was unfathomable, but whether the young man's strength was comparable to their World Master, he couldn't be certain of it. By this time, Huang Xiaolong's Purple Lightning Peak had flown out from everyone's sight. On a giant flying ship inscribed with a nether spirit on the sides, stood a group of women in black dresses. Each of the women in this group held a long black sword, and their faces were concealed under black veils, and even the trinkets on their hands were all black in color. From head to toe, everything on them was black, just like nether spirits in broad daylight, giving others a chilling feeling. Seeing this flying ship and the women on the flying ship, all nearby flying ships shied far away as if they couldn't get away fast enough. Even Ji Zueto's face tensed when he saw the black flying ship and quickly ordered his subordinates to steer the Purple Vision World Master Manor's flying ship away. The leader of this group of women was also staring at Huang Xiaolong's Purple Lightning Peak that had gone out of sight. Her beautiful eyes glimmered. Clearly, she had heard Zhou Juedao, Zhenglong, and Zheng Shifeng's conversation. In fact, she had noticed Huang Xiaolong, Yuan Tianyi, Li Shuo, and Hijin. Find out that young man's identity and the place he's staying. As our Nether Spirit Palace appears this time, the young Palace Master wants to recruit a large number of experts, and that young man's strength could probably enter the young Palace Master's eyes. The leader ordered the group of women behind her. "Yes, Senior Sister Chun." The female disciples complied with respect. The Nether Spirit flying ship sped away. When the Nether Spirit flying ship had flown out of sight, the various creeds and world manners experts breathed out in relief. The Nether Spirit Palace has appeared again. Zi Juedao looked in the direction where the Nether Spirit flying ship had disappeared in palpitation. How and when did the Nether Spirit flying ship appear, and why didn't I discover it? The Nether Spirit flying ship's movements were really like a Nether Spirit. Every time the Nether Spirit Palace appears, there's bound to be a bloodstorm, Zhang Shifeng stated with a solemn face. Don't know if the Nether Spirit Palace Master's 12 elements have reached perfection level, but if they have, it would be terrifying. Every time the Nether Spirit Palace appears, they recruit a large batch of experts, and it is obvious the Nether Spirit Palace has taken an interest in that young man. That young man's in trouble. Anyone the Nether Spirit Palace has their eye on has to either submit to the Nether Spirit Palace or end up miserably.